See if you dare not listen to Boss Chu. What strength and background do you have? A waste who can't even enter the earth realm. Just be a dog, Brother Chu. This time I will teach you a lesson. A 16 or 17-year-old boy stood at the door of a dilapidated woodshed. His thin face looked a little mean. At this time, he looked into the woodshed with a sarcastic look on his face. After cursing, he turned his head and spat on the ground and turned away. In the woodshed, a figure collapsed on the haystack in the corner. His coarse linen clothes were covered with blood, and his face was blue and purple. It was obvious that he was often bullied by others. After suffering such abuse, Chui Ming, who was already thin, could not move at all, and even his breathing became weaker and weaker. It was unknown how long it took, cough cough. Chui Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and instantly dyed a large area of hay under his neck red. I slept so well. Huh? Why do I feel so much pain all over my body? I feel like some bastard beat me up while I was asleep. Chui Ming spit out the blood foam in his mouth and muttered to himself. But soon Chui Ming found a problem. No, shouldn't I be at home? Where? Is this? Someone tie me up while I was asleep? Suddenly, Chui Ming covered his head with both hands, tightly grasping his hair, with veins bulging on the back of his hands, and then he groaned. A splitting headache came instantly, and then a large amount of memories swept through his brain like a raging flood. This feeling came and went quickly, and the headache disappeared after a few breaths. The sudden influx of memories made Chui Ming look a little surprised. I traveled through time. Then he smiled bitterly. Wow, I was a useless student in my previous life, and my future was bleak. God has eyes and can't bear to see me live a mediocre life like this, so he let me live again. But this life looks worse than my previous life. I feel like I'm going to die. According to common sense, whether it is a novel, a short video, or a TV series, no matter how bloody the plot is, the protagonist will not travel through time and die again. Liar. Liar. It's all a lie. Chui Ming wailed in his heart. He moved his body and leaned against the wall. This movement caused severe pain all over his body, making Chui Ming gasp for air, wondering how much damage this body had suffered. The pain also made Chui Ming a little more sober, and combined with those new memories, he carefully analyzed the current situation. The place he crossed over to was a fantasy world where the strong prey on the weak, with numerous sects, various techniques, and magic weapons. And if you want to get what you want, you have to rely on your strength. The original owner of Chui Ming's body was an abandoned baby who was brought back by an elder of Qingyang's sect and raised in the sect to become an outer disciple. Although he was an outer disciple, it was a pity that he was not born to practice, and his cultivation was difficult to improve. He just did some odd jobs in the outer sect. What's more tragic is that not only was his aptitude poor, but he was also weak and sick since he was a child. He mostly relied on the herbs in the sect to maintain his health. He gradually got better, but he was still very thin. He thought that he could live here with peace of mind after being saved by the elder, but everything changed with the death of the elder a year ago. A year ago, the elder felt that his life was coming to an end, but he couldn't break through for a long time, so he just tried his best. The old man, who was already exhausted, forced himself to use his cultivation to break through the bottleneck. However, after several failed attempts, his heart meridian was damaged, and he suffered from the backlash of his cultivation. He was no longer able to recover and eventually died. From that day on, his life began to be difficult. Due to his physical condition, he could not practice to contribute to the sect, but also had to use the spiritual medicine in the sect to nourish his body, and other food, clothing, and shelter were all provided by the sect. This made some disciples feel unfair. Why should he share the cultivation resources of all of us? Even a few ordinary spiritual medicines were planted and picked with great effort. Why should they be used on this sickly person? So several outer disciples headed by Chu Xiong began to bully him for more than a year. They often made him drag his thin body to chop wood and fetch water, and beat him if he failed to complete their requirements. How could he withstand such abuse? As time went on, he was already covered with bruises. Just now, Chu Xiong asked him to fill 10 large jars of water. But he was exhausted after filling only 7 jars, and his shoulders were bleeding. He had to rest in the nearby woodshed. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ran saw him and thought he was lazy. He beat him up without saying anything. After another round of ridicule, he left, leaving him lying there dying. Chui Ming sighed. Alas, I was originally a poor student who was not loved by my father and mother. I don't have any special skills, and my future is hopeless. I suddenly traveled through time and thought I could become the protagonist, but it still started with a shattering beginning. My identity, qualifications, and health were not good, and I was even about to die. Sure enough, novels are all lies. Those who can travel through time are not necessarily the protagonists, but maybe people like me. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Naruto system. Do you want to bind the host's consciousness? Just when Chui Ming was discouraged, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. System? Damn it. The online novel is not lying to me. I am the protagonist after all. But why is it Naruto? Thinking carefully, I was a Naruto fan in my previous life. Besides skipping classes to play games, I was also interested in anime. Just last night, I finally stayed up all night for half a month and finished watching it for the 7th time. Thinking of this, Chui Ming was stunned. Damn it, I will not die suddenly after staying up all night for half a month. Hey, who cares? I'm alive again, although there is no difference between being dead. Then his eyes lit up and he nodded frantically. Bind, bind, bind. Ding, bind successfully. The voice sounded in his mind again. Then he realized that there was an extra virtual panel in his mind. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. There really is a system. Brother, we're destined to be together. I will make them pay back 10-fold and 100-fold for the suffering you have endured. Now you can go with peace of mind. Let me take your place on the road ahead. Chui Ming said to himself. Then he concentrated all his attention on the panel that suddenly appeared in his mind, as if it was a treasure full of infinite possibilities. The text and patterns on the panel were clearly visible, showing the various functions of the system in detail. Chui Ming couldn't wait to start browsing these functions. His eyes quickly swept over each line of text, and his expectations in his heart continued to heat up as he read deeper. When he saw that the system could allow him to learn various ninjutsu and taijutsu in Naruto, his eyes almost jumped out of his sockets. From clevel to slevel ninjutsu, it was all available, which meant that he could master those amazing ninjutsu and become a real ninja. However, Chui Ming was not overwhelmed by the surprise in front of him. He noticed that there were several dark panels behind the panel with question marks on them. He couldn't help but start to guess what these plates represent. Maybe they are some more powerful abilities that he needs to continuously improve his strength in the future to unlock. Thinking of this, Chui Ming's heart ignited a group of fighting spirit. He made up his mind to work hard to improve himself, unlock these hidden abilities, and explore more mysteries of this Hokage system. In addition, he can actually exchange for various powerful props. This discovery made the fire of hope in his heart burn, as if the whole person was injected with endless power. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Sure enough, I, Chui Ming, am the protagonist of this world. His heart was full of confidence and heroism, as if he had seen the scene of himself calling the wind and rain and dominating the world in this world. What's that sentence? Oh yes, where the leaves fly, the fire will also continue. Chapter 2. The might of ninjutsu. Having come to terms with his current predicament, Chui Ming resolved to fully embrace the experience of a different life, especially since he possessed a unique advantage that assured him a favorable outcome. Reflecting on the Naruto system within his mind, he became acutely aware of a significant concern. Although he had access to numerous ninjutsu techniques to learn at will, mastery of these arts necessitated chakra. Yet, how could he possibly possess such a resource? Moreover, given his present physical condition, as Chui Ming pondered this dilemma, a prompt resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the entry-level gift pack, granting you a manual for chakra cultivation, 3 C-rank ninjutsu techniques, and an enhancement of your physical attributes. In an instant, a warm current surged through Chui Ming's body, alleviating all his injuries. His previously frail physique gradually regained its strength, and the invigorating sensation filled him with astonishment. Soon thereafter, a wealth of knowledge regarding chakra cultivation flooded into his consciousness. Upon reviewing the information, he found it remarkable. The method of chakra cultivation was essentially a technique tailored for this world. As outlined in the manual, the host could absorb the vital energy of the universe and, according to his needs, utilize the system to convert this energy into various elemental chakras: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Moreover, upon unlocking certain special ninjutsu techniques, he could even convert energy into corresponding unique attributes of chakra. Additionally, he could store the vital energy within his body for the purpose of cultivating the techniques of this realm. Ecstatic with this newfound treasure, Cui Ming eagerly settled into a cross-legged position, attempting to draw in the vital energy of the universe. Initially, there was no response, and his body remained unchanged. He adjusted his breathing and continued to follow the system's guidance, silently attuning to the special energy surrounding him. After approximately 10 minutes, he began to sense a subtle energy permeating his skin, gradually seeping into his body. This energy was likely the so-called vital energy of the universe, albeit weak and chaotic, dispersing throughout his being upon entry. Nevertheless, Cui Ming did not waver. He persisted in refining his breath and focus. Gradually, the scattered vital energy began to converge along his meridians, ultimately forming a small vortex of energy in his dantian. Cui Ming slowly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. As he perceived the existence of this vital energy, he then employed the system to convert it entirely into chakra. After all, the original constitution of this body was woefully inadequate. Aside from absorbing a minuscule amount of vital energy, it possessed no qualities conducive to cultivating any form of talent. Now that the obstacle to his training had been surmounted, it was merely a matter of time before his cultivation would advance. In Cui Ming's view, as a favored individual endowed with a system, there was little chance he would remain stagnant at the entry-level stage. Turning his attention to the ninjutsu granted by the system, he discovered what truly piqued his interest. Upon accessing the system, he found 3 slots within his inventory, each containing a scroll. He opened them sequentially, revealing a foundational taijutsu technique and 2 C-rank ninjutsu. Direct punch, a straightforward strike to the opponent that can result in external injuries, potentially even causing fractures at an advanced level. Wind release, gale palm, a C-rank mid-range auxiliary ninjutsu, a fundamental form of wind release that transforms chakra into wind. Utilizing the act of clapping, the wind is compressed and evolved into a ferocious gale. Wind release, wind cutter technique, a C-rank ninjutsu that transforms wind into a sharp blade, capable of slicing through the flesh and bones of the enemy in an instant. System notification, the attack effects of the above ninjutsu body techniques are solely for reference. The actual destructive power is contingent upon the host's true cultivation level. Except for certain special ninjutsu, all other ninjutsu illusion techniques do not require hand seals. As long as the host possesses sufficient chakra, all techniques can be executed instantaneously. After mastering all 3 skills, Cui Ming was elated upon seeing the system's notification. He initially believed the system would provide him with only the most basic ninjutsu, such as transformation techniques or the rather impractical E-rank 1,000 Years of Pain. To his astonishment, he received 2 C-rank wind release techniques. It is noteworthy that even in the anime, only Ch-Nin utilized C-rank ninjutsu, perhaps in this fantastical realm, compared to the anime. With the enhancement of immense cultivation, certain techniques can obliterate the heavens and shatter the earth. The destructive capacity of the techniques and the physical prowess of the cultivator are entirely on different levels. Cui Ming gazed at the 3 scroll icons illuminated on the main panel, eagerly yearning to return to his residence to test the might of the ninjutsu. He hastily rose and exited the shed. Upon returning to his room, Cui Ming promptly locked the door to prevent anyone from uncovering his secret. Once prepared, he began experimenting with the ninjutsu. After some consideration, he decided to first test the wind cutter technique, for he did not wish to wreak havoc within the room with the gale palm. He procured a wooden stick the thickness of his wrist, positioned his palm in a blade-like manner, and emulating the anime, shouted somewhat dramatically, "Wind release, wind cutter technique." He aimed and struck the stick with his palm. Nothing happened. The system detected the host's recent failed attempt at ninjutsu. Upon analysis, it concluded that the cause was insufficient chakra. The host must first gather a sufficient amount of chakra. The system's voice resonated in his mind, and Cui Ming stared blankly at his right hand, still poised like a blade, murmuring, "Sigh, although my body's injuries have been healed and my physique has grown stronger, my original cultivation remains too weak, and the vital energy within me is pitifully scant." Left with no other choice, Cui Ming sat cross-legged, silently practicing his cultivation method to absorb the world's vital energy. After approximately half an hour of operation, Cui Ming felt a tremor throughout his body. With a hum, the surrounding vital energy rapidly surged into him, continuously converging at his dantian, accumulating at a pace more than twice as fast as before. Mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Previously, he could barely absorb the world's vital energy, just touching the threshold of understanding the realm. After the system's cleansing and with the aid of its techniques, within merely an hour, he experienced a qualitative enhancement. This system was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, It was also due to his prior use of various spiritual herbs to nourish his body. Although he could not fully absorb the energy within the herbs, it had gradually accumulated within him. After undergoing a systematic refinement, these elixirs have entirely transformed into vital energy. In his mind, Cui Ming pondered while concentrating on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He could distinctly sense that the cyclone in his dantian had considerably expanded. Once the vital energy within his dantian was fully saturated, Cui Ming would convert it entirely into wind-attributed chakra and resume his experimentation with ninjutsu. He unleashed the wind release, gale cutter technique once more, and a sharp blade of wind instantly shot forth from his palm, accurately severing a wooden stick the thickness of his wrist, leaving behind a barely perceptible mark on the ground. Subsequently, he executed a powerful punch against the wall, leaving a prominent impression, while fine cracks radiated from the surrounding surface. However, his hand experienced a slight numbness. Through this experimentation, Cui Ming gained a rudimentary understanding of the potency of ninjutsu and compiled some insights. He realized that the effectiveness of ninjutsu was intrinsically linked to his own cultivation and the density of chakra, or vital energy, within him. As for taijutsu, it seemed necessary to study the physical cultivation techniques of this world to enhance his bodily strength. Otherwise, potent physical techniques might turn into double-edged swords, inflicting harm upon both the enemy and himself. Cui Ming surmised, as the system had indicated, that the power of ninjutsu primarily depended on one's own capabilities, rather than relying solely on the levels depicted in anime. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, even a simple C-rank wind release, gale cutter technique could potentially flatten an entire grove, while a single punch could obliterate a small hill. Cui Ming also recognized that he could not casually display these ninjutsu within the sect, as the original owner of his body was perceived as a useless individual by others. If he suddenly exhibited such formidable techniques, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He resolved to visit the scripture repository the following day to seek out a few cultivation manuals to serve as a cover for his ninjutsu. Cui Ming believed that with the concealment of these manuals, he could quietly develop the ninjutsu and other functionalities within the system, ultimately achieving significant progress in his cultivation in the future. Contemplating this, Cui Ming's eyes glimmered with determination. The pain inflicted upon me today by Chu Xiong shall be repaid manifold in the future. Chapter 3. The 9 Transformations of Spiritual Patterns and Body Refinement Technique. At the break of dawn the following day, Cui Ming departed from his residence, intent on selecting 2 volumes of martial arts from the scripture pavilion. After testing his ninjutsu the previous day, he had spent half the night meticulously studying the system. The results left him exhilarated. This was no ordinary system, but rather a treasure trove of techniques capable of driving the entire fantasy realm into a frenzy. Although its potential might not be evident at this moment, he knew that once his cultivation reached formidable heights, even a high-level ninjutsu would become a devastating weapon, magnified by his enhanced abilities. The primary purpose of his visit to the scripture pavilion was to seek a suitable body refinement technique, as the use of physical arts demanded a high degree of bodily strength. If he were to encounter a formidable body cultivator in his current state, even a single punch delivered with all his might could result in injury due to the recoil. In the realm of cultivators, it was impractical for him to emulate characters like Rock Lee and Guy from anime, who had achieved their physical prowess through relentless training. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, he realized that he had never been there before. To others, it might seem ludicrous for a seemingly inept individual to venture into such a revered place. As anticipated, the elder guarding the scripture pavilion regarded Cui Ming with a complex gaze, inquiring, "You are you the child that Elder Ouyang brought back years ago, Cui Ming? What brings you here today?" The implication was clear. The elder was aware of Cui Ming's reputation as a well-known waste among the outer sect, questioning his purpose for visiting. Feigning nervousness, Cui Ming cupped his hands and replied, "Elder, I am grateful for the sect's support and care. After years of nurturing, my health has improved significantly. Recently, I have begun to practice cultivation, and I can now perceive the presence of the world's vital energy, even managing to absorb some into my body. I have come today to request a cultivation technique and a body refinement method to strengthen my physique and enhance my cultivation speed." The elder paused in surprise, then narrowed his gaze, focusing on Cui Ming's abdomen. Indeed, a faint vortex of vital energy was slowly rotating in his dantian, clearly indicative of someone at the initial stage of the Earth origin realm, albeit with unstable cultivation. This was yet another function of the Naruto system that Cui Ming had discovered the previous night, allowing him to convert the absorbed vital energy into chakra, leaving only a trace of vital energy in his dantian. which from an outsider's perspective appeared as though he had just begun his cultivation journey. The elder nodded thoughtfully and remarked softly, "Elder Ouyang and I were close friends. We entered the sect together in our youth, and now, decades have passed. It is unfortunate that he ultimately could not break through his bottleneck and succumb to the passage of time. His departure fills me with sorrow. Yet his final actions serve as a lesson for us all. The world of cultivators is indeed cruel. A cultivator's life is a struggle against others, against oneself, and against the heavens, not merely for techniques and treasures, but also for the very essence of life. Lacking sufficient cultivation and strength, one may either become a stepping stone on the path of others' growth or face a fate of irreversible doom." The elder, with a grave expression, solemnly advised Chui Ming, "I have heard whispers of your tribulations in the outer sect. Out of compassion, I should offer you some protection, for your circumstances differ from those of the other disciples. However, in essence, it is your lack of strength that places you at a disadvantage, regardless of the reasons behind it. Although it may sound absurd, this is the stark reality. The sect has regulations strictly prohibiting disciples from harming one another. But this is merely to prevent the untimely demise of exceptional talents due to emotional turmoil. As for you, should any misfortune befall you, the involved parties would only face minor repercussions, and the matter would ultimately dissipate. If you possess sufficient capability to garner the sect's attention, would you find yourself in your current predicament? Remember, rules are established by the powerful to constrain the weak, while those even stronger can shatter these rules and impose their will upon the powerful." After reflecting on the elder's words, Chui Ming clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, "I have learned much, esteemed elder." The elder stroked his beard and nodded, "Very well, proceed to the scripture repository and select your techniques. Remember, only the first floor is accessible to outer sect disciples. You may freely choose 2 techniques suitable for those at the initial stage of the Earth origin realm, with no restrictions on their type." With a bow, Chui Ming departed and arrived at the scripture repository, which comprised 3 levels. The first floor primarily housed foundational techniques for outer sect disciples. The second floor was reserved for inner sect disciples, while the third floor contained relatively rare techniques, typically bestowed as rewards during significant sect competitions for outstanding performance. As Chui Ming surveyed the numerous jade slips containing various techniques, curiosity welled within him. He had never encountered such artifacts before. Do practitioners truly rely on these to acquire the power to move mountains and part seas? Ambling through the repository, his purpose was clear: to find a body refinement technique suitable for himself, one that would fortify his physique to mastery over various body arts. He meticulously examined each jade slip, his attention finally captivated by a technique entitled 9 Transformations of Spiritual Patterns for Body Refinement. The description read, 3 transformations for skin refinement, 3 for body forging, and 3 for bone tempering, strengthening the physical form from within across 3 levels. The essence is refined into spiritual patterns imprinted within the body. The higher the number of transformations, the more spiritual patterns manifest, enhancing physical strength. Moreover, the term 9 transformations does not imply a sequential progression from 1 to 9, but rather that skin refinement, body forging, and bone tempering can occur simultaneously, complementing one another. Upon completing all 3 transformations, the strength of the physical body alone can rival that of a peak practitioner in the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. The explanation ignited a spark in Chui Ming's eyes. Upon grasping the cultivation method, he felt as though this technique was tailor-made for him. The essence refined into spiritual patterns could be likened to his own chakra, which held equivalents in this realm. This meant he could utilize chakra of various attributes to refine the spiritual patterns, thus maximizing the technique's efficacy. In his imagination, he envisioned himself cultivating this method, utilizing fire attribute chakra for skin refinement, wood attribute chakra for body forging, and lightning attribute chakra for bone tempering. In addition to amplifying the physical strength bestowed by the original technique, it also allows the surface of the body to retain the ferocity of fire attribute chakra, grants the flesh the regenerative properties of wood attribute chakra, and imbues the internal bones with the might of lightning attribute chakra. Oh, how fortuitous it is to stumble upon such a treasure effortlessly. Chui Ming rejoiced inwardly, knowing that with such a body refinement technique, he could solidify his foundation to an impressive degree, should his system later unlock the forbidden techniques developed by Uncle Snake. The combination of both would elevate his prowess to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Chui Ming casually selected a technique titled Void Blade, which enabled him to manipulate the surrounding vital energy to form air blades for striking adversaries. perfectly concealing his wind-released ninjutsu. With newfound acquisitions in hand, he resolved to return and delve deeply into the 9 transformations of spiritual patterns body refinement technique, as enhancing his physical form was of paramount importance at present. Upon leaving the scripture repository and bidding farewell to the elder, he was unexpectedly confronted by Zhou Ran, who approached him head-on. "Oh, isn't this the useless Chui Ming? Should you be busy fetching water or chopping wood? What brings you to the scripture repository? Have you come to face the reality of your own inadequacy?" Zhou Ran sneered derisively at him. Chui Ming merely regarded him with indifference, choosing not to respond. Infuriated by being dismissed by what he deemed a worthless individual, Zhou Ran seized Chui Ming by the collar, exclaiming, "I'm talking to you, you deaf fool. Do you even realize where you are? The scripture repository. What right does a waste like you have to be in a place like this? Impudent!" Before Chui Ming could react, the elder beside them admonished sternly. "This is the scripture repository, a sacred ground of our sect. You, a mere junior, making such a ruckus here, is utterly disgraceful." Noticing the elder's grim expression, Zhou Ran stiffened and quickly clasped his hands in apology. "Elder, I understand my error. I humbly seek your forgiveness." "Humph, we shall see about that." He shot a venomous glare at Chui Ming before retreating in disgrace. "Thank you, senior, for coming to my aid." Chui Ming expressed his gratitude to the elder, who merely waved a hand dismissively, saying nothing further. Chui Ming then took his leave, turning to exit the premises. Chapter 4. Outlining the spiritual patterns. Chui Ming paid little heed to Zhou Ran's provocations. After all, he was no longer the powerless wretch he once was. Having ascended to the mid-stage of the Earth Origin realm, he felt sufficiently confident to engage Zhou Ran in a contest of strength. With notable progress in his physical cultivation, he was assured of his ability to defeat Zhou Ran. Ultimately, Zhou Ran was merely a minor character, for even ordinary outer disciples diligently pursued their training. In Chui Ming's eyes, Zhou Ran, who played the role of a lackey bullying weaker peers, was nothing more than a jester. Indeed, Chui Ming had set his sights on Chu Xiong, the true architect of his year-long hardships. However, there remained a considerable gap between Chui Ming and Chu Xiong, who was said to have attained the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm. This placed him among the elite of outer disciples, with few capable of standing against him, thus endowing Chu Xiong with the audacity to act so tyrannically within the outer sect. Nonetheless, Chui Ming was confident that with the aid of the Fire Shadow system, surpassing Chu Xiong was merely a matter of time, and not an excessive length of it. Without dwelling on such thoughts, his immediate priority was to enhance his physical cultivation as swiftly as possible. Should Zhou Ran dare to trouble him again, Chui Ming would not hesitate to make an example of him. Upon returning to his abode, Chui Ming first engaged in a brief study of the void-breaking blade. It was a straightforward technique involving the manipulation of vital energy to compress the air, forming a blade of wind to slice through adversaries. This bore a striking resemblance to the wind-release techniques of ninjutsu. Moreover, to outsiders, his chakra and vital energy appeared indistinguishable, perfectly concealing the existence of ninjutsu. The elders of the scripture pavilion were aware of the techniques he had acquired, thus lending credibility to his endeavors. Having resolved the concealment of his ninjutsu, Chui Ming once again examined the 9-turn spiritual pattern body refinement technique, meticulously confirming the feasibility of his previous concepts before commencing his attempts. Sitting cross-legged, he began to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, the vortex of energy in his dantian swelling until it filled the entire cavity. Chui Ming initially intended to cultivate bones, flesh, and skin simultaneously, striving for a harmonious balance from within. However, lacking the wood attribute chakra from the system, he opted to commence his experiments with skin refinement. After absorbing the vital energy, he would convert it into fire attribute chakra through the system. It is noteworthy that chakra was not directly converted within the vortex in the dantian to coexist with vital energy. Rather, it existed in a distinct space dedicated solely to chakra storage. Even those of superior cultivation were unable to discern the true state of his inner condition. For instance, during his recent visit to the scripture pavilion, the residual faint vital energy remaining after chakra conversion led the elder to mistakenly believe that Chui Ming had only just entered the Earth origin realm. This ability was not only highly practical, but also somewhat extraordinary. The amount of vital energy that could be stored within the body was inherently limited at each stage of cultivation, although the quality of practitioners varied, and the advancement within the same realm differed. The richness of vital energy within their bodies was equally disparate. However, the vital energy that Chui Ming could store within himself had effectively doubled, creating an insurmountable gap that could not be bridged within the same realm. Once the fire attribute chakra was fully transformed, Cui Ming began to prepare for the intricate task of delineating the spiritual patterns. As described in the 9 transformations of spiritual patterns refinement technique, these patterns were categorized into 3 types, corresponding to the 3 cultivation directions: skin refinement, body forging, and bone tempering. Each cultivation direction comprised 3 transformations, which corresponded to 36, 72, and 108 spiritual pattern imprints, respectively. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Thus, he commenced with the first spiritual pattern imprint of skin refinement. Extending his right hand into a sword-like gesture, he channeled chakra through his body's meridians to the fingertips, allowing it to gently exhale. With his finger as a brush, energy as ink, and the space around him as paper, Cui Ming suspended his right hand in the air, slowly etching a line in the atmosphere before him. As if painting on an invisible canvas, he focused his mind, intently observing the faint imprint left in the air. The beginning was indeed the hardest. What appeared to be a simple line took Cui Ming approximately half a stick of incense to complete 3/4 of the way. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and the prolonged mental concentration left him somewhat dazed. Just as he was nearing completion, his fingertip trembled involuntarily, causing the entire pattern to fade at a visible rate until it vanished entirely. For someone like Cui Ming, who had never before engaged with the manipulation of vital energy, maintaining precise control over it for such an extended period to outline a pattern was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. As he relaxed his mind to alleviate his fatigue, he began to absorb the surrounding vital energy once more, transforming it into chakra. Once he adjusted his state, he embarked on a second attempt. After another stick of incense, he gazed at the faint spiritual pattern imprint before him, letting out a quiet sigh. He had failed once more. A profound exhaustion enveloped him, both physically and mentally, prompting him to recline backward and stare vacantly at the ceiling. In his daze, he seemed to perceive a figure, a person whom nearly everyone regarded with skepticism, yet who boldly declared his aspiration to become the Hokage, the underdog. Words must be followed by action. This is my ninja way. Naruto's resolute voice resonated in Cui Ming's ears, as if transcending time and breaking the barriers of dimension. Indeed, what was the difference between his current predicament and that of Naruto at the time? Naruto had persevered through countless failures, whether while learning the Rasengan or the summoning technique. It was precisely this indomitable spirit that led to Naruto becoming the 7th Hokage. How could he, then, entertain the thought of giving up? This was merely the beginning of his own path of cultivation. With renewed determination, Cui Ming sat cross-legged once more. As his chakra surged within him, he raised his hand and began to outline in the air. This time, his mind was free of distractions. As seconds ticked away, the spiritual pattern imprint in midair extended slowly yet resolutely, in harmony with the movements of Cui Ming's fingertips. Once again, the time of the half-incense stick arrived. Despite the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, a wave of exhaustion washed over Cui Ming. Yet, he pressed on, gritting his teeth, his suspended right hand remaining as steady as a rock, devoid of any tremor. At last, he successfully delineated the first spiritual pattern, which floated before him, radiating a vibrant glow. Gazing at this complete emblem, Cui Ming exhaled deeply. Though arduous, he had ultimately taken the first step. After calming his exhilaration, he proceeded to inscribe this spiritual pattern onto his skin, adhering to the method outlined in the 9 transformations of spiritual patterns refinement technique. Channeling chakra into the palm of his right hand, he slowly approached the spiritual pattern. Under the guidance of his chakra, the emblem levitated towards his hand. Cui Ming then pressed the spiritual pattern onto the skin of his left arm. As the pattern made contact with his skin, he felt the searing intensity of the fire attribute chakra. The imprint gradually penetrated from the surface of his skin inward, the burning sensation intensifying, akin to countless needles pricking his flesh. Gritting his teeth, Cui Ming endured the ant-like pain. Eventually, as the imprint reached a certain depth within his skin, the pain dissipated, transforming into a warm energy that radiated throughout his body and became stored within his skin. This energy fortified Cui Ming's skin, rendering it more resilient. Although the change brought about by a single spiritual pattern was minuscule and difficult to detect, it was undeniably real. Indeed, he could sense the subtle transformation of his skin, instilling him with newfound confidence. Thus, Cui Ming once again restored himself to optimal condition and commenced sketching the second spiritual pattern. This time, the process was more fluid, completed in fewer breaths than the first. Thus, he continued to refine his state, drawing in and expelling vital energy, inscribing spiritual patterns. Throughout the entire night, Chui Ming diligently crafted 12 spiritual patterns. His skin strength had notably increased, should he now strike a wall with his fist. His skin could absorb a significant portion of the recoil. Once he inscribes 36 spiritual patterns, achieving the first transformation in skin refinement. Striking with his fist should have no adverse effects whatsoever, in addition to the enhancement of his physique. After an entire night of incessantly circulating vital energy and delineating spiritual patterns, Chui Ming's control over vital energy, chakra, became increasingly adept, allowing him to perceive even the most subtle movements and changes. This proficiency would enable him to maximize the utilization of chakra and vital energy in the future when executing ninjutsu or techniques, achieving the greatest destructive effect with minimal energy expenditure. Chapter 5: The Existential Doubts of Chui Ming. Ever since that fateful night when Chui Ming mastered the art of engraving spiritual runes, he spent 3 additional days successfully imprinting 36 fire and lightning attribute runes upon his skin and bones. As a result, both his skin refining and bone tempering reached the initial stage of transformation, significantly enhancing his physical strength. However, he still found himself unable to engrave muscle-enhancing runes across his entire body, which left him somewhat perturbed as he felt a hollow sensation within his physique. It was akin to a lychee, possessing a resilient outer skin and a hard pit, yet with fragile flesh. Chui Ming yearned for the system to unlock the wood attribute chakra for him post-haste, so he could elevate the strength of his muscles sooner. In addition to his physical enhancement, Chui Ming's cultivation was nearing the peak of the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. This progress was primarily attributed to his relentless absorption of the world's vital energy while engraving spiritual runes over the past few days. Throughout this process, he continuously consumed and drew in the vital energy, causing the vortex of energy within his dantian to swell and recede, gradually growing more robust and potent. Chui Ming had now firmly established his cultivation routine. At the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, he could be regarded as a competent outer sect disciple. Nevertheless, he did not allow this modest advancement to inflate his ego, for he understood that his current situation was far from favorable. As long as his true cultivation remained concealed from others, he would still be perceived as the well-known useless individual. He was also reluctant to reveal his capabilities prematurely, wishing to surprise Chu Xiong. The thought of one day, the so-called waste who had never garnered Chu Xiong's attention, standing triumphantly over him before numerous disciples brought a flicker of anticipation to his heart. On this day, as usual, Chui Ming arrived at the outer sect's firewood storage, continuing his tasks of chopping wood and fetching water. Given his present physical strength, these laborious chores posed no challenge. He instead viewed them as a means of training. "Hey, busy as ever, waste." An ill-timed derisive laugh interrupted Chui Ming's work, prompting him to look up and see Zhou Ran arrogantly striding through the door of the storage. His expression as acerbic as ever, yet with an added hint of shadow in his gaze. Chui Ming sensed that Zhou Ran was not here with good intentions, undoubtedly seeking to stir trouble after being reprimanded by the elder a few days prior at the scripture pavilion. However, Chui Ming paid little mind, merely casting a glance at him before resuming his tasks. Zhou Ran approached Chui Ming, draping an arm over his shoulder with a feigned smile. "Chui Ming, I must admit, I was in the wrong the other day. Although it was a punishment for your failure to complete the task assigned by Elder Chu, I may have been a bit too harsh. But surely, you wouldn't take it to the elders, would you? After all, we are fellow disciples and should look out for one another. Such trivial matters hardly warrant troubling the elders, don't you agree?" To onlookers, the two seemed to be engaged in a light-hearted conversation. Only Chui Ming felt the pressure on his shoulder and the underlying threat in Zhou Ran's words. Realizing that Zhou Ran was expressing his dissatisfaction, bearing the weight of this intimidation, Chui Ming stood up, shaking off Zhou Ran's arm, and faced him squarely, calmly stating, "Senior brother Zhou, you speak wisely, yet there is a matter that perplexes me, and I seek your guidance." Hearing Chui Ming's words, Zhou Ran assumed that Chui Ming had acquiesced to his threat, adopting a patronizing demeanor. "What is it, junior brother? Perhaps I can elucidate your confusion." Chui Ming regarded Zhou Ran with an unruffled demeanor and replied in a tranquil tone, "Might I inquire whether your elders have ever advised you that interrupting others while they are engaged is quite impolite?" The previously feigned smile on Zhou Ran's face faltered slightly, and his expression darkened, as if shadows were threatening to spill forth. "What did you say? Are you courting death?" Zhou Ran's eyes glinted with menace, fixating intently on Chui Ming's gaze. Yet, he found something unfamiliar in those calm eyes. Timidity, servility, and dullness had vanished, leaving only tranquility and a subtle hint of mockery. Humph, playing tricks, Zhou Ran thought to himself, then resumed his usual derisive expression. If your physique is lacking, that is one thing. But has your mind begun to falter as well? Do you truly believe that after a mere visit to the scripture repository, you can stand against us? He concluded with disdain. Let me make this clear. A useless person will always remain useless. In my eyes, you shall forever be but an ant that I can easily crush. As his words fell, Zhou Ran lunged forward, throwing a punch directly at Cui Ming's face. Bang! With a sharp sound, Zhou Ran stared in disbelief as his fist was firmly caught by Cui Ming. Although he had not fully infused his cultivation into the blow, how could this frail figure possibly catch it so effortlessly? Cui Ming casually shook off Zhou Ran's fist, softly remarking, "Oh, a useless one, you say? If a useless person can withstand your punch, does that not imply that you are even inferior to a useless one? You seek death." Zhou Ran roared in fury. His rage ignited by Cui Ming's audacity, and he unleashed his mid-level earth elemental cultivation in a surge of power. Rift Wind Fist. With a powerful shout, Zhou Ran bent his knees to gather strength and propelled himself forward, his fist slicing through the air with a tearing sound. Aimed for Cui Ming's chin at a wicked angle. Unfazed by Zhou Ran's sudden assault, Cui Ming remained composed, channeling chakra into his right hand. After taking half a step back, he met Zhou Ran's strike head-on with a solid punch. Bang! The two fists collided with tremendous force, sending Zhou Ran staggering back a step, while Cui Ming held his ground, poised and unwavering. A tingling sensation coursed from Zhou Ran's right hand up to his shoulder. Zhou Ran stared in disbelief at the figure before him, astonished to find that this seemingly useless individual also exhibited the prowess of the mid-stage Earth origin realm. How could this be? This revelation shattered Zhou Ran's sense of reality. Just 3 days prior, when he had encountered Cui Ming, he had been utterly confident in his superiority. Yet now, merely 3 days later, Cui Ming had ascended to such formidable heights through the techniques of the scripture pavilion. This was nothing short of fantastical. Even when they exchanged blows, it was Zhou Ran who found himself at a disadvantage. Had Cui Ming merely been feigning weakness before? How could he possibly have transformed from a complete novice into a formidable opponent in just 3 days? Zhou Ran's frustration simmered as he gazed at Cui Ming. Cui Ming chuckled softly, finding the situation eerily reminiscent of the anime where Naruto repeatedly dismantled Sasuke's sense of superiority. Now, he embodied the spirit of Naruto, having transcended from being perceived as a mere insect by Zhou Ran to effortlessly countering his attacks, even gaining the upper hand. I apologize for disappointing you. 3 days ago, I was indeed an ordinary person, but now, you are no match for me. Cui Ming stated calmly, stretching his limbs. No, this is impossible. How can I lose to you? A mere waste. Zhou Ran could hardly bear the weight of such a blow to his pride. You have forced my hand. Drawing upon his internal energy, Zhou Ran concentrated it in his palm, summoning the elemental energies of the world to manifest a blade of energy. Die, he cried, slashing forward with a sinister grin, envisioning Cui Ming's demise at the hands of his energy blade. Witnessing Zhou Ran's intent to seriously harm him, Cui Ming resolved to hold nothing back. So, the void blade, is it? Let us see whose is stronger. Wind release, wind cutter technique. In an instant, a more solid and sharper blade of chakra materialized before Cui Ming. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the blade towards Zhou Ran. The clash was swift. Zhou Ran's void blade was effortlessly severed by the wind cutter technique, which continued unabated towards him. As he realized his technique had been countered, Zhou Ran's pupils constricted, a wave of impending doom washing over him. He barely had time to turn and evade the fatal strike aimed at his face. But the razor-sharp wind blade still grazed his shoulder, inflicting a deep gash. Blood soaked his sleeve, cascading down his arm and dripping onto the ground. The moment hung heavy in the air, silence enveloping the scene as Zhou Ran turned to glance at his wounded shoulder, muttering in a daze, Why? Why? Chapter 6. Interrogation. Zhou Ran gazed at the vivid crimson stain on his shoulder, its brilliance painfully stark against the irony of reality. He had truly been bested by what he had deemed a worthless adversary. Cui Ming's words, even inferior to refuse, pierced through his heart like a dagger. The pride that once defined Zhou Ran had now crumbled into utter disarray. Observing Zhou Ran's despondence, Cui Ming continued to taunt him. Oh dear, brother Zhou. It appears your constitution is rather frail. How could you sustain such a grievous injury? Look, you're bleeding. Shouldn't a junior assist you back to your quarters for some rest? A wound left unattended may lead to infection. You know. At the sound of Cui Ming's venomous words, Zhou Ran's vacant eyes ignited with fury once more. Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, he forced his cultivation to surge, charging at Chui Ming like a feral beast. As if anticipating the attack, Chui Ming sidestepped effortlessly, swiftly lifting his right leg to deliver a sweeping kick that struck Zhou Ran's left rib. Zhou Ran was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Although Chui Ming had not employed any martial techniques or skills, his mastery of the nine-turns spirit pattern refinement technique had honed both his skin and bones to a remarkable degree, rendering the force of his kick substantial. It was not far-fetched to assume that several of Zhou Ran's ribs had been fractured. "Oh dear, brother Zhou, how careless of you. Since you're injured, you ought to remain still. Look, you've fallen again and even coughed up blood. Are you all right?" Chui Ming feigned concern as he approached Zhou Ran, acting as though he had not just sent him sprawling. Now devoid of strength, Zhou Ran could only glare fiercely at the approaching Chui Ming, as if he wished to devour him whole. Chui Ming helped Zhou Ran up, leaning close to his ear to whisper softly, "Brother, have you ever heard the saying? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. How you have treated me this year, I shall repay in kind one day. Not just you, but also Chu Xiong and his companions. Mark my words, I will make you all regret this." Chui Ming's cold demeanor sent a tremor through Zhou Ran. Though he could not fathom the source of Chui Ming's audacity, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Yet, Zhou Ran dismissed it as mere illusion, for even if Chui Ming could cultivate normally, he remained as insignificant as an ant in comparison to Chu Xiong's might. As they reached the entrance of the woodshed, Chui Ming forcefully kicked Zhou Ran out, waving his hand dismissively. "Brother, are you in such a rush? I shan't see you off. Take care on your way, watch your step, and do be cautious not to fall again." Having no further interest in Zhou Ran, Chui Ming completed his tasks for the day and returned to his own quarters. He understood that having inflicted such damage upon Zhou Ran, he could no longer conceal his cultivation level. However, he had no intention of hiding indefinitely. Yet, given his mid-stage Yuan realm cultivation, should Chu Xiong choose to intervene on Zhou Ran's behalf at this juncture, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge for him. In just a matter of days, news of Chui Ming's brutalization of Zhou Ran had spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the outer sect. "Have you heard? That good-for-nothing, Chui Ming from the outer sect recently injured Zhou Ran, and rather severely at that. How could this be? That frail, sickly individual has only survived to this day thanks to the sect's care, receiving spiritual medicine to nurture his health. Ultimately, he is but a waste, barely able to absorb even a modicum of vital energy. How could he suddenly possess the cultivation of the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm? And evidently, his combat prowess at this level is not to be underestimated. This is no mere rumor. I witnessed it myself as I passed by the woodshed that day." Zhou Ran, battered and bruised, was kicked out of the woodshed by Chui Ming, while Chui Ming himself remained unscathed, strolling leisurely back to his residence. Such discussions abound, though most are merely curious onlookers eager to ascertain whether this outer sect figure, Chui Ming, truly has attained the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, as the rumors suggest. There are also some voices expressing concern for Chui Ming. These individuals have often been bullied by Zhou Ran and Chu Xiong in the outer sect. Even if Chui Ming has indeed reached such a level of cultivation, it would be reckless to injure Zhou Ran. For while this may serve as a reprisal for Zhou Ran's previous misdeeds, Zhou Ran is ultimately a subordinate of Chu Xiong, who has already reached the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm and will undoubtedly seek retribution against Chui Ming, which is something Chui Ming cannot afford to provoke. Naturally, these discussions reached Chui Ming's ears, and even while he walked outside, some disciples would point and gossip about him. Yet, Chui Ming remained unfazed and untroubled. For his decisive action against Zhou Ran was a declaration to certain individuals. Chui Ming sought to demonstrate through his actions that he was no longer the pitiful pawn at the mercy of others. "Chui Ming, stop." On this particular day, as Chui Ming made his way to the woodshed as usual, a stern voice rang out, and he was intercepted by two disciples. Chui Ming raised his gaze to find the two clad in matching purple robes, adorned with a sword emblem at the cuffs. They were disciples of the law enforcement hall, which caused Chui Ming's brow to furrow slightly. One of them, with a serious expression, declared, "Chui Ming, by the order of Elder Shan, we are to take you to the law enforcement hall for questioning." A chill ran through Chui Ming's heart. He had heard of this Elder Shan, known for his strictness and tendency to favor certain outstanding disciples within the sect. It appeared that news of his injury to Zhou Ran had reached the higher echelons of the sect. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Might I ask what Elder Shan wishes to see me about? Do not play coy. Surely you are aware of your own misdeeds. You have unjustly harmed a fellow disciple." employing cruel methods and exhibiting a despicable nature. We are taking you back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. One of the disciples retorted coldly, his expression unyielding. Aware that there was no evading this, Chui Ming had no choice but to follow the two to meet Elder Shin. Along the way, numerous disciples whispered amongst themselves, eventually arriving at the entrance of the law enforcement hall. Inside, the atmosphere was stifling. Elder Shin sat upon a high platform, cloaked in a black robe that obscured his features, emanating an oppressive aura. On the other side stood Zhou Ran, his entire right arm swathed in thick bandages, gritting his teeth in fury. Behind him, Chu Xiong wore a faint smirk, his arms crossed over his shoulders, leaning casually against the wall as if watching a play unfold. In the center of the grand hall, two disciples from the law enforcement hall escorted Chui Ming, treating him like a prisoner caught between them. Chui Ming, you have truly taken the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard, daring to severely injure a fellow disciple. Your actions are ruthless and your character despicable. What punishment do you deserve? Elder Shin thundered from the high platform, his voice booming like thunder. Immediately, a wave of oppressive force enveloped Chui Ming. But thanks to the assistance of the system, he managed to withstand most of the pressure and did not collapse to the ground. This caused Elder Shin to narrow his gaze. It seemed that Chui Ming indeed harbored a secret. Otherwise, a mere outer disciple in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm would not be able to withstand his aura so easily. Despite the pressure, Chui Ming remained unflustered and spoke with dignity. Disciple indeed struck senior brother Zhou, but he was the one who initiated the conflict. I acted only in self-defense. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Ran would be so fragile? You're talking nonsense. Zhou Ran interjected, pointing at Chui Ming in a fit of rage. You ambushed me. You took advantage of my unpreparedness to injure me. Moreover, just a few days ago, you were no different from an ordinary person. Now, within mere days, you have attained such cultivation. I suspect you have been practicing forbidden arts. I implore the elder to see the truth. With that, Zhou Ran shot a knowing glance at Elder Shin. A glint of sharpness flickered in Elder Shin's eyes as he sternly questioned, Chui Ming, how do you explain your sudden advancement? Could it be that you have indeed strayed down a forbidden path? At this, the onlookers erupted into murmurs, questioning how one could transition from being unable to absorb spiritual energy to reaching the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm in just a few days. Was it possible that Chui Ming had truly ventured into dark arts? Chui Ming remained calm, having anticipated that doubts regarding his cultivation would arise, leading others to label him with such an accusation that left him with little room for defense. He respectfully bowed and replied to the elder. Disciples' cultivation did not surge recently. It has been a pursuit I embarked upon long ago. Nonsense. Everyone knows you have been unable to cultivate due to physical limitations. Now you claim to have started training long ago. This is contradictory. I believe you have indeed practiced forbidden techniques. Elder Shin dismissed Chui Ming's explanation outright and prepared to impose the sect's regulations upon him. Chapter 7. Would attribute chakra hold on? Elder Shin may be a bit hasty in his conclusions. A figure entered from outside the law enforcement hall, promptly countering Elder Shin's assertions. It was none other than the elder from the scripture pavilion, who had heard of the commotion caused by Chui Ming today and had come specifically to advocate for him. Elder Shin, upon noticing someone interrupting his discourse within the law enforcement hall, felt a surge of irritation and was about to erupt. However, upon raising his head and recognizing his visitor, a smile formed on his face. It turned out to be Elder Mo. Elder Shin understood that, on the surface, they were both elders of the sect, and in terms of strength, they might be somewhat equal. Yet, when it came to status, the scripture pavilion held immense significance within the sect, and Elder Mo. Chi Feng had overseen it for decades, thus possessing an extraordinary standing. This was not something that Elder Shin, a mere outer sect steward of the law enforcement hall, could compare to. Only the head of the inner sect's law enforcement hall could stand on equal footing with him. Elder Mo. approached Chui Ming and patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He then addressed Elder Shin. Chui Ming did indeed visit the scripture pavilion a few days ago to acquire 2 martial arts manuals. The Body Refining Technique 9 Transformations of Spirit Patterns and the Wind Technique Void Blade, with my consent. However, the Body Refining Technique does not necessarily aid in cultivation, and it has been said that this youth previously could not absorb any vital energy at all. Elder Shin continued to refute. Are you implying that I am being partial? Elder Mo's expression darkened. Elder Shin's countenance shifted. He could not bear such an accusation and quickly denied it, exclaiming, not at all. It is merely that such rapid progress within a few days is indeed. Chui Ming, please demonstrate your spirit patterns, Elder Mo interjected. requesting Chui Ming to showcase his body-refining spirit patterns to everyone present. Upon hearing this, Chui Ming immediately activated the body-refining technique, revealing a series of spirit patterns faintly visible on his skin and within his body. With 36 patterns each on the exterior and interior, indicative of a minor accomplishment in both skin refinement and bone tempering, Elder Mo continued for the 9 transformations of spirit patterns. With 3 transformations in bones, flesh, and skin, Chui Ming has already achieved a foundational level in both skin refinement and bone tempering. Is there an issue with possessing mid-level strength in the Earth Origin realm? Furthermore, when I first encountered Chui Ming, he had already crossed the threshold of the initial Earth Origin realm and was capable of absorbing faint vital energy. Through continuous refinement of this energy, he has inscribed 72 spirit patterns. In this process, the absorption of vital energy from the surroundings is not a difficult feat. Transitioning from the initial to mid-level is indeed achievable. However, Elder Shen, do not forget, Elder Mo raised his gaze to meet Shen S. Chui Ming had been nurturing his body with spiritual herbs, the effects of which had accumulated within him. As he began to cultivate, his physique gradually improved. And these medicinal energies could undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for his breakthrough. Rather than saying Chui Ming attained enlightenment overnight, it is more accurate to state that he has built a solid foundation over time. What do you think, Elder Shen? Now it was Elder Shen who found himself at a loss for words, as he recognized that achieving such a level of proficiency in the body-refining technique in merely a few days indeed indicated Chui Ming's considerable talent in cultivation. With a heavy heart, I spoke. Since Elder Mo can vouch that Chui Ming has not practiced any malevolent arts, he can certainly restore his reputation. However, it is inappropriate for him to become arrogant with his newfound strength to the point of severely injuring a fellow disciple. This is truly Elder Shen. Once again, Mo Qingfeng interjected. To my knowledge, after Elder Ouyang's departure, Chui Ming has been subjected to unjust treatment. Even if Chui Ming's actions resulted in injury, it was provoked by the other party first. Are you suggesting that I am unaware of the sordid deeds committed by some of the younger generation? As his words fell, Mo Qifeng turned his gaze towards Zhou Ran and Chu Xiong, a subtle pressure enveloping the air, causing both to shudder involuntarily. Retracting his gaze, he fixed a piercing stare on Elder Shen and stated solemnly, "It is inevitable for younger disciples to sustain injuries during sparring. If the victor is to be punished for this, then how shall we account for Chui Ming's experiences over the past year?" It appears that Elder Mo intends to protect Chui Ming, which left Elder Shen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, due to the former's status, further investigation into Chui Ming's matter could not be pursued. Elder Mo is correct. Elder Shen managed to force a strained smile. In that case, this incident is attributable to Chui Ming's rapid increase in strength, resulting in a temporary inability to control his own abilities, leading to an accidental injury of Zhou Ran during their sparring. Chui Ming, upon returning, must diligently cultivate to prevent such occurrences in the future. I shall heed your counsel, Elder. Chui Ming felt a surge of joy within, hastily bowing in gratitude. Elder Shen, regarding this matter. Zhou Ran, witnessing the scene, grew anxious. But upon meeting Elder Shen's dark gaze, swallowed his words, reluctant to speak further. Upon leaving the law enforcement hall, Chui Ming expressed his gratitude to Mo Qifeng. Thank you, Elder Mo, for once again coming to my aid. Mo Qifeng waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent, before casting a scrutinizing glance at Chui Ming. Come with me. In a secluded chamber beside the scripture pavilion, Chui Ming and Mo Qifeng sat facing each other. Chui Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that this Elder Mo, while appearing to assist me, harbors ulterior motives? Do not be nervous. Mo Qifeng, stroking his beard, smiled. Chui Ming, there is no need for apprehension. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I am merely curious about how you managed to advance to the mid-stage of the Earth Origin realm in such a brief period. The explanation you provided earlier may have sufficed to deceive that Elder Shen, but I find it rather hard to believe. The atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Elder, Chui Ming's thoughts raced as he hesitated to speak. Mo Qifeng raised his hand to halt him, stating that there was no need to fabricate lies. He did not insist on uncovering all of Chui Ming's secrets. Instead, let us see you inscribe a body-refining spiritual rune once more. Upon hearing this, Chui Ming secretly exhaled in relief. He then commenced to cultivate his technique, aiming to showcase his distinctiveness to Mo Qifeng while concealing his greatest secret as much as possible. This time, Chui Ming opted to draw the rune using ordinary chakra, devoid of any properties, rather than the elemental energies of the world. Energy surged from his fingertips, sketching in the void. Chu Xiong gazed intently at the spiritual rune before him, profoundly shaken. Is this your vital energy? No wonder your vitality is purer and more stable than that of others at the same level. It is hardly surprising that your cultivation can advance so swiftly. With your physique, the process of training is remarkably efficient. Observing that Chu Xiong harbored no doubts and merely regarded himself as possessing a unique constitution, Cui Ming found his previously anxious heart now at ease. Ding, the system detected that the host has successfully navigated the crisis of exposure. Accordingly, a reward of wood attribute chakra has been unlocked in alignment with the host's current needs. Upon hearing the notification within his mind, Cui Ming felt a stir of excitement. This was precisely what he urgently required. With the wood attribute chakra, he could commence his physical cultivation. Although his heart brimmed with enthusiasm, he dared not reveal even the slightest hint of it. In truth, he was already somewhat impatient to return to his residence. After a moment of astonishment, Chu Xiong nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Cui Ming, you have indeed reached a turning point. There are no longer any obstacles in your cultivation. Therefore, would you consider participating in the inner sect disciple selection a month from now? Inner sect disciple selection? Cui Ming looked at Chu Xiong in confusion. Indeed. The inner sect disciple selection is a tournament held once every 3 years for the outer sect. All outer sect disciples are eligible to compete. Participants must engage in one-on-one matches, and based on their rankings, the top 16 will be promoted to inner sect disciples. Chu Xiong explained to Cui Ming. Additionally, those who secure a place among the top 3 in the tournament will receive a special reward, which could be a martial technique, cultivation resources, or even a weapon. Given your current pace of cultivation, it would not be unfeasible to give it a try in a month's time. This prospect genuinely intrigued Cui Ming, as he understood the significant difference between the inner and outer sections. Gaining entry into the inner sect would signify his formal status as a core disciple of the sect, freeing him from the need to perform menial tasks and allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation. Moreover, the resources provided to inner sect disciples are far more abundant than those available to the outer sect. Thus, Cui Ming nodded in agreement. If my cultivation reaches the celestial origin realm before the selection begins, I will strive to secure a spot in the inner sect. Very well. Your purpose here was primarily to discuss this matter. Now that you are informed, return and concentrate on your cultivation. Should any questions arise, feel free to visit the scripture pavilion, where I can offer you guidance, Chu Xiong advised. Cui Ming rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder Mo. I shall take my leave. He then exited the chamber. Chapter 8. Strengthening one's abilities after departing from the sutra repository, Cui Ming hurriedly returned to his residence. He was now filled with an insatiable eagerness, as his prowess was on the cusp of an elevation when the system unexpectedly bestowed upon him the most coveted would-release chakra. Settling into a meditative posture within his chamber, he directed his consciousness into the recesses of his mind where the system resided, and indeed, he beheld a pulsating icon reminiscent of an email notification. Upon activating the icon, he was prompted, "Would you like to receive the wood-release chakra?" The wood-release chakra, originating from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possesses formidable vitality and healing capabilities. Once Cui Ming accepted the reward, he observed a new addition to his main interface. Following the elemental chakra attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, a wood attribute was now present. This marked Cui Ming's first substantial reward. Although it was merely a transformation of chakra attributes, in the realm of the anime's lore, few ninjas possessed the ability to wield wood release, and most were beneficiaries of Hashirama's cells. With all preparations in place, it was time to complete the first cycle of the 9 transformations of Spirit Pattern's body refinement technique, ensuring a harmonious balance among the 3 elements. Taking a deep breath, Cui Ming steadied his mind and began to draw upon the vital energies of the universe, transmuting them into a release chakra for the purpose of delineating spirit patterns. Commencing the process, Cui Ming focused intently, activating the 9 transformations of Spirit Pattern's body refinement technique. He channeled the wood-release chakra through his meridians to his fingertips, initiating the drawing of the body-refining spirit patterns. Drawing upon his prior experience, Cui Ming now moved with remarkable ease. His fingers danced through the air, and within approximately half an incense stick's duration, he completed the first body-refining spirit pattern. As he inscribed the pattern into his flesh, he noted a distinct contrast to the searing sensation of fire-release chakra patterns and the numbing feeling of lightning-release chakra patterns. The wood-release chakra seemed to exude pure vitality, The imprinting process was devoid of any discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated, as if every cell in his body brimmed with life. It appeared that Cui Ming's earlier conjecture was indeed accurate, would release as a chakra endowed with self-healing properties. Significantly enhanced his body-refining inscription practice. Sensing the transformation within himself, Cui Ming paused briefly before continuing to delineate the spirit patterns, the second, the third. Repeating this process, he remained almost entirely sequestered in his abode over the past 2 days, wholly dedicated to the inscription of body-refining patterns. As the number of inscribed patterns imprinted into his flesh increased, he could feel his body becoming ever more robust, and the fervor in his eyes intensified. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the 36th body-refining spirit pattern was finally inscribed, an unusual wave of energy emanated from within Cui Ming. Subsequently, a powerful vitality erupted from his being, as the wood-release chakra within his flesh acted as a bridge, seamlessly connecting the skin-refining and bone-refining spirit patterns. The energies of fire, lightning, and wood intermingled, harmonizing beautifully. Within the robust vitality of the wood-release spirit patterns, the fire patterns blazed even brighter, while the lightning patterns grew sharper. Cui Ming rose, meticulously attuning himself to the myriad changes coursing through his body. His muscles were now brimming with vitality, more resilient than ever, and the previous sensation of hollowness had vanished completely. Cui Ming attempted to unleash a punch, his fist slicing through the air with a hissing sound, creating visible ripples in the atmosphere. Is this the true might of the 9 transformations of spirit patterns body refinement technique? Cui Ming marveled, recognizing that, despite his current physical strength being at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, he could engage even the peak practitioners of the same realm without fear of defeat. Unbeknownst to him, had it been another individual, it would have been impossible to harness this technique to such an extent at the first transformation. As Elder Emo stated, Cui Ming's chakra was significantly purer than ordinary earthly vitality, coupled with enhancements from diverse attributes, which accounted for his remarkable strength. With his body having achieved minor success across all 3 levels, exhibiting no apparent weaknesses, he deemed it prudent to further assess his actual combat prowess. Taking advantage of the tranquil morning hours when few were about, Cui Ming ventured alone to a secluded spot in the outer sect's rear mountain woods. Approaching a boulder nearly his height, he glanced around to ensure he was unobserved, free from the worry of exposure. He positioned himself in a bow stance, feet staggered, and slowly gathered strength in his right fist before striking. This time, he did not engage in body refinement techniques nor employ martial arts. He merely relied on the sheer force of his physical strength. Boom! A fissure erupted at the point of impact on the boulder, swiftly spreading like a spider's web until it covered the entire surface, resulting in the stone shattering into fragments. The power of this punch exceeded Cui Ming's expectations. He believed he could dislodge a piece of stone but never imagined he could obliterate it. This incited even greater anticipation within him regarding the potential of an uninhibited strike. With this thought in mind, Cui Ming unhesitatingly selected another stone, approximately a foot thick. This time, he firmly established his stance, fully unleashing his mid-stage Earth origin realm power. He activated the body refinement technique, allowing the spirit patterns across his body to shimmer with light, continuously supplying energy. Thunderous fist, he exclaimed as he thrust his fist forward. This strike, augmented by both his cultivation and physical prowess, represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. However, contrary to his expectations of the boulder crumbling into dust, he witnessed his right fist, along with his forearm, penetrate the stone, creating a hole devoid of even a single crack around its perimeter. This punch was extraordinarily formidable, requiring immense penetrating power and concentrated force to achieve such an effect. After all, the stone was both hard and brittle. It would either crack or shatter under a heavy blow. Yet, Cui Ming managed to pierce through it, leaving the remaining structure unscathed. Imagine, if one possessed sufficient strength, one could easily smash a hard-skinned watermelon with a single punch. However, to puncture a fragile cookie with merely a finger while ensuring the rest remains intact, would that be feasible? Realizing the astonishing outcome of his own punch left Cui Ming momentarily taken aback. Empowered by the thunderous attribute of the spiritual pattern, Cui Ming felt his punches becoming swifter and more formidable, as if all strength converged at the very tip of his fist, embodying an unstoppable momentum capable of shattering all obstacles. With a flick of his right hand, a stone crumbled effortlessly. Withdrawing his arm, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, experiencing not even the slightest hint of recoil during the strike. Satisfied with the results of his physical prowess, Chui Ming found himself eagerly anticipating the potential enhancement his body could achieve should he master the 9 transformations spiritual pattern refinement technique to its second or even third transformation. Perhaps, as the technique suggested, he could indeed contend with the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm solely through the might of his physical form. Next, he aimed to assess the potency of his ninjutsu. With a mere thought, the wind attribute chakra flowed through his meridians, gradually coalescing in his right palm, where it interacted with the essence of the universe to form a blade of air. This air blade was even more cutting than the one that had previously wounded Zhou Ran, appearing almost tangible. Shimmering with deep blue light, a manifestation of the wind attribute chakra's energy. With the wind cutter technique, Chui Ming raised his hand and struck at the massive stone that had just been pierced by his punch. The air blade shot forth with such incredible speed that the sound of its passage had yet to resonate before it penetrated the stone. A half-meter-long gash appeared on the rock, smooth and precise as if cleaved by a knife, delving deep into its core. Chui Ming inhaled sharply, astonished by the formidable power of this air blade. Should an ordinary mid-level Earth origin realm opponent be struck by such a technique, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries, potentially severing limbs. Even a fellow practitioner of the same rank, enduring his wind cutter technique, would likely bear the marks of its ferocity. Chui Ming now possessed a fundamental understanding of his overall strength, with his current peak mid-level Earth origin cultivation and a solid foundation in body refinement. He could easily dominate all external disciples within the Earth origin realm. Should he ascend to the pinnacle of the late Earth origin realm, he would confidently dare to challenge even those in the early stages of the celestial origin realm. At present, the most urgent matter was to expedite his cultivation. Both body refinement and defensive techniques were merely supplementary means to enhance combat strength, while the cultivation realm itself remained paramount. It was time to prepare for the breakthrough to the late Earth origin realm. Contemplating this, Chui Ming departed the forest and made his way back to his residence. Chapter 9. Undercurrents. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chui Ming, relying on the memories of his predecessor, unearthed a dusty box from the corner beneath his bed. In the years when Elder Ouyang was still alive, under his benevolent care, the sect would provide Chui Ming with a couple of herbs each month. Aware that even with his current physique he could not transcend the shackles of his inability to cultivate, he had preserved some to avoid wastage. Gently caressing the small box, Chui Ming reflected that, to others, these herbs, which barely qualified as spiritual plants, were insignificant. Yet, they represented the essence of his predecessor's life. Perhaps this is the nature of karma. I borrow your body to live anew, and in turn, you rely on my arrival to escape your plight and rise again. The life-prolonging herbs you once saved now serve as my aid in cultivation. A sigh escaped Chui Ming's lips. There were approximately a dozen such spiritual plants. But due to his inadequate preservation methods, some of their spiritual essence had inevitably diminished over time. Fortunately, among them were 2 Earth origin fruits, which are quite beneficial for practitioners at the Earth origin realm, especially when facing a bottleneck. Consuming them could facilitate a breakthrough. It seemed these 2 fruits were bequeathed by Elder Ouyang, along with a gathering essence pill nestled in the box's corner. Despite some loss of potency, together, these 3 items should equate to the effectiveness of a single properly functioning Earth origin fruit. Without further hesitation, Chui Ming settled into a meditative posture, activating his cultivation technique, and casually plucked a spiritual plant to consume. Upon breaking its skin, a bitter juice filled his mouth, eventually transforming into pure essence that surged into his dantian. Under the influence of the spiritual plant's medicinal properties, the wood attribute chakra within Chui Ming suddenly became invigorated. After all, spiritual herbs are a form of wood attribute energy, stemming from the same origin. The wood attribute chakra coursed through his meridians, merging with the energy of the herb, expediting Chui Ming's absorption and refinement process. Evidently, these spiritual plants still held some efficacy, alleviating Chui Ming's concerns. Now at the pinnacle of the mid-Earth origin realm, he was but a step away from the later stage. His ambition was to leverage the next 20 days to exert his utmost effort and break through to the celestial origin realm. Since the announcement of the inner sect disciple selection tournament, the tranquility of the outer sect had been irrevocably disrupted. Some disciples, having reached the late Earth origin realm and brimming with confidence in their abilities, were fervently engaged in their training, striving to make further advancements before the selection commenced. Meanwhile, those who believed themselves incapable of securing an inner sect position began fervently discussing the potential rankings of the participants in the tournament. I believe that Chu Xiong's victory in this inner sect selection is a foregone conclusion. I heard that a few days ago. Chu Yuan came from the inner sect specifically to provide Chu Xiong with several pills, assisting him in breaking through to the late celestial origin realm. Who else in the outer sect possesses such prowess? While high cultivation certainly confers advantages, it should not be regarded as the sole measure of worth. I contend that even though Shi Yin is merely at the mid-celestial origin realm, he has chosen the path of body refinement, which may prove formidable. Moreover, he is a fervent aggressor. Should a confrontation arise, Chu Xiong may find it difficult to withstand. As for Shi Yin, I suspect he is not yet up to par. Although he possesses formidable physical strength, Chu Xiong can easily maintain his distance and gradually exhaust his opponent. In my opinion, senior sister Lin Xian exhibits greater prowess. Her practiced agility is elusive and difficult to decipher, allowing her to launch unexpected assaults that might compensate for any disparity in cultivation level. The discussions among the crowd waxed and waned, with each person holding steadfast to their views, until a voice emerged. What do you all think about Cui Ming, who recently made quite a stir? Will he participate in this selection, and what rank might he achieve? This statement sent ripples through the assembly, momentarily silencing the room before igniting a fervent debate. Cui Ming? For many years, he had shown no signs of cultivation talent and was deemed a failure. Yet, in a mere few days, he ascended to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, effortlessly defeating Zhou Ran, who was of comparable strength. If he truly undergoes a metamorphosis, soaring at such an astonishing pace, it is conceivable he might even break through to the celestial origin realm, or at the very least attain the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, rendering him formidable against Chu Xiong and Shi Yin. I remain unconvinced. Even if he cultivates rapidly this month, he will likely only reach the late stage of the Earth origin realm. Even if he manages to elevate his cultivation to the celestial origin realm, he would still be no match for Chu Xiong, Shi Yin, and others. Both perspectives regarding Cui Ming garnered considerable agreement, as his name had been the subject of much discourse in recent days. Yet whether he could emerge as a dark horse or fade back into obscurity would ultimately depend on his performance on the day of the competition. As the outside world speculated, Chu Xiong, with the assistance of his brother, had indeed successfully entered the late stage of the celestial origin realm and was now focused on solidifying his cultivation while arranging for several subordinates to secure spots in the inner sect. Boss, now that you have reached the late stage of the celestial origin realm, I believe the championship title is yours for the taking. Furthermore, Cui Ming will surely participate. We must seize the opportunity to incapacitate him. Zhou Ran gazed at Chu Xiong with a sycophantic expression, but his face twisted with animosity at the mention of Cui Ming. Humph! How dare you speak? You were defeated by a mere failure. What have you accomplished? Chu Xiong reprimanded Zhou Ran, his expression a mixture of disappointment and disdain, showing no regard for Cui Ming. In the entire outer sect, only Xiao Han is worthy to be my rival. This individual achieved the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm even before me, and I cannot believe he is yet to advance. Chu Xiong's brazen remarks about this Xiao Han suggest that the latter's strength should not be underestimated. Chu Xiong then commanded, arrange for 2 capable individuals at the late stage of the Earth origin realm to participate in the arena competition. With their cultivation level, they are likely to encounter Cui Ming within a round or 2, and their sole objective is to cripple this brat. Should anything go awry, I will take responsibility. Understood. Boss, came the reply. Upon hearing that the focus would be on Cui Ming, Zhou Ran could not help but display a smile of delight. The past few days had been exceedingly suffocating, with the entire outer sect engaged in discussions about how Cui Ming had bested him. If he could witness Cui Ming's downfall during the grand competition, it would certainly serve as a form of retribution. Meanwhile, within a cave on the back mountain of the outer sect, Xiao Han sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint chill. As Chu Xiong had surmised, Xiao Han had indeed reached the late stage of the Tian Yuan realm, perhaps even surpassing Chu Xiong in strength. Senior brother Xiao, someone reported. Chu Xiong has begun to make moves, seemingly planning to target Cui Ming during the grand competition. However, in the past 2 weeks, we have discovered no information regarding Cui Ming. It appears he is in seclusion. A person entered the cave to update Xiao Han on the current circumstances regarding Chu Xiong and Cui Ming. But he was perplexed as to why Cui Ming warranted such attention and could not refrain from asking. Xiao Han merely smiled and shook his head slightly, saying, Chu Xiong is nothing more than a buffoon, relying on the influence of his brother, an inner sect disciple, to assert his dominance in the outer sect. As for Cui Ming, he is indeed quite intriguing. Seeing that the visitor remained perplexed, Xiao Han chose not to elaborate further, instead recalling a recent incident when he had inadvertently witnessed a figure practicing stealthily in the back mountain. With this thought, A glimmer of insight flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. As time passed, the grand competition approached, with merely 2 days remaining. That very night, Cui Ming concluded his training and emerged from seclusion. At that moment, his aura was restrained, rendering it difficult to discern his level of attainment. However, his gaze had grown deeper, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Chu Xiong, I have prepared a grand gift for you this time. Do not refuse it, Cui Ming mused, gazing at the moonlight outside, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 10. The commencement of the grand tournament time, like a fleeting steed, has swiftly ushered in the day of the Outer Sect's grand tournament. The entire Outer Sect is abuzz with excitement, for this event occurs once every 3 years, marking a significant occasion for the selection of inner sect disciples. In the martial arena of the Outer Sect, for platforms, each spanning several tens of feet, are arranged in a straight line at the center. These platforms are constructed entirely from profound crystal rock, capable of withstanding assaults from peak practitioners of the Tianyuan realm without sustaining a scratch. Surrounding the platforms is a circle of spectator stands, with a designated area for elders and officiating elders overseeing the matches set aside closer to the action. At this moment, numerous disciples have already taken their places in the stands, securing advantageous spots for observing the competition. As time progresses, the number of spectators increases, with even some inner sect disciples coming to witness the spectacle. Look, the figure approaching from that direction is none other than Zhou Ran, renowned as the foremost practitioner of body refinement in the Outer Sect. With his muscular physique, he could likely vanquish any practitioner at the early stages of the Tianyuan realm with sheer physical prowess. Ah, and here comes senior sister Lin Xian. A gasp escapes someone's lips, and instantly, more eyes turn towards her as whispers and discussions grow louder. After all, in any setting, beauty invariably captivates more attention than brawn. Other disciples intending to participate in the selection also begin to filter in one after another. What of Cui Ming? Will he participate? Just days ago, he was the center of attention. Here he comes. Cui Ming has arrived. Clad in a black robe, he strides calmly toward the platform. His breathing is steady, his aura contained, and under the protection of the system. Unless one's cultivation vastly surpasses his, none of the gathered disciples can discern his true level of prowess. Observing Cui Ming's composed demeanor, one might speculate he has also reached the Tianyuan realm. In just a month's time, what an extraordinary talent he is. But what does a breakthrough matter? Brother Chu has already attained the late stages of the Tianyuan realm. Even if Cui Ming ascends the platform, it would merely be an act of self-humiliation. Discussion surrounding Cui Ming swells, a cacophony of praises and criticisms, yet he remains oblivious, merely surveying the crowd as if searching for someone. Brother Chu has arrived. A few of Chu Xiong's companions exclaim in delight upon seeing him enter. Casting knowing glances in Cui Ming's direction, their faces brimming with arrogance, intent on intensifying the pressure on Cui Ming. Cui Ming looks up at the sound and locks eyes with Chu Xiong, who glances at him mockingly, his lips moving silently but unmistakably forming the word waste. This ignites the emotions of the nearby disciples, who eagerly anticipate a confrontation between Chu Xiong and Cui Ming, wondering if Cui Ming will indeed surprise them or fall woefully short before Chu Xiong's might. In response to Chu Xiong's provocation, Cui Ming remains unperturbed, his gaze momentarily cold before he nonchalantly withdraws his attention. After the passage of another half an incense stick's worth of time, all disciples participating in the inner sect selection have gathered. Among the participants, the most popular were undoubtedly Xiao Han and Chu Xiong, as these two had always been at odds with each other, and they were the sole practitioners at the late stage of the celestial origin realm on the field. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the champion would likely emerge from the clash between these two. Following closely were Zhou Ran and Lin Xian, both at the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm. One possessed formidable physical strength while the other exhibited unparalleled agility. Once all participants had registered, the vice sect leader, acting as the supervisor for this selection competition, signaled to the elder in charge that the match could commence. The elder ascended the platform and announced the selection rules to all competing disciples and the audience. A total of 128 individuals were participating in the tournament, which would be conducted through random draws for one-on-one battles. The matches would continue until one party was either forced off the platform or surrendered. During the fights, lethal force was prohibited. Otherwise, disqualification and penalties would ensue. Ultimately, the top 16 would be chosen to gain entry as inner disciples. Furthermore, those ranked higher and showcasing exceptional performance might attract the attention of an elder wishing to take them as disciples. The top 3 would receive additional rewards from the sect. With the rules articulated, the tournament officially commenced. At the elder's command, the selection began in earnest. According to the draw, 2 disciples took their positions on each of the 4 platforms to engage in combat. The initial bouts mostly involved disciples at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Although the exchanges were spirited, it was evident that the audience's focus lay elsewhere. I concede. After several matches on one platform, a disciple at the late stage of the Earth origin realm glanced at Chu Xiong opposite him, feeling unfortunate to face such a fierce opponent in the very first round. Lacking any desire to contest, he opted to surrender outright. Similarly, Shi Yin and Lin Xian found themselves in a comparable situation, both yielding without conflict and advancing to the next round. The most unfortunate was a disciple who had already stepped into the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm, facing Zhou Ran directly. However, he did not immediately concede. Instead, he offered a wry smile and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I am aware of my inferiority to Brother Xiao, yet I hope to receive your guidance." Zhou Ran nodded in approval, replying, "No problem, you may strike at will." Recognizing that this individual was on the verge of a breakthrough, Zhou Ran was more than willing to lend a helping hand. The disciple's expression grew solemn as he unleashed his full potential, demonstrating the pinnacle of the early stage of the celestial origin realm. Cold sea palm. With a soft shout, he rotated his arms in a manner reminiscent of embracing Tai Chi, ultimately positioning them before his chest. With a swift step, he surged towards Zhou Ran with astonishing speed. Delivering a palm strike towards Zhou Ran's chest, his palm brimming with energy that radiated like cold air, transforming his hand into a lustrous white. Zhou Ran was taken aback. It was no wonder this individual, fully aware of his disadvantage, still sought counsel. It turned out that the cultivation technique he practiced bore similarities to Zhou Ran's own, both being based on the cold attribute. Facing this palm strike, Zhou Ran remained unfazed, merely retreating half a step while raising his right hand to meet it. As Zhou Ran activated his technique, cold energy swirled around him, and his palm was shrouded in a delicate layer of white mist. However, there was a significant distinction between the two. This individual's cold energy was a result of his technique, which had transformed his essence into frigid energy through rigorous cultivation. Zhou Ran possessed a unique constitution. The chilling aura enveloping him stemmed from the coldness of his body, causing moisture in the air to condense. When their palms met, the individual felt an undeniable difference in Zhou Ran. Upon touching the icy hand, he sensed that even his own cold-attributed energy was on the verge of disintegration beneath that touch. At the moment their palms collided, a piercing cold surged along his arm's meridians, sweeping through his entire being. His body seemed to momentarily numb, and realizing the peril, he instinctively retreated. Yet, Zhou Ran pursued him relentlessly, denying him the opportunity to evade. He closed the distance, delivering successive strikes to the opponent's chest, shoulders, and back. Just as the man was about to concede, Zhou Ran struck at his dantian. Instantly, the man felt an encroaching chill invading his dantian, even causing the swirling cold energy within to stagnate. In a panic, he hastily declared his surrender and seated himself to circulate his energy. However, he soon discovered that this chill inflicted no harm. Rather, it rendered his energy even more pure. Moments later, an unusual fluctuation emanated from within him. He had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm. Overjoyed, he rose and clasped his fist toward Zhou Ran, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Xiao, for your assistance. I am Shen Feng, and should you ever require aid, I shall surely repay today's kindness." Zhou Ran smiled gently. "No need for such formality. Let us proceed, for others await." Next, it was Cui Ming's turn to take the stage, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present, as they were eager to witness the extent of his abilities. Chu Xiong and his companions watched intently as Cui Ming faced an opponent who was a peak disciple of the Earth origin realm. While not the absolute pinnacle, this adversary was formidable enough to gauge Cui Ming's strength. "Junior Brother Cui, I have heard of your exploits, but I have already attained the peak of the Earth origin realm and followed the path of physical refinement. Though you may have broken through to the later stage within this month, you are no match for me. Surrender now." His words were not boastful, as he possessed the requisite strength, and others, too, did not believe Cui Ming could achieve such prowess in a mere month. "Senior brother, please feel free to strike. The truth will reveal itself," Cui Ming replied calmly, exuding confidence. Sensing Cui Ming's assurance, the opponent did not dare to underestimate him. With a leap, he soared into the air, coiling his fists to strike directly at Cui Ming's head. The spectators below envisioned the scene of Cui Ming being struck down. Yet what transpired next surpassed their wildest imaginations. Without displaying any visible cultivation or additional movemts, Chui Ming simply opened his palm and effortlessly caught the forceful blow, not budging an inch. As the opponent descended, Chui Ming softly remarked, "Forgive me, senior brother." With that, he pivoted, delivering a whip-like kick to the man's side, sending him crashing off the stage. In that moment, the crowd was left utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Chapter 11. Defeating Rivals Thud. The disciple at the pinnacle of the Earth Origin realm fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, having suffered a significant blow to his ribs. His body curled up like a shrimp, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Chui Ming on the stage. The effortless palm strike and the fierce whip kick executed by Chui Ming replayed in his mind. Despite his pride in his physical strength, he believed that even against a disciple at the early stage of the celestial origin realm, he could hold his own. In fact, most early-stage celestial origin disciples would hesitate to take his punch head-on. The outcome was uncertain. Could it be that Chui Ming had already stepped into the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm? Impossible. Just a month ago, he was still at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. There was no way he could have advanced to the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm. The thought was terrifying. He simply could not fathom how Chui Ming had achieved this. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused that if Chui Ming was considered a waste, then what did that make the vast majority of outer disciples, including himself? After a few breaths of stunned silence, the entire martial arena erupted in a clamor. What? Am I dreaming? Chui Ming just kicked a peak Earth origin disciple into the air. Brother Liu could hold his own against early-stage celestial origin disciples. And Chui Ming won so effortlessly. This must mean he is at least stronger than the average early-stage celestial origin disciple. The expressions of most disciples were filled with shock and disbelief, but the ones with the most disconcerted looks were undoubtedly Chu Xiong and Zhou Ran. Chu Xiong had hoped to gauge Chui Ming's true capabilities through this battle, only to discover that Chui Ming hadn't even revealed his genuine strength while easily defeating a peak Earth origin disciple. Zhou Ran, pale with fear, stammered, "Chu, this Chui Ming." Silence. Chu Xiong interrupted Zhou Ran sharply, his disappointment palpable. It was merely a victory over an Earth origin disciple. What is the fuss about? It was not only the disciples who were astonished. Even the elders seated in the distinguished area watched with keen interest, especially Imo Chi Feng, who was stunned by Chui Ming's performance. While he was aware of Chui Ming's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated such a remarkable display. Chui Ming calmly descended from the stage, ignoring the ardent and shocked gazes of the crowd, and sought out Chu Xiong amidst the throng, his fighting spirit burning ever brighter. Chu Xiong felt the pressure intensify. It was not merely the strength of the opponent that was daunting, but the mystery surrounding him made it all the more intimidating. One could not ascertain where the limits of such a formidable foe lay or what hidden cards he might possess. With the first round concluded, 64 outer disciples were eliminated, and the second round of competition commenced. In this round, Chui Ming faced a disciple at the early stage of the celestial origin realm, a standout among the outer disciples, second only to Shi Yan and Lin Xian. Having learned from the previous encounter, this opponent dared not show any sign of complacency. Although he was at the celestial origin realm, his cultivation was superior to that of the previous combatant, yet Chui Ming's level of power remained an enigma. "I am Zhao Xian. I humbly request your guidance, Brother Chui." Zhao Xian was the first to speak, revealing his identity, which indicated the significance he placed on Chui Ming. "Brother Zhao, please." Chui Ming clasped his fists in salute, then positioned his feet apart, adopting a stance. As Chui Ming executed this movement, several spectators around him displayed looks of understanding. It seemed that the celestial origin realm posed a considerable pressure on Chui Ming, unlike his previous nonchalance. Zhao Xian dared not underestimate his opponent and initiated the attack. His vital energy surged, with faint arcs of electricity visibly coursing across his skin. Boom. Zhao Xian's speed was astonishing, his fists like thunder. Chui Ming barely had time for effective defense, hastily crossing his arms over his chest just in time to withstand the blow, which forced him back several steps. The murmurs among the audience rose once more. Was Chui Ming truly going to falter against someone from the celestial origin realm? Realizing his rapid strike had caught Chui Ming off guard, Zhao Xian capitalized on his speed advantage and unleashed a relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Punches, palms, elbows, and knees rained down upon Chui Ming. Compared to the Earth origin realm, the celestial origin realm's superiority lay in its ability to control power with exquisite precision, significantly reducing energy expenditure. Zhao Xian's outwardly released vital energy was merely a manifestation of his cultivation, Yet he refrained from wasting energy during his assault. Instead, the swirling arcs of electricity converged upon his fists, palms, and elbows at the moment of impact, maximizing energy utilization. Observing Cui Ming's continued defensiveness, Chu Xiong below could not suppress a derisive laugh. Humph, thought you were formidable, cloaked in mystery, yet you can't even stand against an initial stage celestial origin realm fighter. Cui Ming, what do you possess to contend with me? Beside him, Zhao Xian quickly echoed. Indeed, the moment you faced the celestial origin realm, your flaws were laid bare. This time, Cui Ming is destined to falter. Before Chu Xiong and Zhao Xian could finish their discussion, the situation on stage shifted. The ability to paralyze the opponent's muscle at the impact point, coupled with such fierce and rapid attacks, was this a thunder attribute technique? As Cui Ming defended against Zhao Xian's onslaught, he analyzed the circumstances. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. No longer passive, he seized the moment and countered Zhao Xian with a punch. This time, Cui Ming's arm trembled slightly, while Zhao Xian staggered back several steps. Recognizing the principle of one surge leads to another decline, Cui Ming erupted with a speed surpassing Zhao Xian's, exploiting the brief opening to launch a fierce counterattack. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, with Zhao Xian now on the receiving end of Cui Ming's assault. This was the first time in several rounds that Cui Ming had taken such an active role in the fight. After a flurry of attacks, the two separated momentarily. At this point, Zhao Xian was thoroughly astonished, utterly bewildered as to how his advantage had been overturned. Looking up once more at Cui Ming, he froze. He realized that Cui Ming had ceased to conceal his cultivation. It was precisely this revelation that left Zhao Xian incredulous. For Cui Ming's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. Indeed, Cui Ming has not successfully stepped into the celestial origin realm. He has merely reached the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, on the verge of a breakthrough. However, this alone would not have astonished Zhao Xian to such an extent. What instilled a sense of danger in him was the myriad of intricate patterns subtly shimmering within Cui Ming's body, lightning attribute bone tempering spirit patterns. Upon closer inspection, the count of these spirit patterns had reached 72, signifying that Cui Ming had cultivated his bone tempering to the second transformation. Coupled with the peculiar nature of chakra, the energy fluctuations from these 72 lightning attribute spirit patterns were already comparable to the early stages of the celestial origin realm. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Cui Ming was exceedingly extraordinary, although he had not yet broken through to the celestial origin realm. Achieving the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm in just over a month from being devoid of energy was a feat that even the most gifted disciples within the inner sect could hardly attain. The notion of an Earth origin cultivator overpowering one of the celestial origin realm felt like a surreal dream. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Cui Ming launched another attack on Zhao Xian. His fist, akin to a rumbling thunder and as swift as lightning, was charged with the energy of 72 lightning attribute spirit patterns, resembling a soaring dragon as it charged towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's expression shifted drastically. The power of this punch exceeded his expectations, far surpassing the might of his own strongest strike. He immediately summoned his energy to form a protective shield before him. Yet, with a spurt of blood, Zhao Xian's shield was instantly torn apart and struck in the chest, causing his vitality to surge uncontrollably. "I have lost," Zhao Xian uttered, already wounded and devoid of the strength to continue, as he departed the arena with a heavy heart. A profound silence enveloped the venue once more. No one could have anticipated that Cui Ming would emerge as the dark horse of this selection tournament, sending a peak Earth origin cultivator flying off the stage, while still inflicting injury upon one of Celestial Origin's early-stage practitioners. In stark contrast, Cui Ming remained unaffected, his energy surging, still in peak condition. I truly underestimated him. I did not foresee that the so-called waste possesses some degree of strength. Yet, in my eyes, a mere Earth origin cultivator remains insufficient. I shall personally attend to him and render him powerless. Chu Xiong's expression darkened like a stormy sea, his gaze fixated on Cui Ming. A growing intent to kill brewing within him. The tumult caused by Cui Ming was far from over. In the subsequent 2 rounds, he faced a disciple of the Earth origin realm and another who had just entered the Celestial origin realm. Both of them exhibited no fighting spirit and conceded defeat without hesitation. It was laughable. To be struck down by a single punch from someone at the early Celestial origin level was an encounter that required at least a mid-level Celestial origin practitioner to contend with. Thus, Cui Ming effortlessly advanced to the top 8. In light of this dramatic turn of events, the disciples below, as well as the elders present, had grown numb. At this moment, All attention was fixated on Chui Ming, surpassing that of the other competitors, as everyone speculated whether he could continue his astonishing performance. Chapter 12. The Battle of Physical Cultivation. After 4 rounds of fierce competition in the inner sect disciple selection, the top 8 contenders have emerged. As anticipated, Xiao Han, Chu Xiong, Lin Xian, Shi Yan, and Chui Ming have all secured their places among the elite, alongside 3 other formidable practitioners in the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm. The battle among the top 8 signifies that the selection has reached a boiling point. Any subsequent match would be incomparable to the earlier rounds. Thus, from this stage onward, the competition will no longer occur across 4 platforms simultaneously. Instead, the matches will proceed sequentially according to the draw. Following the draw, fortune smiled upon Xiao Han, Chu Xiong, and Lin Xian, as they did not face each other but instead encountered other mid-stage Tianyuan disciples. Meanwhile, the well-known figures, Chui Ming and Shi Yan, would be pitted against each other in this round. Notably, Shi Yan is celebrated as the foremost physical cultivator among the outer sect disciples and is also at the pinnacle of the mid-stage Tianyuan realm. Chui Ming, on the other hand, has garnered considerable attention due to his remarkable performances in the previous rounds. As the 4th round commenced, the outcome was, without question, decisive. Both Xiao Han and Chu Xiong, with their late-stage Tianyuan cultivation, effortlessly eliminated their opponents. Although Lin Xian did not possess a cultivation advantage, she successfully dispatched her adversary with her elusive movement techniques, requiring minimal effort. The focal point of the event was undoubtedly the impending clash between Chui Ming and Shi Yan. On the stage, the two stood approximately a yard apart, their tension palpable even before the battle began. The other 3 matches concluded swiftly, lacking any noteworthy spectacle, leading the audience to place their hopes for excitement squarely on the impending duel between Chui Ming and Shi Yan. Some skeptics doubted Chui Ming's endurance, as the reputation of the outer sect's leading physical cultivator was not merely an empty title. On the stage, both combatants readied themselves. Shi Yan, as a physical cultivator, emphasized the principle of overpowering strength, engaging his opponent in close combat until they could no longer withstand his assault. He resembled a bear on the hunt, needing only to charge forth and, with his overwhelming might, snap the neck of his prey. In contrast, Chui Ming stood relaxed, his hands hanging loosely, his focus sharpened. He practiced the art of patience, remaining still while his adversary was unmoving, yet ready to strike first at the slightest movement from the opponent. Shi Yan had observed Chui Ming's previous battles. Even if Chui Ming concealed some of his strength, Shi Yan believed that, given their significant difference in cultivation levels, it was improbable for anyone to defeat a physical cultivator of 2 realms higher. Thus, Shi Yan unleashed his full power from the outset, although it did not reach the level of exertion required for combat against an equally matched opponent. The moment Shi Yan made his move, Chui Ming reacted accordingly, activating the 9-turn spiritual pattern body refinement technique. Ethereal patterns enveloped his body, and 72 lightning attribute patterns infused his right fist, converging at the tip of his knuckles, where arcs of electricity danced and sparks flickered. Chui Ming was acutely aware that his opponent surpassed him in both cultivation and physical prowess. Thus, even in this initial probing strike, he unleashed his most formidable punch, empowered by peak earth origin realm cultivation and the second transformation of the bone-tempering spirit patterns. Bang! The 2 fists collided, releasing a tremendous burst of energy that created visible ripples in the air, radiating outward from the point of contact. Onlookers with lower cultivation levels instinctively covered their ears. After the strike, Shi Yan merely felt a slight numbness from the lightning attribute power, with no other peculiar sensations. In stark contrast, Chui Ming was sent flying several yards, his forearm numb and aching from the overwhelming force, the skin on his knuckles splitting, nearly exposing the bone beneath. Observing this scene, Shi Yan cheerfully remarked, "Junior brother Chui, to defeat someone in the early celestial origin realm with your peak earth origin realm cultivation is indeed remarkable. If you were to enter the celestial origin realm, your body refinement techniques could ascend to a new level, making you a worthy opponent. However, at present, you are still no match for me." Chui Ming did not contest this observation. Instead, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging, at this level, "I cannot hope to contend with senior brother Shi, who is renowned as the foremost body refiner among the outer sect. After all, that punch has already left me injured. Yet, do not assume that this is all I am capable of." "Oh, are you implying that your true strength exceeds this?" Shi Yan inquired, surprised yet eager to see what hidden abilities Chui Ming possessed. The audience erupted once more, astonished that Chui Ming still had strength in reserve. With unwavering resolve, Chui Ming activated the 9 transformations spirit patterns body refinement technique, and a dense array of spirit pattern marks reappeared around him, this time in even greater numbers. 72 lightning attribute bone tempering spirit patterns. 72 wood attribute body forging spirit patterns. 72 fire attribute skin refining spirit patterns. Thus, the 9 transformation spirit patterns body refinement technique had reached its second transformation, granting him physical strength on par with the mid-celestial origin realm. The injuries he sustained from the previous clash healed at a visibly rapid pace, a testament to the efficacy of the wood attribute spirit patterns. Coupled with the enhancement from his chakra attributes, Chui Ming, upon achieving the second transformation of his body refinement technique, had firmly stepped into the ranks of peak mid-celestial origin realm cultivators. This time, Shi Yin was genuinely shocked. Although Chui Ming was still in the Earth origin realm, the fluctuation emanating from his body unmistakably exuded the oppressive aura of the mid-celestial origin realm, and his strength was now nearly on par with Shi Yan's own. The crowd, including many disciples and elders, erupted in astonishment once again, realizing how adept Chui Ming was at concealing his true power. Just when everyone thought he had revealed all, he managed to surpass their expectations once more. Senior brother Shi, you should be cautious, Chui Ming declared as he launched the first offensive with all his might, delivering another punch that was worlds apart from the previous one. Enhanced by the second transformation of the spirit patterns, his fist was enveloped in a web of energy composed of intertwining arcs and sparks, exuding an unparalleled force. Before Chui Ming entered seclusion, he had already discovered that the body-refining spirit patterns could enhance the power of his martial arts. Even after exhausting all the spiritual herbs he had accumulated, he did not manage to break through to the celestial origin realm. Thus, he devoted all his energy to engraving spirit patterns, fully cultivating the 9 revolution spirit pattern body refining technique to its second transformation. Beyond this, he pondered how to seamlessly integrate the spirit patterns into each of his movements. Faced with the ferocious punch that was hurtling toward him, Shi Yin gathered all his focus. Chui Ming, without reservation, was indeed worthy of his utmost effort. Falling star, ether rift, Shi Yin bellowed, channeling strength into his legs and launching himself toward Chui Ming like an arrow released from a bow. His right fist, aglow with brilliance, surged forward with all his might. From a distance, Shi Yan's right fist appeared as a meteor streaking across the sky, piercing through the darkness, and collided once more with Chui Ming. Boom! The deafening sound of their clash resonated from the center of the arena. Judging solely from the fluctuations of their vital energies, it was undeniably a peak confrontation of mid-celestial origin martial arts. No other disciple could replicate such an intense battle at this level. As the energy dissipated, both combatants retreated about a foot, evenly matched. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. What? Shi Yin, relying solely on his physical prowess, failed to gain the upper hand? Is Chui Ming's cultivation technique truly this formidable? He has yet to break into the celestial origin realm, and yet he stands unscathed against someone 2 realms above him. This is indeed extraordinary. The elders also expressed their amazement. When silent, one may be overlooked. Yet, when one speaks, they astonish all. Although several years were lost in cultivation, based on today's display, it was clear that he was destined for greatness. Imo Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with admiration as he closely observed Chui Ming. The young man's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Imo had initially believed that Chui Ming possessed commendable talent and should receive superior guidance, which is why he had persuaded him to participate in the selection process for an intersect quota. Little did he expect Chui Ming to be such a prodigy, defying the celestial origin realm within just over a month of training. This revelation sparked new ambitions within Imo Qifeng. What a thrill, junior brother Chui. No one has ever fought me so passionately, relying solely on physical strength. You must give your all. Do not disappoint me. After landing a punch, Shi Yin was exhilarated, for no one had ever engaged him in such a manner. Chui Ming smiled in response, sensing that Shi Yin was a decent fellow, straightforward and lacking in guile, worthy of forging a friendship. Senior brother Shi, no problem at all. I too wish to test the limits of my month-esh training. I hope you will impart your teachings generously. Listening to the banter between the two on stage, Chu Xiong, who had previously looked down on Chui Ming, now regarded him with newfound seriousness. He had not anticipated that Chui Ming could reach such heights against this formidable opponent, despite having achieved the late celestial origin realm himself. He knew that if Shi Yin seized an opportunity to engage him in close combat, he would certainly Chapter 13, Breakthrough. Celestial origin realm on the arena. The silhouettes of Cui Ming and Shi Yin intertwined continuously, each contact echoing with the explosive sounds of clashing fists and feet. It resembled a fierce struggle between two ferocious beasts, their ferocity evident, eliciting gasps from the disciples below. The previous move, Meteor, shattering the firmament, was his signature technique. Possessing immense power, yet it had failed to yield any results, having been countered by Cui Ming. This ignited the fighting spirit within Shi Yin, intensifying his assault. Shi Yin's fists were akin to twin hammers, each strike imbued with the force to shatter mountains, targeting Cui Ming relentlessly. Meanwhile, Cui Ming adeptly maneuvered with the swiftness granted by his lightning attribute spirit patterns, effortlessly evading Shi Yin's attacks. At times, he would infuse his right fist with lightning fire spirit patterns, engaging Shi Yin in fierce exchanges. In a brief span, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. It was Shi Yin who faltered first, primarily due to the fact that despite being in the celestial origin realm's mid-stage, he was unable to contend with someone clearly at the earth origin realm. An unease began to swell within him. Fearing that a prolonged stalemate would provide Cui Ming the opportunity to exploit a weakness and eliminate him. Cui Shitty, I shall no longer entertain you. It is time to get serious. Let us see if you can withstand my next move. Shi Yin took a moment to distance himself from Cui Ming, speaking as he sought to steady his breath. Upon hearing Shi Yin's words, Cui Ming sensed that a pivotal moment in their battle was approaching. This could very well be Shi Yin's final move. If he could withstand it, the outcome remained uncertain. If he could not, his journey in this selection competition would come to an abrupt halt. Channeling the 9 transformation spirit pattern body refinement technique to its utmost, Cui Ming carefully observed Shi Yin's next move, his mind alert and taut, prepared to respond to Shi Yin's attack in the shortest possible time. Shi Yin placed his palms together, stacking them before his chest, resembling the embrace of the moon. Energy began to coalesce in his palms, forming 2 swirling vortices of black and white qi that rotated towards each other. The edges of these vortices curved inward, creating 2 hemispherical shapes that ultimately merged into a singular energy sphere, rotating in opposite directions and radiating a gentle glow. As the energy gathered, the sphere became increasingly resplendent. Spinning slowly under the influence of the qi vortices, the black and white energy shimmering alternately within. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the phases of the moon. The counter-rotating energies imbued with a mysterious force. With a light exclamation, Shi Yin gradually parted his palms, causing the energy sphere to split into 2. One black and one white, resembling the new moon and the full moon resting upon his hands. Cui Ming fixated on Shi Yin's palms, sensing the fluctuations of energy and detecting a whiff of danger. Evidently, this was Shi Yin's ultimate technique. Shi Yin's entire form began to shimmer and waver. To Cui Ming's eyes, Shi Yin's movements were imbued with a unique rhythm, retreating like the ebbing tide and advancing like a surging wave of wolves. As Shi Yin continuously maneuvered closer to himself, his momentum intensified, and it seemed he could unleash a formidable strike at any moment. Moonquake, new and full. A fleeting voice reverberated across the arena. Given the speed at which Shi Yin's form shifted, Cui Ming found it increasingly difficult to discern his opponent's position, necessitating constant vigilance to the changes around him. Suddenly, Cui Ming sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from his left side. He swiftly twisted his waist, channeling all his spirit patterns to deliver a punch in that direction. Cui Ming's fist collided with Shi Yin's left palm, and he felt as if the opposing hand was as heavy as a mountain, exerting an all-encompassing pressure upon him. In that instant of contact, he was sent flying backward like a severed kite. Moreover, the special hidden force contained within that palm shattered his sleeve, transmitting a violent impact directly into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Cui Ming was injured. Gasps erupted from the audience. This was the first time Cui Ming had shown signs of distress since taking the stage, and the severity of his injuries suggested that he might indeed falter here. The disparity between Cui Ming and Shi Yin was stark. Shi Yin's cultivation overwhelmed Cui Ming, and his physical prowess was also superior, leaving little hope for Cui Ming's victory. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Cui Ming fervently activated the wood attribute spirit patterns to mend his wounds. Yet, a sudden glimmer of hope surged within him, a joy that was indescribable. As he assessed his body, he realized that despite the injuries he had sustained, the impact of Shi Yin's force had caused a slight loosening of the bottleneck he faced in breaking through to the celestial origin realm. Glancing at Shi Yin's palm, which contained the essence of lunar phases, and weighing his injuries, he made a reckless decision. He resolved to use Shi Yin's power in their clash to shatter his own limitations. Once he stepped into the celestial origin realm, defeating Chu Xiong would surely follow. Without hesitation, Zhou Ran summoned all his cultivation, forming a blade of energy the size of a foot. Executing the wind escape, wind-slash technique towards Chu Xiong, propelling himself forward simultaneously. At the moment Chu Xiong raised his hand to disperse the energy blade, Zhou Ran seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch. Chu Xiong reacted swiftly, extending his other hand in a crescent moon gesture towards Zhou Ran. Boom! A violent wave of energy engulfed the entire arena, and predictably, Zhou Ran was once again sent flying. However, this time, he possessed foresight. As he threw his punch, he had already gathered all his would attribute spirit patterns into his right arm, using their power to mitigate the transmission of the hidden force within Chu Xiong's palm technique, which proved effective. The dark energy transmitted into his body could be endured solely by the strength of his physique. Nevertheless, the crescent moon signified the pinnacle of the moon's fullness, and this strike bore even greater power and intensity than the last. Withstanding this blow, Zhou Ran's finger bone shattered, and tiny fissures appeared on his arm, with blood seeping out. Though Zhou Ran found himself in a dire state, the increasing looseness of his bottleneck filled him with burgeoning hope. Disregarding his injuries, he forced himself to draw a breath, invoking the protective wood spirit pattern to safeguard his body, and once more engaged in a fierce exchange with Chu Xiong. This time, Zhou Ran fell to the ground and could not rise again immediately. Ultimately, Zhou Ran had succumbed to defeat. Whispers fluttered through the audience, although Zhou Ran had lost. The sheer tenacity he displayed against Chu Xiong, despite their disparity in cultivation, was nothing short of astonishing. A hint of smug satisfaction curled at the corners of Chu Xiong's mouth. You, a mere earth element realm practitioner, have already garnered enough attention. You are unworthy to continue in the upcoming matches. Return and cleanse your neck. For once I claim the championship, I shall deal with you. After a few breaths, Chu Xiong, noticing Zhou Ran's apparent inability to rise, slowly approached him. Given the rules of the competition forbidding lethal force, Zhou Ran was rendered incapable of further resistance. By merely casting him off the arena, Chu Xiong would declare victory. It was time to conclude. Just as Chu Xiong was merely 2 steps away from Zhou Ran, hands outstretched to lift him, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A soft sigh emanated from Zhou Ran's direction, and then Chu Xiong witnessed Zhou Ran gradually standing upright, calm and composed, shedding the earlier disarray. Suddenly, Chu Xiong retreated sharply, sensing an ominous aura emanating from Zhou Ran. The aura of the celestial element realm. Indeed, after enduring several clashes with Chu Xiong, Zhou Ran had finally shattered the bottleneck of his cultivation, forcibly channeling his entire essence to break through, stepping into the celestial element realm. Immediately, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the new realm of celestial element. You shall receive the Sharingan, the body technique Leaf Whirlwind, and the C-rank ninjutsu fire style, Great Fireball technique as rewards for your breakthrough. Please check your mailbox. Simultaneously, his injuries were mended. Zhou Ran was overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated such generosity from the system, which even granted him the Sharingan, the coveted bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Throughout the entirety of Naruto, countless powerful figures coveted the abilities of the Sharingan, from the upper echelons of Konoha, such as Danzo, to one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, all yearned for its power. As Zhou Ran reveled in the strength bestowed upon him by this breakthrough, he activated the Sharingan. His irises transformed into a vivid red, pupils narrowing slightly as 3 black tomo emerged, rotating gently at the periphery of his gaze. However, this transformation was cleverly concealed by the system. To an outsider, Zhou Ran's eyes appeared no different from those of an ordinary person, save for the unique sensation he experienced within the Sharingan's depths. Fixing his gaze upon the cautious Chu Xiong across from him, Zhou Ran spoke once more. Brother, it is time to conclude this. Chapter 14. Uchiha Chiming. Chu Xiong stood at a distance, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Chiming was no ordinary opponent, despite being injured. He had withstood 2 of Chu Xiong's most formidable attacks, the moon-shaking technique, and even managed to breach his own limitations through sheer force. However, the aura emanating from Chiming, who was merely in the early stages of the celestial origin realm, was astonishingly potent, nearly rivaling the energy fluctuations of those in the mid-celestial origin realm. Particularly striking were Chiming's eyes, which, though unchanged in appearance, instilled a disquieting sensation within Chu Xiong, as if he were laid bare, perceived in all his vulnerabilities. Was it merely an illusion? Chu Xiong pondered, acutely aware of the unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him, yet surrender was not an option he would entertain. He summoned his cultivation anew, steeling his resolve to meticulously respond to Chiming's forthcoming maneuvers. A faint smile graced Chiming's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Shi Yan, his pupils swirling with an otherworldly intensity. Through those eyes, he discerned the intricate flow of energy within Shi Yan, even sensing the subtle shifts in muscle as he prepared to strike. Ultimately, it was Shi Yan who initiated the confrontation. For the weight of Chiming's stare was becoming increasingly oppressive, a sensation he found intolerable. He knew he could no longer afford to wait. With a fierce shout, he conjured the dual energies of black and white once more, executing the moon-shaking technique. New moon and full moon. His form began to dance with a rhythmic grace, poised to attack Chiming. Yet, to Chiming, Shi Yan's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, each trajectory of action crystal clear, even allowing him to predict Shi Yan's subsequent position. With the newfound speed that accompanied his ascension to the celestial origin realm, Chiming moved with a swiftness that left behind fleeting afterimages. Shi Yan sensed a figure rushing toward him with alarming velocity and swung his palms to strike Chiming. Leaf Hurricane. Chiming suddenly exerted force from his waist, his body spinning rapidly, delivering a powerful kick. This technique, a signature physical art of Rock Lee, had once showcased its might during the Chunin exams, renowned for its formidable offensive power. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated across the arena as energy dissipated. Shi Yan was sent flying, disbelief etched across his face. Looking down at his hands, he found the new moon and full moon energy formations shattered by Chiming's kick. Heavenly realms. It was the first time he had witnessed his senior, Shi, being so thoroughly suppressed in a physical confrontation. Just how formidable was Chiming's kick? Had it been a novice in the celestial origin realm, untrained in body refinement, they would surely have remained incapacitated. What manner of prodigy was Chiming, rising swiftly to prominence, becoming a leading figure among the outer sect, and transcending boundaries in battle? He even broke through during combat, suppressing the top body-refining disciple of the outer sect merely with his physical prowess. Not only the ordinary disciples, but even the likes of Xiao Han and Lin Xian sensed an air of danger emanating from Chiming, especially Lin Xian, who detected something markedly different. Shi Yan employed the same attack pattern as before, the moon phase palm technique, complemented by his unique form. Yet this time, Chiming seemed to have discerned Shi Yan's trajectory, directly targeting him mid-motion, whereas previously he could only adopt a defensive stance. Even though there has been an enhancement in speed, it is evident that this pertains to abilities in two distinct directions. The stalwart Shi Yan on stage has only just begun to comprehend the situation. Earlier, he was astounded by the power of Zhou Ran's kick. But now he vaguely realizes that Zhou Ran's eyes must have undergone some peculiar transformation. It has become impossible for him to launch a surprise attack using his current agility. Given this, he resolves to employ a particular technique, despite its considerable side effects. Even if he were to secure victory, he would be unable to continue fighting afterward. Nevertheless, he must take the chance. Surrender is not an option. Shi Yan fixates on the unscathed Zhou Ran across from him, his gaze flickering as he makes a decisive resolution. Armor of rock, coalesce. The primal energy surged, his cultivation wildly in motion. With a low roar, Shi Yan's blood energy surged forth, pushing his body refinement techniques to their utmost limits. In Zhou Ran's view, Shi Yan underwent a profound transformation. His blood coursed with unprecedented speed. Were it not for his physical training, an ordinary person in such a state would have perished from the strain. Suddenly, Shi Yan's pores erupted with wisps of blood mist, enveloping him in a great cloud of sanguine energy. Coalesce. With his hands pressed together at his chest, Shi Yan's vital essence burst forth, merging with the blood mist. As he enunciated a single word, portions of the blood and vital energy swiftly cloaked his entire being, transforming into scales resembling stone. Junior brother Zhou Ran, your innate talent is indeed extraordinary. You have just broken through to the celestial origin realm, yet even without fully stabilizing your cultivation, you possess such formidable strength. This is truly beyond my expectations. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique. If you can withstand this, there will be no need for further contest, and I, Shi Yan, will concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran's heart sank. Had it not been for his own breakthrough, he would have been gravely injured by Shi Yan's earlier moon-shattering fist. Now, Shi Yan's final trump card was indeed a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon both adversary and self. It appeared that the outcome would be decided by a single strike. On the sidelines, Chu Xiong clenched his fists, acutely aware of Shi Yan's prowess. The fact that Sui Ming had compelled Shi Yan to resort to such a self-damaging secret technique indicated that defeating Shi Yan in this state would pose a considerable challenge for him. Boom. Shi Yan's figure soared into the sky like a cannonball, his blood energy erupting like crimson flames. His fists were drawn to his abdomen, concentrating all his vitality and essence into a sphere of energy resembling a blazing fireball. Not only that, but the surrounding vital energy within a Tinjiang radius was also being drawn into this luminous orb. Soon, the energy sphere radiated with terrifying fluctuations. Even some late-stage disciples of the celestial origin realm watching from outside felt an involuntary shiver down their spines at the sight of this energy ball, which resembled a resplendent sun. Standing beneath this colossal sphere of light, Sui Ming felt the pressure intensify. The swirling primal energy around him caused his garments to flutter wildly. Observing the orb through his Sharingan, he discerned that it was filled with remarkably pure vital force, yet Shi Yan's blood energy acted as a catalyst, rendering the vital essence exceedingly volatile, teetering on the brink of explosion. The aura was overwhelmingly dominant, akin to a miniature sun perpetually undergoing nuclear fusion, poised to erupt at any moment. Even Mo Chi Feng, a member of the Elder Council, found himself sweating for Cui Ming. Although lethal force was prohibited in the arena, the intensity of the battle had escalated to such a degree that even if Shi Yan harbored no malicious intent, should Cui Ming fail to withstand this assault, his fate would likely be dire. Mo Chi Feng had resolved that should Cui Ming show any signs of faltering, he would have no choice but to intervene to protect him, even if it meant halting Cui Ming's progress, for he could not bear to see him suffer any mishap. Falling sun, golden crow weeping blood, Shi Yan bellowed, extending his fists as he propelled the energy sphere towards Cui Ming. Judging the speed and trajectory of the descending orb, Cui Ming swiftly retreated over a yard. His cultivation at the heavenly origin realm surged to its zenith, exponentially more potent than before his breakthrough. With this augmentation, Cui Ming unhesitatingly unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Having anticipated Shi Yan's move, Cui Ming had previously amassed a sufficient reserve of fire chakra. Now, he transformed this chakra into searing flames, expelling it skyward. With a whoosh, a fireball of similar size materialized, warping the surrounding air with its intense heat. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Shi Yan's descending fist. The two torrents of chaotic energy collided with a thunderous roar, the blazing flames instantly scattering like a shattering sun. The terrifying energy swept across the entire stage, even fracturing the ground of the mysterious crystal rock, a testament to the might of the strike. However, Shi Yan's martial prowess prevailed. After dispersing Cui Ming's fire release, residual energy continued to descend upon him. At that moment, Cui Ming had just expended nearly all of his vital energy in executing such a formidable ninjutsu, leaving him unable to mount another defense against the remnants of Shi Yan's attack. This is bad. Mo Qingfeng's expression shifted alarmingly, prompting him to intervene and save Cui Ming. A gasp erupted from the disciples in the stands, interrupting Mo Qingfeng's actions as he witnessed a breathtaking scene. As Cui Ming's fire release was shattered by Shi Yan, he glimpsed through the raging tempest of energy that Shi Yan, feeling overconfident in his advantage, had relaxed, exuding an air of assured victory. In that critical moment, Cui Ming made a perilous decision. He resolved to force his way through the energy storm and deliver a decisive blow, while Shi Yan was momentarily complacent. Although his vital energy was depleted, his physical prowess remained largely unaffected. The 9 transformations spirit pattern refinement technique operated at its peak, enveloping him in fire attribute spirit patterns, which mitigated some of the damage as he traversed the energy storm. Concurrently, the wood attribute spirit patterns worked diligently to mend his injuries, striving to alleviate the storm's onslaught on his body. With a sudden movement, he positioned himself at the periphery of the residual energy from the falling sun. Avoiding the most tumultuous center, channeling power into his legs, he shot upward, directly behind Shi Yan. What? Shi Yan realized too late to defend himself. Cursing his own negligence for underestimating Cui Ming's audacity to traverse the energy storm. Leaf whirlwind. Cui Ming pivoted with force, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shi Yan tumbling to the edge of the arena. His body, already fatigued from the exertion of the falling sun technique, was rendered incapable of further combat by this decisive blow. I have lost. Shi Yan uttered weakly. Cui Ming, you were truly mad. With Shi Yan's concession, Cui Ming advanced to the semifinals, igniting a fervor throughout the crowd. Chapter 15. The Redemption Marketplace. The resounding cheer from the crowd lingered for several breaths before gradually subsiding. The spectators gazed at Cui Ming on the arena with expressions of disbelief. He had achieved the impossible, suppressing Zhou Ran, who was hailed as the foremost practitioner of external body refinement. A dark horse, undoubtedly a dark horse. Cui Ming's performance in this selection tournament continuously overturned the opinions of those around him, as he proved his worth through sheer strength. No one now questioned Cui Ming's abilities. No one considered him to be on a different level than Chu Xiong and the others. Instead, there was a palpable anticipation for the upcoming matches, eager to witness the splendid duels that Cui Ming and the other three would showcase. I declare that Zhou Ran concedes this match, and the victor is Cui Ming. With this announcement, the four finalists emerged: Xiao Han, Chu Xiong, Lin Xian, and Cui Ming. The day's competitions concluded, allowing the four contestants to rest for half a day, with the semi-finals resuming the next morning. Chu Xiong would face Lin Xian, and Xiao Han would match against Cui Ming. The losers of these two bouts would compete again for third place, while the victors would vie for second place 2 days hence. After Zhou Ran's concession, the elder steward ascended the arena, announcing loudly. Cui Ming approached Zhou Ran, assisting him to his feet, and smiled. "Brother Zhou, my apologies. I had compelling reasons to win this match. After all, it is time to settle the grievances of the past year." Understanding the implication in Cui Ming's words, Zhou Ran glanced towards the audience, where Chu Xiong was staring intently at the arena. Weakly, Zhou Ran spoke. "Brother Cui, you have defeated me without any underhanded tactics. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Your strength, your daring to break through in the heat of battle, and your audacious step through the energy storm have all garnered my utmost respect. Please wait a moment. I have a request." Before Cui Ming could respond, Chu Xiong, addressing the elder steward, spoke out. "Elder, I have a request regarding tomorrow's matchup." "What request do you have, Chu Xiong?" the elder inquired, puzzled. With a slight bow and clasped hands, Chu Xiong replied, "I humbly request that I be scheduled to face Cui Ming in the same match tomorrow." At this declaration, the disciples stirred with excitement. Everyone knew that Chu Xiong had been targeting Cui Ming for over a year. Witnessing Cui Ming's remarkable progress and strength had likely instilled a sense of urgency in Chu Xiong, prompting him to seize this opportunity to once again suppress Cui Ming. The elder steward's gaze flickered as he instinctively glanced at Cui Ming, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, the arrangement of opponents for the next round was crucial, directly impacting whether they would compete for the championship or settle for third place. Cui Ming was taken aback by Chu Xiong's impatience. Perhaps he believed that facing Xiao Han would lead to his defeat while he would surely prevail, thereby preventing him from openly trampling Cui Ming before all. "I am willing to face Chu Xiong first. However, I would like to know how Brother Xiao and Sister Lin feel about this." Cui Ming, sensing the elder's dilemma, readily acquiesced to Chu Xiong's proposal. He yearned to cleanse the humiliation he had endured over the past year on the arena, in front of numerous disciples and elders. He wished to demonstrate to Chu Xiong that Cui Ming was no longer the malleable fool of yore, but rather an individual who would command respect. Without hesitation, Xiao Han and Lin Xian consented. Xiao Han felt confident he could triumph over any opponent, while Lin Xian believed she was incapable of surpassing either Xiao Han or Chu Xiong. As the four participants raised no objections, the elder in charge reluctantly adjusted the matchups for the following day. Cui Ming would face Chu Xiong, and Xiao Han would compete against Lin Xian. Having exited the martial arena, Cui Ming resolved to return to his lodgings to recuperate and solidify the cultivation he had just achieved. It must be said that after reaching the second transformation of the 9 transformation spirit script, the recovery ability of the wood element body tempering spirit pattern had significantly improved. In approximately 2 hours, Cui Ming's injuries had fully healed, and he had restored himself to peak condition. Considering the impending battle with Chu Xiong, Cui Ming felt it prudent to prepare further, as Chu Xiong's cultivation was at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, his strength vastly surpassing that of Zhou Ran. Without a determined effort, it would be difficult to endure for long against Chu Xiong. What methods might enhance his chances of victory? After a moment of contemplation, Cui Ming's eyes gleamed. He recalled that when he first acquired the system, it had mentioned an exchange marketplace. He wondered if there might be something within that could lend him assistance. Upon accessing the system's exchange interface, he was met with a dazzling array of items and skills, reminiscent of the marketplace in the video games of his previous life, categorized into ninjutsu, physical techniques, and equipment, sorted by price. Each item was marked with a price that required points for exchange. Glancing at the lower right corner, Cui Ming noted that he currently possessed 17,600 points. He opened the description related to point acquisition. Points were utilized for item exchanges in the marketplace, with various means of accumulation including, but not limited to breaking through realms, achieving success in cultivation, defeating opponents, or overcoming significant challenges, all of which provided point rewards. His recent breakthroughs, victories over Zhou Ran, and navigating the crisis of a secret leak, combined with today's competition, had contributed to his point total. After perusing for quite some time, Cui Ming's gaze settled on an intriguing item, his eyes sparkling with the prospect of vanquishing Chu Xiong. The 8 Gates Duenjia Experience card, defective upon use. It grants a temporary opportunity to activate the 8 Gates Duenjia, allowing the user to open the first and rest gates to enhance their strength, approximately 1.5 to 2 times. The physical enhancement lasts for half an hour, during which the user may freely open or close the gates. However, once the experience time concludes, the corresponding physical burden will be imposed on the user. Exchange value, 15,000.01. How costly it was. Yet, the effect was undeniably remarkable. Doubling one's strength could potentially lead to claiming first place if utilized wisely. Without hesitation, he clicked to exchange, and the icon dimmed. The description below changing to exchange value, 1.1. Cui Ming realized that these experience cards were not to be exchanged casually. They were merely intended to provide some assistance in times of difficulty, yet one must not become overly reliant on them. The essence lies in one's own efforts to truly master the complete version of these tools, transforming them into skills that one possesses. Early the next morning, the training arena buzzed with excitement, alive with the anticipation of the thrilling confrontation among the strongest 4. As Cui Ming entered the arena clad in his black robe, the doubts and mockery of the previous day were replaced by waves of cheers and encouragement. No one dared to label him as worthless anymore. Even Chu Xiong's followers had shed their previous arrogance, discreetly retreating to the back of the crowd, fearful of Cui Ming's wrath. After a while, Xiao Han and the others arrived. Xiao Han and Lin Xian appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any signs of tension, as if they had already foreseen the inevitable outcome. This battle was merely a formality. In contrast, the atmosphere between the remaining 2 was fraught with tension, with Chu Xiong glaring fiercely at Cui Ming, determined to subjugate him once more. Cui Ming's Sharingan slowly revolved, as if he could perceive the unwillingness of Chu Xiong to accept defeat. The battle among the 4 champions was about to commence. Chapter 16. The Battle of Vengeance. The combat has commenced. In today's arena, 3 of the 4 platforms have been dismantled, leaving only one positioned at the very center. This arrangement allows the spectators below to better utilize the space of the arena, witnessing the most significant battles. The contest of the top 4 begins now. In the first match, Chu Xiong faces off against Cui Ming. The elder officiant strides to the center of the platform and proclaims loudly, as the atmosphere within the arena surges to a fever pitch. Cui Ming, Cui Ming, Chu Xiong, Chu Xiong. The cheers reverberate throughout the arena, with nearly all the disciples fervently supporting their favored contender. Cui Ming approaches one end of the platform, clad in his customary black robe, which billows as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an air of distinction. His concealed Sharingan subtly activates, the 3 tomo revolving delicately around his pupils as he scrutinizes Chu Xiong across the way. Chu Xiong, draped in a sky-blue robe, regards Cui Ming with a sinister grin. Do not presume that defeating a few in the celestial origin realm can place you on par with me. A waste remains a waste. Before absolute power, you stand no chance in this battle. Taking a step forward, the formidable energy of his late-stage celestial origin realm surges from within, manifesting as visible waves of vitality radiating outward. Today, I shall reveal to you the true meaning of disparity. Cui Ming, a cold smile gracing his lips, responds, Chu Xiong. For over a year, you have subjected me to relentless humiliation. Today, I have come to collect what is owed. Moreover, I shall seek justice for those fellow disciples you have tormented. As if he has heard the grandest of jest, Chu Xiong erupts into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, collect debts? Justice? Today, I shall teach you exactly what disparity means. With that, he lunges forward, instantly traversing several yards. His right hand glimmers with blinding golden light, hurtling towards Cui Ming's face. Cui Ming, taken aback, though he can discern Chu Xiong's movements clearly through the Sharingan, finds his body's reaction lagging. He can only barely cross his arms defensively before Chu Xiong's strike. Bang! Cui Ming is sent flying backwards, only managing to stabilize himself at the edge of the platform. A sharp pain radiates through his arms. Even with his physical cultivation refined to the second stage, it seems unlikely he could withstand Chu Xiong's onslaught for long. Observing Cui Ming's near defeat from a single punch. Chu Xiong's boisterous laughter echoes once more throughout the platform. Ha 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 ha. I told you, you are indeed a waste. You cannot even withstand my punch. What do you have to contest with me? The spectators below are in an uproar. Is this truly the power of the late-stage celestial origin realm? Zhou Ran has even defeated Chu Xiong, yet he cannot endure a single blow from Chu Xiong. Indeed, although Zhou Ran's combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals, he is nonetheless a novice in the early stages of the celestial origin realm, facing off against a seasoned late-stage practitioner. Chu Xiong is no ordinary foe. Zhou Ran has overestimated his capabilities and will likely succumb soon. Zhou Ran disregards Chu Xiong's taunts and the murmurs from the audience, but internally he is astonished. Is this the might of the late-stage celestial origin realm? It is indeed vastly superior to that of the mid-stage, even though Chu Xiong is not a martial practitioner. The power of his punch, bolstered by his techniques and cultivation, surpasses Shurian's attack. Chui Ming flexed his arm and let out a quiet sigh. Must he resort to it so soon? The thought of the experience card nestled within his system's inventory flashed through his mind. He had anticipated enduring a while longer in Chu Xiong's presence, biding his time before unleashing this trump card to catch Chu Xiong off guard. Resolving Chu Xiong swiftly would allow him to prolong the card's efficacy into the next battle, maximizing its utility. Yet, he was now compelled to activate this ace immediately. System. Activate the 8 Gates Duenjia experience card. Chui Ming silently intoned. Ding, congratulations, host. The 8 Gates Duenjia experience card has been activated, lasting 30 minutes. Once the card expires, the negative physical repercussions from the technique will revert to the user. At that moment, Chui Ming distinctly sensed 2 switches within him, and upon their activation, he would gain formidable power that transcended his current cultivation. Open the first gate. With a quiet command, his aura surged rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the initial phase of the celestial origin realm in the blink of an eye, and it continued to grow. Not enough. Open the second gate. As he activated another gate, his previously slowed energy surged violently, propelling him to the mid-phase of the celestial origin realm, ultimately placing him at the threshold of the later phase. What? Chu Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Chui Ming's aura erupted in a cacophony of sharp explosions, flooding him with an overwhelming sense of strength. In this state, a battle against Shurian would likely require fewer than 20 moves to secure a decisive victory. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste it. Chui Ming initiated the offensive, darting towards Chu Xiong's side in a graceful arc around the arena. Leaf Whirlwind. He launched a powerful kick, the combination of the 8 Gates Duenjia and the Leaf Whirlwind making him seem almost possessed by the spirit of Shaoli. Chu Xiong raised his arm to block the strike, yet the sheer force sent him stumbling several steps back. He looked up, astonished, at Chui Ming. What manner of technique is this, capable of elevating one's strength to such an exaggerated degree, lifting him by 2 realms? Even Mo Qifeng, seated among the elders, rose in surprise, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Was this the 3rd transformation of body refinement? No, the number of spiritual patterns had not yet reached that level. Could it be a secret technique? No secret art could elevate power so significantly without harming oneself. Despite spending so long in the scripture pavilion, he had never encountered such a martial art. Mo Qifeng scrutinized Chui Ming closely. It seemed this young man indeed harbored secrets, possessing far more than simply unique vitality. The other elders gazed at Chui Ming's transformation with keen curiosity, yet they too could discern no clues. The radiant light technique, to be repelled by Chui Ming, was a tremendous humiliation for Chu Xiong. Once merely an ant he could have effortlessly crushed, now it had revealed its fangs against him. In the practice of the Chu Xiong technique, the left hand extends forward, forming a grasp as a resplendent bow of pure energy materializes, shimmering with golden light. Subsequently, the right hand assumes the shape of drawing a bow, and in an instant, an arrow, robust as an arm and forged from the same primordial power, appears out of thin air, its golden radiance flowing gently, its tip sharp and exuding a metallic sharpness. With a swift release of the right hand, the massive arrow soars through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, propelled by an unstoppable force towards Chui Ming. The air splitting with a sound akin to tearing silk as the arrow pierces through. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Chui Ming exhibits no inclination to evade. He is resolute in his intention to vanquish Chu Xiong here and now, dismantling his arrogance and shattering his misplaced sense of superiority. With the activation of 2 gates from the 8 Gates of Duenjia, the intricate patterns of body refinement swirl into action, fortifying Chui Ming's already formidable strike. His fist, enveloped in a network of intricate runes, crackles with arcs of electricity and bursts forth with flames. Under the tumultuous winds generated by the eight gates, a miniature whirlwind of thunder and fire forms, emanating a terrifying wave of primordial energy. At the moment of contact between the arrow and his fist, cracks spiderweb across the arrow's shaft, yielding to the overwhelming force of Cui Ming's blow as the arrow shatters inch by inch. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, it bursts into a shower of radiant light, dispersing into the ether as primordial energy. Chu Xiong's expression darkens, his illustrious radiant light technique, renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities, has been effortlessly dismantled by a mere punch from Cui Ming, an assault that would have severely injured even an ordinary mid-stage Tianyuan realm practitioner. In a swift motion, Chu Xiong releases 3 arrows, launching them from 3 different angles, aiming to confine Cui Ming's every movement. Yet unbeknownst to him, Cui Ming has already discerned the trajectories of the 3 arrows the moment they were loosed. Drawing upon his current mastery of body techniques, he exerts a slight force in his legs, activating the thunder attribute runes, evading the paths of the arrows before they can encircle him. Chu Xiong's pupils constrict in disbelief. He evaded them? How could that be possible? He then regards Cui Ming with growing suspicion, realizing there must be something amiss. Although he cannot discern the nature of the change in Cui Ming's eyes, he senses an unknown power at play. The peculiar sensation that had accompanied their gaze yesterday was no mere illusion. Having evaded the arrow onslaught, Cui Ming seizes the opportunity to unleash a colossal fireball toward Chu Xiong. The immense sphere radiates a terrifying heat, engulfing Chu Xiong in its fiery embrace. Witnessing this, the disciples below erupt in gasps of astonishment. Could it be that Chu Xiong is to be defeated so easily? Zhou Ran and his companions were expressions of dread. Cui Ming has bested the formidable Chu Xiong? Yet it is not over. You have thoroughly provoked me, and you shall pay the price. As the flames dissipate, it becomes evident that Chu Xiong, though his robes bear scorch marks, remains unscathed, radiating a brilliant light, a clear indication that he has activated some form of defensive measure. Cui Ming's heart sinks. Indeed, the late-stage Tianyuan realm is not to be trifled with. Chapter 17. Defeating Chu Xiong. Cui Ming gazed solemnly at Chu Xiong amidst the swirling dust. Although Chu Xiong appeared to be in a state of disarray, surrounded by shimmering golden light, he had not sustained any significant injuries. Cui Ming clenched his fist discreetly. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he could discern that the luminous membrane enveloping Chu Xiong, while seemingly ordinary, was in fact pulsating with intricate patterns of light, emanating an aura of indomitability. The golden light sacred armor was a formidable defensive technique derived from the radiant light art. By consolidating qi into a layer of luminous membrane upon his skin, it functioned akin to a second skin, providing exceptional protection. Chu Xiong sneered. Cui Ming, my golden light sacred armor can withstand attacks from those below the late stage of the celestial origin realm. If your strength is merely at this level, then our battle concludes here. After all, if you cannot even breach my defenses, is there any point in continuing? Indeed, even someone as robust as Shi Yin would hesitate to confront his blazing fireball technique directly, yet Chu Xiong had defended against it flawlessly. This indicated that, with the membrane in place, most attacks were rendered ineffective unless one could shatter his defenses. One force shatters myriad techniques. Cui Ming promptly resolved that since conventional tactics were futile against him, he must resort to an assault that surpassed Chu Xiong's capacity to endure. Seizing the moment while the enhancement of the 8 gates was still active, he contemplated for a brief period and devised a general strategy. Once more, he unleashed a fireball technique towards Chu Xiong. However, Chu Xiong did not even attempt to dodge, scoffing, useless. Cui Ming, an attack of your caliber cannot harm me. Yet, Cui Ming's true intention was to utilize the fireball as a barrier between them, swiftly approaching Chu Xiong from his blind spot with the aid of martial arts. Upon closing the distance, he executed a leaf hurricane, delivering a kick to Chu Xiong's shoulder. Protected by the golden light sacred armor, Chu Xiong felt little damage, merely swaying slightly. Seizing the moment before Chu Xiong could react, Cui Ming unleashed a barrage of punches, propelled by the enhancement of the 8 gates, striking Chu Xiong repeatedly. Though Chu Xiong endured several blows, he remained on the precipice of fury, taunting. Is this the extent of your unrefined tricks? But what use is it? You cannot injure me. Chu Xiong's cultivation surged, unleashing the oppressive aura of the late stage of the celestial origin realm that engulfed Cui Ming, followed by an explosion of radiant golden light from his body. The ferocious energy emanating from Chu Xiong sent Cui Ming staggering backward. In an instant, Chu Xiong closed the distance, raising his right fist, which blazed with golden brilliance, aimed squarely at Cui Ming's chest. Cui Ming braced himself against the tremendous pressure, meeting Chu Xiong's punch head-on, yet he was once again propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Seizing this opportunity, Cui Ming felt a surge of inspiration, the lightning attribute spiritual patterns silently affixed to his fists. Unlike before, when they enveloped his entire hands, they now arranged themselves in a conical formation between his fists and arms, concentrating all power into a singular point to amplify his damage. Drawing in a deep breath, he channeled his entire cultivation into the 9 turns spiritual patterns body refinement technique and the 8 gates. Cui Ming's speed escalated to a new echelon as he forcefully planted his feet, halting his backward momentum, and with renewed velocity, he shot towards Chu Xiong. The conical thunder attribute spirit patterns surged with incredible speed, while the fire and wood attribute spirit patterns served as auxiliary forces, augmenting the might of this strike. With a powerful punch, Cui Ming extended his right middle finger, positioning the tip of the conical spirit pattern against his phalanx. Chu Xiong was taken aback by the sudden acceleration of Cui Ming, yet he maintained his composure. There was no time to launch a counteroffensive. He could only cross his arms defensively over his chest to withstand Cui Ming's blow, convinced that Cui Ming lacked the strength to breach his golden light sacred armor. However, with a resonant clang, Cui Ming's punch, propelled by the inertia of his body speed and the transformed thunder attribute spirit pattern, pierced through Chu Xiong's golden light sacred armor with astonishing force. The impact of the punch sent Chu Xiong's arms crashing heavily against his own chest. In disbelief, Chu Xiong stared at the shattered fragments of his spirit armor and the fist of Cui Ming that had struck his chest, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Without the protection of the golden light sacred armor, the residual force from Cui Ming's punch inflicted injury upon Chu Xiong, causing him to cough up blood. Cui Ming, too, felt the repercussions. Despite the tremendous power of his punch, his fist could not rival the sturdiness of the sacred armor. The backlash had caused his flesh to split open, and fractures appeared in the bones, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Such injuries could not be swiftly healed by spirit patterns alone. He would require a few days of recuperation upon his return. Chu Xiong was wounded. Cui Ming had managed to breach his golden light sacred armor. Was it possible that someone in the late stages of the celestial origin realm could not prevail over this newcomer? The notion was terrifying. As Chu Xiong spat blood, the crowd of disciples below erupted in astonishment. Among them, one individual narrowed his elongated eyes, fixated on Cui Ming, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. This was Chu Yuan, Chu Xiong's elder brother, who had come from the inner sect specifically to witness this battle. In recent days, the name Cui Ming had spread not only through the outer sect but had also sparked discussions within the inner sect regarding the remarkable prowess of this disciple, who continuously shattered their preconceived notions. Well done, indeed. I, Chu Xiong, have not been injured in my years at the outer sect. Today, I nearly fell to your hands. But I shall not grant you another opportunity. Chu Xiong spat out the blood from his mouth and slowly straightened his posture, placing the tips of his fingers together in front of his chest, forming a near-diamond shape. With a sharp shout, the onlookers gasped in astonishment as Chu Xiong's figure split into 3, encircling Cui Ming in a triangular formation. Seeing this, Cui Ming was momentarily struck with fear. One Chu Xiong was already formidable. Now there were 2 more. How was he to contend with this? Was this a tactic of overwhelming numbers? Damn. If only I could perform shadow clones. One spit from each of me would drown you. As Cui Ming surveyed his surroundings, he quickly discerned something amiss. Using his Sharingan, he observed the 3 Chu Xiongs and discovered that 2 of them were mere illusions, mere reflections of light cast upon the stage. Yet, to the untrained eye, it appeared as though Chu Xiong had indeed transformed into 3 distinct figures. The 2 shadows were remarkably lifelike, each capable of independent movement, casting shadows on the ground as if they possessed substance. Cui Ming realized that these 2 shadows bore no offensive capability. They merely served to confound the opponent's senses. While the 2 shadows launched their assault, they aimed to seize the opponent's moment of vulnerability, allowing Cui Ming's true self to deliver a fatal strike. Having discerned Chu Xiong's ploy, Cui Ming resolved to turn the tables, deliberately exposing a weakness to lure Chu Xiong into a trap. Shadow strangulation. With a simultaneous roar from 3 Chu Xiong figures, they ascended into the air, their right hands radiating brilliant golden light. 2 of the figures charged directly at Cui Ming, flanking him on either side, while the last figure lagged slightly behind, hurtling towards Cui Ming with intent. Cui Ming raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Chu Xiong was indeed cunning, had it not been for his Sharingan. Even if he could deduce that only one of the 3 was genuine, he would have likely mistaken the rear figure for the true Chu Xiong. Feigning panic, Cui Ming retreated a step, raising his arms to block the assaults from both sides. Believing he had successfully baited Cui Ming, Chu Xiong commanded the final shadow to accelerate. Plunging down from directly above, the golden light emanating from his right hand surged once more, resembling a formidable finishing blow. Cui Ming looked up at the last Chu Xiong, his pupils abruptly constricting, an expression of horror crossing his face. Observing that Cui Ming was thoroughly distracted by the two false forms, Chu Xiong involuntarily slowed his pace, waiting for the moment when Cui Ming would reveal a critical flaw in defending against the illusions. In the unseen realm of his Sharingan, the three tomos spun rapidly, revealing that Chu Xiong's true self had grown complacent. Cui Ming sensed it was no longer necessary to maintain his ruse. With his concealed strength primed and ready, he seized the opportune moment. His legs exploded with force, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The two false forms passed through Cui Ming's body without inflicting any harm, affirming his judgment that they were merely illusions, devoid of any offensive power. However, Chu Xiong had miscalculated. He had encountered Cui Ming, who possessed the Sharingan, the bane of illusions. Attempting to wield illusionary techniques before Cui Ming was akin to showcasing one's inadequacies. Alarmed, Chu Xiong realized that Cui Ming had disregarded the other two shadows and was charging directly at him. Comprehending that Cui Ming had discerned his true position from the very beginning, with a forceful strike, bolstered by the effects of his spiritual patterns, Cui Ming's punch pierced through Chu Xiong's shoulder. Cui Ming had intentionally avoided a fatal blow. Otherwise, Chu Xiong would have faced dire consequences. Like a kite severed from its string, Chu Xiong crashed onto the arena, the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder rendering his entire arm immobile and stripping him of his combat prowess. Cui Ming descended to the ground, walking slowly towards Chu Xiong, softly declaring, "You have lost." Chapter 18. The curtain falls. No, it is impossible. How could I possibly be defeated by a worthless wretch like you? As Cui Ming approached menacingly, Chu Xiong screamed in desperation, declaring, I can still fight. I will not concede defeat." Staggering to his feet, Chu Xiong's right arm hung limply at his side, evidently rendered useless by the force of Cui Ming's blow. It would take months to recover, unless, upon entering the inner sect, he were to be taken as a disciple by an elder and provided with some elixirs, allowing him to recuperate within a fortnight. With a furious roar, Chu Xiong swung his left hand and charged at Cui Ming, his wide eyes bloodshot, as though the person before him bore an ancient grudge. In his current state, Chu Xiong was no match for Cui Ming, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Ming delivered a swift kick to Chu Xiong's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Nevertheless, Chu Xiong showed no signs of surrender, tilting his head defiantly and glaring at Cui Ming with unyielding resolve. At this point, it would take merely a kick from Cui Ming to send Chu Xiong tumbling off the stage, thus securing victory. However, recalling the humiliations he had endured in the past and the near-death experience upon his arrival, Cui Ming could not easily let this mastermind of his suffering slip away. Since Chu Xiong still retained his consciousness, rules dictated that unless he explicitly conceded defeat, Cui Ming was entirely within his rights to continue his onslaught. Approaching Chu Xiong, Cui Ming leaned down, grasped his collar, and hoisted him up. Then, with a measured strike, he landed a punch on Chu Xiong's jaw. This blow was tempered with restraint, intended merely to inflict some pain, for the outcome of the duel was already predetermined. This punch was for the humiliations I have endured over the past year. This punch was for the month-old grievance when your men nearly beat me to death in the woodshed. This punch was for the other disciples you have tormented in the outer sect. With each punch, Cui Ming relentlessly brought Chu Xiong to the ground, venting the pent-up fury that had festered within him for over a year. Even as Chu Xiong lay bruised and battered, he resolutely clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a word, merely locking his gaze onto Cui Ming, his eyes reflecting a profound enmity. Just as Cui Ming's fist was poised to strike Chu Xiong once more, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A figure suddenly descended from the stage, reaching Chu Xiong's side with blinding speed, leaving Cui Ming no time to identify the newcomer before a palm struck him squarely in the chest. This person's power undoubtedly surpassed that of the Tia Yuan realm. Cough. A mouthful of blood erupted from Cui Ming, who was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping and clutching his chest, he slowly lifted his head, only to recognize the face of the person before him, bearing a striking resemblance to Chu Xiong. It was none other than his brother, Chu Yuan. Audacious! How dare you disrupt the tournament? The moment Chu Yuan intervened, the elders seated at the side began to voice their admonishments. Mo Chi Feng swiftly appeared on the platform, seizing Chu Yuan's wrist with a formidable aura that rendered Chu Yuan immobile. However, Chu Yuan remained unperturbed. He merely glanced back at Chu Xiong and pointed towards Cui Ming, asserting, "It is not that my disciple is causing a ruckus. My brother is already incapable of fighting, yet this young man persists in his relentless assault, grievously injuring him. I believe this individual is exploiting the guise of the tournament to harm his fellow disciple, intent on incapacitating my brother. As his elder brother, how can I stand idly by? Utter nonsense." Mo Chi Feng rebuked loudly. The rules of the selection have been made abundantly clear. Since Chu Xiong did not declare his surrender on the platform, the match must continue. Even if he is injured, he is not without the strength to speak. He refuses to concede, so who can be blamed? He could have easily knocked my brother off the stage and won the contest. Yet he chooses to continue to deliberately assault him. Is this also within the bounds of the rules? Chu Yuan continued his defense. In that moment, Mo Chi Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. According to the regulations, since Chu Xiong had not surrendered, Cui Ming indeed had the right to proceed. Nonetheless, the sight of Chu Xiong, unable to even stand, still being targeted by Cui Ming was undeniably questionable. Cui Ming took a breath and approached Mo Chi Feng, having overheard their debate, but said nothing, instead returning to face Chu Xiong. Chu Yuan, believing Cui Ming was about to strike again, felt a surge of panic. However, before he could react, Cui Ming spoke. "Surrender now. You cannot even stand, and you cannot defeat me." Initially, when Chu Xiong saw his brother come to his aid, he felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, but he soon realized that this would only bring the elder into the fray, and his brother would likely face repercussions. At this juncture, Chu Xiong had to confront the harsh reality, yet asking him to concede to Cui Ming was an impossible task. Ultimately, he stubbornly stared at Cui Ming and said, "Go ahead." Cui Ming understood his intent, turned to Mo Chi Feng, and upon receiving a nod, seized Chu Xiong. With a powerful kick, he sent Chu Xiong flying off the platform. Chu Xiong landed heavily on the ground, his head tilting, and he fell unconscious. "You." Chu Yuan glared at Cui Ming in fury, fully aware that the kick was intentional. However, with the current situation, he could not afford to express his anger and hurried to his brother's side to channel his energy for healing. Cui Ming, meanwhile, disregarded Chu Yuan entirely, raising his gaze toward the elder overseeing the event. The elder understood Cui Ming's intention and announced loudly from the center of the platform, "The first match of the top 4, Cui Ming wins." The audience erupted in fervent cheers, thoroughly captivated by the thrilling contest. Astonished that Cui Ming had indeed triumphed over Chu Xiong, even Chu Yuan, an inner disciple, rushed onto the platform, risking punishment to protect his brother. Subsequently, the second battle commenced, featuring Xiao Han against Lin Xian. The outcome of this battle was, of course, devoid of suspense. Lin Xian's agility was severely hindered within Xiao Han's frost field, rendering her unable to leverage her advantages, and consequently, she was no match for Xiao Han. Thus, I announced that the victors of the semifinals are Xiao Han and Cui Ming. The finals to contest the championship of this selection will commence tomorrow, while Lin Xian and Chu Xiong, as the defeated, will vie for third place. The 2 matches of today have concluded, the elder in charge proclaimed loudly. "I concede." Cui Ming's voice unexpectedly resonated through the arena. Both the multitude of disciples in attendance and the numerous elders, including his opponent Xiao Han, looked at Cui Ming with bewilderment. It was astonishing that Cui Ming, who had fought valiantly against Shi Yin and Chu Xiong, would choose to concede, stirring quite a commotion. Beside him, Mo Chi Feng also regarded Cui Ming with confusion. Cui Ming shook his head. "My battle against Chu Xiong has exhausted all my strength, and my injuries are quite severe. Furthermore, with that strike from Chu Yuan, I am simply unable to compete in tomorrow's finals. Additionally, I have already achieved the purpose for which I entered this selection. I am not interested in the championship." Mo Chi Feng understood, recognizing that Chu Yuan was already in the mid-stage of the inner realm. Even a casual strike would be quite taxing for Cui Ming, who had only just entered the celestial origin realm. Meanwhile, down in the audience, Chu Yuan likewise chose to concede on behalf of Chu Xiong. Mo Chi Feng signaled to the elder in charge, who nodded in response and continued to announce, "I declare that the inner sect selection has concluded. The top 16 participants will secure positions as inner disciples. Furthermore, the first place, Xiao Han, second place, Cui Ming, and third place, Lin Xian, will earn the privilege of being taken under the elder's tutelage, along with rewards for the top 3. Thus, The inner sect disciple selection came to a close. Chui Ming glanced at the Chu brothers below, silently lamenting. It seems that the days within the inner sect are destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 19. The sect's reward. Chui Ming stood upon the arena. And upon hearing the elder steward announce the final results, he comprehended that he was now an inner disciple. Yet, almost immediately, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood surged toward his throat. Although Chu Yuan's strike had been casual, the disparity in their cultivation levels was substantial. And coupled with the injuries sustained from his previous battle with Chu Xiong, Chui Ming was barely holding on. Were it not for his forced circulation of vital energy to protect himself, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness like Chu Xiong. Elder Mo, observing Chui Ming's distress, swiftly supported the swaying youth. Chui Ming, your injuries are considerable. It will take a long time for you to recover on your own. I possess some elixirs that will greatly aid your healing. Mo Chi Feng gazed at Chui Ming with genuine concern, his eyes reflecting the tenderness one might show towards a cherished junior. Chui Ming attempted to speak, but a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he coughed up blood once more. Do not speak for now. Follow me, he instructed, placing a hand upon Chui Ming's shoulder. A gentle stream of vital energy flowed from his palm into Chui Ming, temporarily stabilizing his condition. Mo Chi Feng led Chui Ming away from the arena. And as they passed by, numerous disciples looked on with expressions of envy. They understood that Chui Ming was likely to be taken under Elder Mo's wing. As the overseer of the scripture pavilion, Mo Chi Feng would undoubtedly impart the finest techniques to Chui Ming. Soon, they arrived at a secluded chamber near the scripture pavilion. Mo Chi Feng instructed Chui Ming to sit cross-legged and then produced an elixir, saying, "Take this." Without further hesitation, Chui Ming swallowed the pill. As it entered his mouth, he felt a surge of abundant vital energy, imbued with potent life force, gradually flowing into his limbs and bones. As he circulated his cultivation method, he slowly absorbed this life-giving energy, and within a few breaths, he sensed significant improvement in his injuries. Mo Chi Feng also sat cross-legged behind Chui Ming, injecting a more vigorous stream of vital energy into him, assisting in the digestion of the elixir's potency. After approximately half an hour, the elixir's effects were nearly fully absorbed. How do you feel now? Mo Chi Feng inquired. Chui Ming moved his body, assessing his condition, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of elixir was that? My injuries have healed by nearly half. With a few days of rest, I should be completely restored." He then raised his gaze to Mo Chi Feng and clasped his fist in gratitude. "Thank you." Elder Mo Chi Feng stroked his beard, nodded, and smiled warmly at Chui Ming, unexpectedly asking, "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Chui Ming had initially thought that Elder Mo's kindness stemmed from Elder Ouyang's influence, but he was taken aback to learn that Mo Chi Feng wished to directly accept him as a student. A moment of surprise washed over him. Having defeated Chu Xiong in the arena and having offended Chu Yuan, he anticipated that upon entering the inner sect, these two would continuously seek to trouble him. Gaining Elder Mo as a mentor would undoubtedly provide him protection and alleviate many future hardships. However, after becoming Elder Mo's disciple, it was inevitable that he would frequently come into contact with him, which meant that his secrets were likely to be exposed. This predicament left Chui Ming in a quandary. Observing the troubled expression on Chui Ming's face, Elder Mo understood his thoughts, but chose not to address them directly. Instead, he said, "You should return and take care of your injuries. I will deliver the rewards for the ranking of this competition to you in a couple of days. As for the matter of becoming my disciple, take your time to consider it. The initiation ceremony for you new inner sect disciples will take place in half a month. At that time, you may inform me of your decision." Chui Ming sat cross-legged in his room, with two items before him, a delicate jade vial and an ordinary-looking stone tablet, the latter being the reward for ranking second in the sect competition. He picked up the jade vial and gently removed the cork, releasing a refreshing fragrance that filled the room. In the palm of his hand lay 3 emerald green pills, radiating a remarkable wave of vital energy. The surface of the pills bore 3 swirling imprints, indicating their superiority over the Earth origin pill that Chui Ming had kept in reserve. According to the elder in charge during the reward distribution, the 3 pills contained within the jade vial were spirit-cleansing origin pills, effective for both internal and external injuries for those at the heavenly origin realm. Furthermore, they would assist in consolidating one's cultivation. For Chui Ming, who had just broken through to the heavenly origin realm, these pills were nothing short of a miraculous remedy. As for the stone tablet, Chui Ming examined it thoroughly for an entire afternoon but found nothing remarkable. Even his Sharingan yielded no insights. Dismissing the stone tablet for the moment, he prioritized his healing. He took one of the spirit-cleansing origin pills, which melted instantly upon contact with his mouth, releasing a cool energy imbued with medicinal fragrance that slid down his throat and reached his lungs. Immediately, Chui Ming activated his body-refining technique, guiding the medicinal energy through his wood attribute chakra to his chest and the wound on his right fist. Through his Sharingan, he could clearly observe the injured area mending at a visible pace. With just this one pill, his injuries were nearly healed, leaving no lingering threats. After consuming another pill, the pure medicinal essence and vital energy gradually nourished Chui Ming's body. Coupled with his breathing exercises, after 3 hours, his injuries were completely eradicated, and he had fortuitously consolidated his cultivation to the early stages of the heavenly origin realm. He refrained from consuming the last pill, fully aware that relying solely on pills to elevate his cultivation could lead to future complications. Thus, he decided to keep it for emergencies. Recognizing that he could not break through again in the short term, he resolved to enhance his body-refining technique as much as possible. He began inscribing spiritual patterns, striving to reach the third transformation swiftly, lest he be troubled once more by Chu Yuan and Chu Xiong. A few days later, Mo Qingfeng visited Chui Ming's residence, and, upon seeing that his injuries had completely healed, breathed a sigh of relief. "You look well. It seems you have thoroughly stabilized your cultivation at the heavenly origin realm." Chui Ming promptly expressed his gratitude. "I owe it all to Elder Mo's gifted pills. Without them, it would have taken me at least another half-month to recover." Mo Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for thanks. This is merely your ranking reward, earned through your own merit. However, I would like to inquire whether you have considered becoming my disciple." Chui Ming took a deep breath, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "After much contemplation over the past few days, I have decided against taking the elder as my master." A sudden silence enveloped the room, and Mo Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, revealing no discernible emotion. "Oh, may I inquire as to the reason?" Chui Ming clasped his hands respectfully, replying, "Since my arrival at the sect, I have lived independently. Even after my health improved and I could practice cultivation, my approach has been rather casual, and I am not fond of constraints. Moreover, my method of cultivation is rather unique and may not align with the elder's teachings." Mo Qingfeng, seemingly indifferent, asked, "Is it due to your eyes, which can perceive the intentions of your adversaries? Or perhaps your techniques, which can be executed instantaneously without the need for seals or preparations?" At these words, Chui Ming involuntarily activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning rapidly. Spiritual patterns began to manifest within him. Could his secret have been unveiled? Observing Chui Ming's reaction, Mo Qingfeng chuckled softly and shook his head, signaling that there was no need for such apprehension. He bore no ill will. "Do not be so tense. If I truly harbored ulterior motives, do you believe you could resist? I have always stated that everyone possesses their own secrets, and regardless of the origins of your techniques, they are your fortune. You are, after all, a child found abandoned. We could easily consider you a cast-off from a prominent family, possessing some unique heritage. However, I see no issue with you becoming my disciple. I will not interfere with your cultivation. On the contrary, my outward acceptance of you as my student serves to silence certain individuals. Do you think that, based solely on your performance, it is only I who wish to take you as my apprentice?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Chui Ming immediately grasped the implications. This spared him from the invitations of other elders, as Mo Qingfeng could shield him from certain matters. Chui Ming promptly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder Mo, for your thoughtful consideration. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to your expectations." "Very well. In 10 days, during the inner sect's disciple initiation ceremony, you will officially become my disciple. After that, no one will dare to harbor ulterior motives towards you." With that, Mo Qingfeng turned to leave. Before stepping out, he offered one last piece of advice: be cautious of Chu Yuan. This individual is not to be underestimated. Chapter 20. Apprenticeship and entry into the inner sect. Many days had elapsed since the conclusion of the inner sect selection, and the day for the newly admitted disciples to choose their masters was fast approaching. One could only wonder how many would capture the favor of the elders. Initially, Chui Ming was reluctant to train under any elder, as his secrets were of paramount importance, and he could not allow even a single soul to be privy to them. Furthermore, he had grown accustomed to solitude. In both his past life and prior to his transmigration, he had always been an unremarkable figure, which fostered a deep-seated aversion to forming close ties with others. However, after hearing Elder Mo's counsel, Chui Ming began to appreciate the elder's proposal, which would allow him to cultivate in peace while also affording him a degree of protection from Elder Mo. Moreover, it was evident from his previous visit to the law enforcement hall that Elder Mo held a certain stature within the sect, making it unlikely for other elders to vie for Chui Ming as their disciple. On that fateful morning, over 100 disciples participating in the inner sect selection gathered at the training arena. Though higher rankings in the competition increased the likelihood of being accepted as a disciple, it was possible that an elder might take notice of a commendable performance, regardless of the final standings. Xiaohan, Shiyan, and Chui Ming stood in a line at the arena, while Chu Xiong had nearly recovered from his injuries. After all, he had not placed among the top 3 and thus missed out on the sect's additional rewards. Perhaps Chu Yuan would provide him with some healing elixirs, but ultimately, they were merely the standard potions available to inner sect disciples. Upon seeing Chui Ming once more, Chu Xiong was reminded of the humiliating encounter in the arena, where this once insignificant insect had managed to bring him such disgrace. An indescribable hatred surged within him. Noticing Chu Xiong's gaze, Chui Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that his victory had intensified their rivalry, as if they were sworn enemies. It was clear that once he entered the inner sect, he would need to exercise caution, for he was alone, while Chu Xiong had the backing of Chu Yuan, a force far beyond Chui Ming's current capacity to contend with. After a moment of contemplation, Chui Ming averted his gaze, choosing to ignore Chu Xiong, which only fueled the latter's feeling of being disregarded, causing him to clench his fists tightly. As the elders arrived, the disciples displayed expressions of hope, yearning to be taken under the wing of a master and gain access to greater resources for their cultivation. The first to speak was Mo Qingfeng, not only due to his slightly elevated status among the ordinary elders, but also to preemptively silence the crowd and spare Chui Ming any undue hardship. Chui Ming, I observed your exceptional performance in the recent arena competition. Not only did you triumph over opponents of higher ranks, but you also demonstrated the ability to break through in the heat of battle, showcasing both valor and strategy. You possess great potential. Would you consider becoming my disciple? I cannot speak for others, but I have overseen the scripture repository for many years and have studied numerous cultivation techniques. I can provide you with a solid foundation and help you avoid unnecessary detours. What say you, Chui Ming? Mo Qingfeng gazed down at Chui Ming and softly inquired. To the other disciples, this scene evoked both envy and an expected sense of inevitability. Even the other elders were not surprised by Mo Qingfeng's forthright choice of Chui Ming. Without hesitation, Chui Ming clasped his fists in salute, expressing his willingness to become Mo Elder's disciple, bowing to his master. Mo Qingfeng stroked his beard with a smile, saying, All right, rise. Upon witnessing this, the other disciples harbored greater hopes of being chosen by an elder, yet ultimately, only Lin Xian, Shi Yan, and 5 or 6 other disciples were accepted as direct disciples, one of whom had just broken through to Qinfeng during the first round of combat against Xiaohan. The reason was simple. The other disciples chose to concede upon facing opponents they could not defeat. In contrast, Qinfeng, aware of his impending breakthrough, harnessed the pressure from his adversary, striving to ascend amidst adversity, much like Chui Ming during his battle with Shi Yan. As for Xiaohan and Chu Xiong, one was hindered by his unique physique, which made it challenging for any elder to provide appropriate guidance in his cultivation. And Xiaohan was indeed a person who abhorred constraints, although he did not become a direct disciple of any elder. His achievement as the top candidate in this inner sect selection ensured he would not lack resources for cultivation. Chu Xiong had his own plans, for he and his brother Chu Yuan were not to be underestimated within the sect. After the master-disciple ceremony concluded, everyone returned to their quarters to prepare for their entry into the inner sect. In the inner sect, each disciple was granted their own room and cave dwelling, the latter being excavated within the mountains, connected to the interior's essence stone crystal mines. The so-called essence stone crystal mines are rich in vital energy, however. They are rarely mined. Instead, they are utilized to construct cave dwellings, allowing the vital energy within to be significantly denser than that found outside, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. For Chui Ming, this was undoubtedly splendid news. He was not overly concerned about the speed of his cultivation, preferring to advance steadily. What mattered most was his body-refining technique, which required an abundance of vital energy when delineating spiritual patterns. Recently, while practicing the 9-turn spirit pattern body refinement technique, he discovered that since reaching the second turn's completion, the vital energy needed for further pattern delineation had increased compared to before. Furthermore, once all 3 spiritual patterns reached the second turn and achieved a delicate balance, imprinting the patterns became increasingly challenging. necessitating the use of patterns imbued with even more vital energy to disrupt this balance until all three could once again reach completion. This phenomenon had already emerged after the first turn. However, during the first turn, the patterns were fewer, and their mutual balance was not particularly stable, allowing for easier imprinting. Now, if he could enter the inner sect and select a cave dwelling rich in vital energy, this issue would be resolved. Upon entering the inner sect and passing through the protective array, 12 peaks loomed into view. Though not particularly high, they were enveloped in a majestic aura of abundant vital energy. As Chui Ming admired the surroundings of the inner sect, he also felt the density of the vital energy in this realm, confirming that these peaks, rich in essence stone crystal deposits, offered an even more concentrated vital energy than that found in the outer sect, even before he approached them. Ah, is that not the illustrious disciple Chui? It is said that his reputation within the outer sect is quite formidable, to the extent that even the esteemed Chu is regarded with a measure of disdain by him. Just as Chui Ming was marveling at the splendid training environment afforded to the inner sect disciples, an untimely voice pierced the air. Setting aside the derisive undertone of the words, Chui Ming found himself unjustly adorned with an unwarranted label. During his time in the outer sect, it was clearly Chu Yuan who, without due consideration, had grievously injured Chui Ming, yet now he was accused of disregarding Chu Yuan entirely. It is crucial to note that Chu Yuan is a disciple of the inner mastery realm. Should such words reach the ears of other inner sect disciples, the implications would be dire. They might perceive Chui Ming as an arrogant individual, a mere fledgling who had just ascended to the celestial origin realm, audaciously dismissing the venerable disciples of the inner mastery realm. Thus, Chui Ming would undoubtedly become a target of scorn. With a darkened expression, Chui Ming turned to face his accusers, only to find two individuals clad in white robes, each adorned with an embroidered character for Chu on the right side of their chests. Chui Ming's gaze sharpened. They were followers of Chu Yuan, aware that tranquility would elude him in the inner sect. He was taken aback by how swiftly Chu Yuan had dispatched these individuals to confront him. Was this an attempt to establish dominance right from the outset? What brings you here, esteemed brothers? I am unfamiliar with either of you. Is it necessary to belittle me so? Do you wish to render me without a foothold in the inner sect? Chui Ming replied with a measured tone. However, to his surprise, his adversary showed no inclination to disguise their intentions. They directly threatened him. Cease your pretense. Having offended Chu, do you expect to live in peace? Unless you accompany us now, joining the Chu faction, you will find no refuge in the inner sect. What a splendid banquet of treachery this is, Chui Ming mused coldly. If he were to acquiesce and follow them, he would likely find himself unaware of his own demise in the future. It appeared that a peaceful resolution was out of reach, but given that both opponents were more skilled than he, facing them 2-on-1 would be an unwise endeavor. Moreover, to stir such turmoil upon his entrance into the inner sect would surely lead to punishment if conflict ensued. As Chui Ming pondered his predicament, another voice resonated from behind. Have the claws of your Chu faction extended too far, daring to snatch individuals within the domain of my Tianshu pavilion? Chapter 21. Li Wuwei's two subordinates at Chiyuan's side were taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to insult the Chu men, their expressions darkening immediately. However, upon realizing the individual belonged to the Tianshu pavilion, a flicker of apprehension crossed their faces. The reason was simple. The leader of the Tianshu pavilion was none other than Li Wuwei, the foremost among the inner disciples. Initially, among his peers, Li Wuwei was a rather unassuming figure. When he entered the inner sect, he was merely at the zenith of the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm, ranking quite low. Yet, once he ascended to the inner sect, the improvement in the cultivation environment and access to resources was significant. Figures like Chu Yuan and a few others quickly showcased their remarkable talents, all breaking through to the Unii realm within just over a year. Consequently, the spotlight shifted to Chu Yuan and his companions, who lived up to expectations by securing their places on the inner sect's heavenly rankings. Meanwhile, Li Wuwei languished at the bottom of the earthly rankings, and it was not long before he lost his standing altogether. The heavenly and earthly rankings were established to classify inner disciples in accordance with their levels in the Tianyuan and Unii realms, respectively. To improve one's rank, one must possess sufficient strength to challenge those ranked above them. A victory would permit the challenger to usurp the defeated's position, thus prompting the others to shift down a rank. Failure would result in no change. Then, over a year ago, the nameless Li Wuwei, previously on the earthly rankings, boldly appeared on the heavenly ranking arena, declaring his intent to challenge the reigning champion. This audacious act sent ripples throughout the entire inner sect. At that time, the top disciple was nearing the pinnacle of the Unii realm, and the notion that an obscure disciple could topple such a formidable figure appeared utterly absurd. Although Li Wuwei had quietly cultivated his way to the mid-stage of the Yunyi realm, he was still regarded as insignificant by the top disciple. However, the outcome of that battle was astonishing. In just 7 moves, merely 7, Li Wuwei emerged victorious. No one could fathom how he achieved such a feat, defeating the peak of the Yunyi realm with the skills of a novice. Perhaps only the parties involved could truly comprehend the nature of Li Wuwei. Shortly after their duel, the defeated disciple experienced a breakthrough. Upon transcending to the Yunyi realm, he qualified to participate in the annual sect selection, successfully entering a second-rate sect. In this world, sects are categorized by their scale, ranging from the third-rate Qingyang sect to second-rate sects, first-rate major sects, and top-tier powers. These various factions are intricately interconnected, with lower-tier sects aligning themselves with more powerful entities. The larger sects periodically select outstanding disciples from their affiliates to infuse new vitality into their ranks. This explains why the Yunyi realm disciple holds the title of the sect's foremost disciple. Once one surpasses the Yunyi realm, they ascend to superior sects for further cultivation. Li Wuwei's position as the foremost disciple of the inner sect remains unassailable to this day. At that time, he was merely at the initial stage of the mid-level. But now he has progressed to the late stage of the Yunyi realm, rendering him far beyond the reach of Qi Yuan's provocations. Even in the year that followed, no one dared to challenge Li Wuwei. It was universally acknowledged that he was invincible in the realm of the fragmented void. Just wait. The two from Chu Min left behind a harsh remark and departed in indignation. Mere clowns. Mu Lingyun cast a disdainful glance at them before turning to Cui Ming. You must be Brother Cui Ming. Our leader wishes to have a word with you. Might you be gracious enough to oblige? Cui Ming, bewildered, had just entered the inner sect and had yet to even glimpse his own cave dwelling, only to find himself the center of attention for 2 factions. May I inquire as to your identities? Cui Ming asked, upon realizing they were associates of Li Wuwei. Understanding dawned upon him. No wonder the people from Chuyuan left so promptly. He had heard of Li Wuwei from Elder Mo and was indeed astonished by his prowess. Cui Ming had personally felt the difficulty of challenging beyond 1's level, and as 1's cultivation advanced, such challenges only became more formidable. To defeat an opponent nearly 2 minor realms below in just 7 moves was nothing short of monstrous. However, these two seemed to harbor no ill intentions. It would be unwise to dismiss them outright. Perhaps it was best to accompany them and discern the purpose behind Li Wuwei's summons. In the inner sect, there were 7 principal peaks arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, each housing the most optimal cultivation abodes. These 7 peaks were all situated atop the main vein of the Yuan stone or deposit, where the concentration of spiritual energy was extraordinary. Li Wuwei's cave dwelling was located atop the foremost peak, the Tianshu Peak, the most majestic of the 7. A fitting abode for one who held the first rank on the inner sect's celestial rankings. Upon reaching Tianshu Peak, the 2 individuals beside Cui Ming bowed respectfully, announcing, "Brotherly, Cui Ming has arrived." Although they were all disciples of the inner sect, there was no hierarchy among them. Still, Cui Ming could sense a profound respect in their tone for Li Wuwei. It appeared that not only did Li Wuwei possess remarkable strength as the foremost disciple, but he also exuded a certain charisma that commanded the admiration of his fellow disciples. "Please pardon my abrupt invitation for Brother Cui to visit," came Li Wuwei's voice from within the cave, sounding refined and gentle, a stark contrast to his formidable strength. As his words faded, the door to the cave opened, and the 2 individuals indicated to Cui Ming that he could enter, before turning to leave. Cui Ming took a moment to survey the interior of the cave. There seemed to be no remarkable features, so he dismissed such thoughts and stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of celestial energy, causing his own cultivation to instinctively activate and begin absorbing the ambient energy. This took Cui Ming by surprise. Although he was aware of the extraordinary qualities of the Yuan stone or mountains and had prepared himself mentally, the sheer intensity of the spiritual energy was awe-inspiring. This place was indeed a paradise for cultivation, promising to yield results far beyond ordinary efforts. Upon entering the cavern, one encounters a figure seated cross-legged upon a mat, garbed in flowing white robes that evoke the image of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Though this individual does not display any overt signs of their cultivation, Cui Ming can discern a subtle, yet palpable aura emanating from them. Their appearance is striking, with an elegance that is both refined and captivating, sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an ethereal quality in both demeanor and presence. As he hears Chui Ming's footsteps, Li Wuwei rises slowly, greeting him with a hearty voice. Junior brother Chui, your name has resonated throughout the sect recently. It is indeed a privilege to meet you in person, and your presence surpasses your reputation. Please, have a seat. Upon receiving such praise from Li Wuwei, Chui Ming humbly gestures. Brother, you flatter me. I merely stirred up a bit of commotion due to my physical condition. He adds, as for fame, I have long admired your name, brotherly. Your remarkable prowess was evident when you defeated the previous inner sect champion in just 7 moves, earning the admiration of many disciples. Li Wuwei does not demur but instead smiles gently, gesturing toward a wine cup before him. Brother, do indulge in a taste of my homebrewed wine. This is a rare vintage not easily accessible to most. Chui Ming then notices a wine jug and 2 cups resting before Li Wuwei on the mat, evidently prepared for his arrival. Lifting the cup, he inhales its fragrant aroma, indicating its high quality. With a flicker of his gaze, he discreetly activates his Sharingan. The wine appears clear and devoid of any unusual energy fluctuations, prompting him to take a tentative sip. Upon tasting, he finds it leaves a lingering sweetness, devoid of excessive sharpness. As he swallows, it transforms into wisps of vital energy that permeate his lungs, akin to consuming a spiritual elixir. Brother, this wine, Chui Ming exclaims in astonishment. Realizing that a mere cup contains such pure essence of vitality, it could easily serve as a potion for enhancing one's cultivation. Li Wuwei similarly raises his cup for a sip. This wine is crafted from the finest selections within the inner sect, combined with the essence of earth yuan fruits. Only this one jug exists, requiring the essence of over a dozen fruits to produce, making it remarkably precious. Over a dozen earth yuan fruits. Chui Ming's lips twitch in disbelief, recalling how he once had to consume 3 fruits with diminished vitality just to approximate a single intact one. Had he been able to taste this wine back then, he might have achieved his breakthrough without such arduous effort. As he savors the lingering taste of the wine, Chui Ming inquires of Li Wuwei, may I ask what brings me here, brotherly? Li Wuwei regards Chui Ming with a knowing gaze. In fact, I have been observing you for more than half a month, awaiting your entry into the inner sect, for I wish to propose a transaction. Chapter 22 Agreement of Trade. Chui Ming felt perplexed. Although he had achieved commendable results in the selection process and garnered a modicum of fame, he remained skeptical as to why the foremost figure of the inner sect would wish to engage in a transaction with him. Moreover, the fact that Li Wuwei had observed him for over half a month only deepened his suspicions regarding any ulterior motives. Seemingly perceiving Chui Ming's unease, Li Wuwei spoke with candor. There is no need to worry. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. What I propose is merely a means for you to succeed me in my position upon my departure from this place. Departing? Succeeding you? Chui Ming was still bewildered. Li Wuwei clarified, indeed, I have already reached the pinnacle of the imperial inner realm and will soon break through to the profound realm. At that point, I intend to participate in next year's sect selection. You, however, must defeat me at any time before I leave, thereby becoming the new foremost figure of the inner sect. Are you jesting? I am merely at the initial stage of the celestial origin realm, which is 2 major realms beneath you. Do you perceive me as an unparalleled genius or simply as a fool? Chui Ming nearly erupted in anger, questioning the nature of this so-called trade. Feeling as though he was being set up for failure, Li Wuwei remained silent, gazing earnestly at Chui Ming. The seriousness in his demeanor suggested he was not jesting. With a deep breath, Chui Ming calmed himself, adopting a more solemn expression, and uttered a single word, reason. Li Wuwei understood that mere words would not convince Chui Ming to accept his proposal. Instead of offering an explanation, he produced an object from his bosom and handed it to Chui Ming. Skeptical, Chui Ming received the item, examining it closely. It appeared to be a jade pendant. Unremarkable at first glance. Yet, upon further scrutiny, he sensed a familiar aura, one he could never forget. Flipping the pendant over, he was astonished to find the characters Ouyang inscribed upon it. This was indeed the possession of Elder Ouyang, the very person who had brought Chui Ming into the sect. This is... Chui Ming's expression turned complex as he regarded Li Wuwei. Deep down, he felt immense gratitude towards Elder Ouyang. Without him, he would have long since become a wandering spirit. Elder Ouyang was my master, Li Wuwei revealed, a glimmer of nostalgia crossing his features, laced with an undercurrent of barely concealed resentment. When I entered the inner sect, it was Elder Ouyang who took me as his disciple and devoted years to my instruction. Yet, I never imagined that he would fall victim to a treacherous plot, injuring his foundation. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he possibly face the end of his lifespan? Upon hearing this, Chui Ming's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The revelation that Elder Ouyang had been harmed by another sent shockwaves through him. However, the perpetrator wielded considerable power, and even the sect could do little against them. Thus, his master chose not to embroil the sect in turmoil, opting instead to declare his waning lifespan, ultimately passing away with resentment. As for the true culprit, perhaps only Elder Mo, a close friend of my master, knows. Yet, to protect you, Elder Mo likely refrained from disclosing the truth. Li Wuwei turned his gaze towards Chui Ming. Indeed, the master merely informed me that Elder Ouyang perished due to the failure of the broken mirror, without divulging further details. Chui Ming nodded slightly, continuing to inquire, but who is the true murderer? A glint of menace flashed across Li Wuwei's eyes as he coldly replied, "You are no stranger to him. Just days ago, you vanquished his grandson." "What are you implying?" Chui Ming's words faltered, as if enlightenment dawned upon him. He recalled the day when Mo Chi Feng presented him with the sect's rewards, cautioning him to be wary of Chu Yuan. It made sense now on the surface. He was merely warning him of Chu Yuan's formidable nature, yet the underlying message was that Chu Yuan was backed by the powerful Chu family. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chui Ming elevated his perception of Chu Yuan's threat, recognizing that his lineage must indeed wield considerable influence, sufficient to instill fear in an entire sect. However, what relevance did this hold concerning the position of the inner sect's foremost disciple? Chui Ming remained perplexed about Li Wuwei's intentions, yet from the moment he laid eyes upon that jade pendant, he had faith that Li Wuwei would harbor no ill towards him. Li Wuwei then elucidated, "In truth, the ranking holds little significance. What truly matters is this cave dwelling." According to the master, the Chu family dispatched the Chu brothers to Qingyang sect to seek out a particular object. If this object were to be found, it could dramatically enhance their power. However, the Chu family is currently unaware of the object's true nature, only that it lies within the sect's territory. Chui Ming felt a stirring in his heart. "So, when you say the key lies within this cave, it appears you have discerned what the Chu family seeks?" "Indeed," Li Wuwei nodded. "I have resided in this cave for over a year, and during one session of cultivation, I inadvertently sensed a peculiar energy permeating my body with the influx of vital energy. Initially, I paid it no mind, attributing it to the mountain's position over the primary vein of the elemental stone crystal mine, believing the purity of the energy to be the cause. However, as time passed, I experienced this energy more frequently, until several months ago when I confirmed that deep within this cave's elemental stone crystal mine lies a heart of elemental crystal." "Heart of elemental crystal? What is that? A type of elemental stone?" Chui Ming had never encountered such a phenomenon. The heart of elemental crystal is an elemental stone, yet it transcends the definition of one. This extensive elemental stone crystal mine exists solely due to the heart of elemental crystal. It can be said that it is the very source from which the entire mine was birthed. Li Wuwei displayed a look of astonishment, never expecting such a precious entity to be hidden within the depths of this cave. Gasping in awe, Chui Ming processed the implications of the heart of elemental crystal. Its extraordinary nature capable of generating an elemental stone crystal mine was astounding. Even from within the mountain's confines, the purity of the vital energy was remarkable. The energy contained within the heart of elemental crystal was beyond imagination. Thus, the Chu family's objective is indeed this heart of elemental crystal. If they were to discover it and send individuals to seize it by force, then this entire vein and cave dwelling. As Chui Ming spoke, his trepidation grew. Was the Chu family truly willing to jeopardize an entire sect and this sacred ground of cultivation for a mere treasure? Li Wuwei's expression was gravely serious. "Therefore, I wish for you, before my departure, to possess the strength sufficient to conquer this cave. At the very least, you must be capable of defeating Chu Yuan to prevent him from entering this sanctuary. Should he ascend to become the foremost figure of the inner sect and uncover the secrets hidden beneath this cave, it would spell disaster for our sect. This is precisely why I refrained from reporting to the sect. The Chu family's influence is formidable. Apart from the brothers, Chu Yuan and his sibling, there is no telling how many spies lurk within our ranks, and even elders may have been swayed by the Chu family." Chui Ming took a deep breath, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and Li Wuwei's concerns were indeed warranted. Just as he had been summoned to the law enforcement hall, Elder Shin might have already aligned himself with the Chu family. Otherwise, he would not have shown such favoritism towards Chu Xiong. "Well, now that you are aware of the stakes involved, it is best to devote yourself to your cultivation. As long as I remain in the inner sect, Chu Yuan will never uncover the secrets of this place. We must approach this matter with caution and deliberate over it carefully." Li Wuwei patted Cui Ming's shoulder, signaling him not to bear too much pressure and to prioritize his training. Cui Ming acknowledged this and subsequently departed from Tianshu Peak, seeking out his own cave. Chapter 23. The Earth-Ranking Arena. Cui Ming, utilizing his identity token as an inner sect disciple, located his dwelling, a cave abode of roughly 3 zhang on each side. Inside the cave, there was a simple arrangement comprising a bed, a table, a cabinet, and 2 cushions. While it appeared somewhat austere, it was a significant improvement compared to the accommodations he had during his time in the outer sect. Nevertheless, Cui Ming remained merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. Although the cave was suffused with the vital energy seeping from the subterranean essence stone mines, it paled in comparison to Li Wuwei's cave. After organizing his belongings, Cui Ming intended to step outside to explore and familiarize himself with the inner sect. Upon exiting, he was greeted by an approaching figure, prompting a smile to appear on his face. The newcomer was none other than Shi Yin, with whom Cui Ming had previously engaged in combat. Now waving as he walked toward Cui Ming's cave, Cui Ming quickly approached with a grin. "Senior brother Shi, is your cave also nearby?" Shi Yin waved dismissively. "Ah. Cui Ming, while I was your senior brother in the outer sect, you surpassed me in the inner sect disciple selection, ranking higher than I. Technically, I should address you as senior brother now. My cave is not far from yours. Just turn right ahead, and you'll find it." "Are you heading to the Earth-Ranking Arena?" "The Earth-Ranking Arena? I am familiar with the Earth-Ranking, but what exactly is this arena?" Cui Ming inquired, surprised. He had learned from Li Wuwei that the inner sect consisted of the celestial and earth rankings, corresponding to the disciples of the Tianyuan and Yunai realms, respectively. However, the arena had not been mentioned. Shi Yin explained, "You must be aware that anyone who qualifies for the celestial and earth rankings is granted the right to use a cave corresponding to their rank. While our current caves are already a great improvement over those in the outer sect, everyone is eager to see if they can ascend the ranks to obtain an even better dwelling. So, are Xiao Han and the others participating as well?" Cui Ming's eyes sparkled with interest, sensing that there would soon be excitement to witness as he had just entered the inner sect. Perhaps he too might have the opportunity to exchange his cave for a superior one. Indeed, all of them are participating. When such an opportunity arises, one must certainly give it a try. While rankings may not matter much, who would turn down the chance for a cave with denser vital energy? Shi Yin laughed heartily. "Come, let us go see. There may already be some sparring taking place." In the inner sect, the celestial and earth rankings each feature 36 and 72 disciples, respectively, culminating in a total of 108. The higher the ranking, the closer the corresponding cave is to the main vein of the essence stone, resulting in a richer atmosphere of vital energy. The caves corresponding to the top 7 of the celestial ranking are named after the 7 peaks of the Big Dipper, while those of the top 12 of the earth ranking are designated after the 12 mountains of the earthly branches. Almost all disciples aspire to claim a cave among those renowned rankings. Thus, in the earth-ranking arena of the inner sect, one frequently observes disciples engaging in friendly competitions to vie for these coveted abodes. Certainly, it is not merely the case that a disciple triumphs over a highly ranked opponent today, subsequently exchanging the rights to their respective abodes, only to be defeated by another the following day, relinquishing their dwelling once more. Rather, upon securing victory in such a contest, the victor is granted a respite of 3 months, during which they may decline any challenges from others, thereby preventing the frequent alteration of abode rights among the disciples. Otherwise, the inner sanctum would descend into chaos. Should a disciple vanquish someone ranked higher and still possess the vigor to challenge those of even loftier standings, they are free to do so, provided they do not select those who have exchanged abode rights within the span of 3 months. Not long after, Cui Ming and Shi Yin arrived in close proximity to the earth-ranking arena. Even before they approached, the sounds of cheers and combat from fellow disciples reached their ears, indicating that each time new disciples enter the inner sanctum, the earth-ranking arena becomes a hub of activity for several days. The arena itself, constructed from profound crystal rock similar to that used in the inner disciple selection arena, is further reinforced with a blend of higher-grade star sand. After all, those occupying the upper echelons of the earth ranking possess combat prowess that may even surpass the heavenly origin realm, rendering plain profound crystal rock insufficient to withstand their destructive power. This arena, infused with star sand, is capable of enduring the full force of a peak mid-stage combatant from the inner control realm. Adjacent to the arena stands the so-called earth ranking, which, while referred to as a list, is in fact a towering stone tablet over 10 feet high, 4 feet wide, and 1 foot thick. This tablet bears the names and likenesses of 72 disciples, along with their corresponding cultivation levels. A cursory glance from Chui Ming revealed that those who have secured a place on the Earth ranking possess at least peak mid-stage power of the heavenly origin realm. The top ranks, enjoying the privilege of superior abodes associated with the 12 earthly branches, are all of peak heavenly origin realm strength. And Chui Ming estimates that at least 5 or 6 among them are on the verge of stepping into the inner control realm. Each disciple leaves their unique energy imprint upon the tablet, affixed to their name. Should a challenge arise, the names of both challengers will illuminate at the top of the tablet, signifying that they are engaged in battle within the arena. Upon the conclusion of their duel, the names will automatically adjust according to the outcome. If the challenger emerges victorious, their name will ascend while dimming, indicating they are in a protective period following their triumph, during which they cannot be challenged again for 3 months. As Chui Ming scanned the names etched upon the tablet, his gaze abruptly settled upon one in particular, Lin Xian, ranked 63rd. It seems that someone has been unable to contain themselves, and with remarkable swiftness, they have already secured a victory and upgraded their dwelling. Even as Chui Ming has just received word and arrived. Not only Lin Xian, for Chui Ming also recognized several familiar faces, foremost among them Xiao Han, the top disciple from the outer sect, who, upon entering the inner sect, would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on any opportunity for personal gain. Additionally, to his surprise, he spotted Shen Feng and Zhao Xian standing alongside Xiao Han. Chui Ming approached the trio and greeted them. Inquiring curiously about Shen Feng and the others' presence in the inner gate, Zhao Xian chuckled, Chu Xiong. Although I was eliminated by you and did not make it into the top 16, an elder took me as a disciple, thus allowing me to secure a position as an inner gate disciple through an alternative path. The same goes for Xiong Chun, along with several others who have caught the attention of the elders. Chui Ming realized, so. It seems that there are actually around 20 individuals entering the inner gate this time. Are you all planning to give it a try? Zhao Xian shook his head repeatedly. Chui Xiong, do not jest. As a mere beginner in the Tian Yuan realm, I was already thoroughly bested by you when you were at the pinnacle of the Di Yuan realm. It is sheer luck that I managed to become a disciple under an elder and gain entry to the inner gate. The lowest on the rankings are at least in the mid-Tian Yuan realm. Wouldn't I be seeking discomfort by going up? He continued. That would indeed be a bit too ambitious. Also, please refrain from calling me Shi Xiang. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me by my name. Chui Ming chuckled softly, then turned to Xiao Han, suggesting, why not let Shi Xiang shall give it a try? Although I have yet to witness your full strength, I believe you could easily claim a cave dwelling in the Diji realm. Xiao Han remained non-committal. There's no rush at the moment. With so many of us here in the inner gate and the recent fluctuations in the rankings of the Earth list, it would be wise to wait for some time. Shen Feng chimed in. Shi Xiang Xiao, you must secure a cave dwelling with an inscription for me to experience just how extraordinary it truly is. Otherwise, I have no hope of achieving it on my own. Amidst their banter, the trio lost interest in the Earth list arena and decided to explore other areas. However, after taking several steps, they noticed that Chui Ming had not followed them, leaving them puzzled as they turned back to call him to join them. Yet, Chui Ming showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he licked his lips, gazing intently at the names inscribed on the stone tablet, and softly remarked, you all go ahead. I wish to ascend the stage and give it a try. Chapter 24. The rankings. Chui Ming gazed upon the leaderboard and recognized a name that, though unfamiliar, was accompanied by a familiar visage. This individual, whom he had encountered only once, had made an indelible impression on Chui Ming's memory. Wang Huan, ranked 35th on the leaderboard, was at the pinnacle of the late stage of the Tianyuan realm. Chui Ming's choice to challenge him was deliberate. Wang Huan was one of the two who had previously obstructed his path, hailing from the Chu clan. Given his affiliation with Chu Yuan, there was no need for civility. Whether it was having triumphed over Chu Xiong in the selection process or being targeted by Chu Yuan, along with Li Wuwei's exhortation, Chui Ming was destined to clash with the Chu family. Thus, he bore no psychological burden. Upon reaching the stone monument of the leaderboard, Chui Ming pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to flow forth, and infused his vital energy into it, inscribing his name upon the stone as a means of documenting his presence. With a flick of his finger, he directed a surge of vital energy towards Wang Huan's name. A resonant hum emanated from the monument as Chui Ming and Wang Huan's names ascended to the apex of the stone, drawing murmurs from the onlookers. Chui Ming? That name seems somewhat familiar. Is this not the disciple who has recently caused quite a stir in the outer sect? It is said that he was once a waste unable to cultivate, yet inexplicably experienced a meteoric rise in power. even transcending realms to defeat Chu Yuan's brother in the selection tournament as a nascent practitioner of the Tianyuan realm. He has indeed become a dark horse among the newly initiated inner disciples. However, his choice to confront Wang Huan, a figure of the late Tianyuan realm, suggests that Cui Ming intends to assert his dominance. It appears that reconciliation between the two parties is out of the question. Nearby, Wang Huan, who had been observing the spectacle, suddenly felt a surge from the imprint left on the leaderboard. As he lifted his gaze, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, individuals from the Tianshu pavilion had safeguarded him, rendering him untouchable, yet here was Cui Ming, willingly presenting himself. It seemed he was in for some amusement. The crowd parted, granting Wang Huan a clear path to the arena. He strode forward, locking eyes with Cui Ming, who was already poised on the stage. Boy, should I commend your audacity or label you a fool? Just when I was pondering how to deal with you, you have willingly walked into my trap. Soon, I shall bring you to your knees, shatter your legs, and deliver you to Chu Laoda, Wang Huan said with a sinister smile. Enough chatter. Let us begin. I have places to be, Cui Ming replied nonchalantly, dismissing Wang Huan's threats with ease. Places to be? Wang Huan paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication behind Cui Ming's words, his expression darkening. You seek death, boy. The spectators couldn't help but marvel at Cui Ming's confidence, as he appeared to view Wang Huan's lair as already within his grasp. Even Xiao Han could not help but smile. Indeed, Cui Ming was extraordinary. While others would certainly choose to retreat after stirring up such trouble, he opted to take the initiative. Go, Brother Cui. Chen Feng and Zhao Xian, filled with a sense of anticipation, could only cheer him on. With a shout, Wang Huan was the first to strike. Aware that Cui Ming's strength exceeded the superficiality of his early Tianyuan realm status, he did not believe that Cui Ming could surpass him. Due to the resources available for inner sect cultivation, his power was greater than that of his peer, Chu Xiong, who was also in the late Tianyuan realm. The energy surged forth, manifesting the mountain sea seal. Wang Huan launched a formidable technique, conjuring a massive seal a yard square above Cui Ming's head. Although it was formed from condensed energy, the landscape and vast oceans depicted upon its surface were vividly lifelike, resembling a genuine treasure seal. An astonishing pressure enveloped the arena. Indeed, Wang Huan was stronger than Chu Xiong, but he was no longer the novice he had once been. After adequately healing from his injuries, he had firmly stabilized his cultivation at the Tianyuan realm. With spiritual patterns shimmering around him, the second turn 9-turn spiritual pattern body refining technique was activated to its utmost. Gathering power in his right leg, with leaf whirlwind, Cui Ming leaped into the air, his right leg imbued with immense force, striking the massive seal above him. With a resounding boom, the entire seal cracked under the force of his blow, shattering into countless pieces. Wang Huan had to concede that Cui Ming possessed considerable strength. He was far superior to an ordinary early Tianyuan realm disciple. Although the mountain sea seal was merely a probing strike, it could not be so easily dispelled by someone of Cui Ming's cultivation level. Intent on not granting Cui Ming a moment's respite, Wang Huan launched another attack as soon as the seal shattered and Cui Ming was still descending, unable to leverage any support. Cui Ming had already secretly activated his Sharingan. Keenly observing Wang Huan's movements, he noticed Wang Huan charging toward him from an extremely awkward angle. Brother Cui, danger? Chen Feng exclaimed from below. How could Cui Ming evade this attack without any means of support? Wind release, great breakthrough. Without hesitation, Cui Ming swiftly circulated his chakra upon realizing Wang Huan's intent. A fierce gale swept across the arena, allowing Cui Ming to shift his position through the force of the wind. Wang Huan's trajectory was also altered by the tempest, enabling Cui Ming to narrowly avoid the strike. As he landed, Cui Ming glanced towards Wang Huan, his Sharingan spinning slowly, preparing to use his opponent's technique against him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Cui Ming's mouth, its terrifying heat distorting the air around it. Riding the momentum of the previous wind technique, it hurtled toward Wang Huan, who was still airborne. What? Wang Huan exclaimed in shock as he turned back to see the incoming attack. Boom. The searing fireball engulfed Wang Huan, a wail echoing from within. Gasped. The audience below collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that Cui Ming was indeed ruthless. Even though Wang Huan was in the late Tianyuan realm, he was not a body cultivator. Without effective defenses, such a strike could undoubtedly inflict severe injuries. As the flames dissipated, Wang Huan's figure emerged, his garments charred and tattered, barely concealing his form. His exposed skin bore the marks of scorching, rendering him a pitiable sight. Cui Ming, I shall see you dead. Wang Huan could scarcely believe he had been outmaneuvered by Cui Ming. Although his injuries were not grievous, his current state was undeniably disheveled. Earth-shattering seal. Wang Huan formed a series of intricate gestures with his hands, and another seal materialized. Although it was only half the size of the previous mountain sea seal, the energy emanating from it was exponentially more formidable. With his fingers poised like a sword, he pointed towards Cui Ming, sending the earth-shattering seal hurtling forth with such force that even Xiao Han in the audience furrowed his brow in concern. Cui Ming, however, remained unperturbed as the seal raced toward him, a smirk playing upon his lips. With a resounding thud, the earth-shattering seal struck Cui Ming squarely in the chest, only for him to dissolve into a cloud of smoke moments later. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Had Cui Ming truly been obliterated by the attack? The hearts of Xiao Han and his companions raced. Could it be that Cui Ming had perished on the very first day after entering the sect? Athahaha. Wang Huan laughed triumphantly. Cui Ming, you're not so formidable after all. In this arena, life and death are at stake. You cannot blame me for your defeat. But his laughter was abruptly silenced as he glanced down in horror. Unbeknownst to him, a hand had snaked around his neck from behind, gripping his throat. What? How is this possible? When did you? Wang Huan stammered. Disbelief etched across his face. Cui Ming, too, felt a chill run down his spine. Just days prior, while perusing the systems exchange shop, he had come across a D-grade basic ninjutsu substitution technique and had redeemed it. In the midst of unleashing his fire technique, he had stealthily tossed a stone near Wang Huan, not expecting such an unforeseen outcome. Without further ado, he delivered a powerful strike to Wang Huan's back, sending him tumbling off the stage. Cui Ming cast a glance at him and softly declared, "Your abode is now mine." Chapter 25. The abandoned child. Wang Huan stared blankly at Cui Ming on the stage, unable to fathom how he had evaded his attack. Having witnessed the earth-shaking seal strike Cui Ming directly, he was astounded that he had suddenly appeared behind him without any warning. Was it truly possible for someone at the nascent stage of the Earth origin realm to possess such astonishing speed? Yet, the outcome was sealed. Not only had he been defeated, but he was also compelled to relinquish his cave abode. In the presence of so many onlookers, he dared not voice his discontent, lest he be ridiculed for his inability to accept defeat. With a heavy heart, Wang Huan rose, brushed off the dust from his garments, and tossed the token of his cave abode to Cui Ming before departing in disgrace. Cui Ming caught the token and exhaled in relief. It had indeed been a perilous encounter. Had he not possessed a modicum of foresight, the battle's conclusion might have been entirely different. Regrettably, in this world, the most fundamental of ninjutsu from the fire shadow was akin to a bug that could not be learned, only exchanged a limited number of times. Were it otherwise, possessing such a formidable escape technique would have bolstered his confidence even against more formidable foes. Descending from the stage amidst the incredulous gasps of his fellow disciples, Cui Ming approached Xiao Han and the others, brandishing the token in his hand. Fortune favors me. It seems I must prepare for a move. Qin Feng and Zhao Xian exchanged glances, their expressions filled with envy as they gave Cui Ming a thumbs up. Brother Cui, your prowess has indeed advanced. You face the late stage of the Earth origin realm with such ease. However, do let me visit your cave abode someday to experience firsthand the sensation of cultivating in such a renowned dwelling. Absolutely, let us all visit my cave abode shortly. Cui Ming readily agreed, though he refrained from boasting about his capabilities. He understood that his victory had been somewhat opportunistic. In a life-and-death struggle, he might not have emerged victorious, for Wang Huan's strength surpassed even that of Chu Xiong. Xiao Han, standing nearby, did not share the same excitement as Qin Feng and Zhao Xian. He merely nodded at Cui Ming, offering his congratulations. Yet, from his gaze, one could discern a hint of confusion as he pondered how Cui Ming had managed to evade Wang Huan's earth-shaking seal at such a critical moment, reappearing behind him before everyone's very eyes. If it were merely a matter of speed, Xiao Han was skeptical. Even if Cui Ming were swift, could he surpass the renowned Lin Xian, known for her agility? He could perceive some traces of Lin Xian's movements. Yet Cui Ming seemed to have vanished and reappeared as if by teleportation. Cui Ming, my curiosity about you only deepens, Xiao Han mused, recalling the scene of Cui Ming practicing secretly in the back mountain. The group departed, following Cui Ming to explore his new cave abode. Fengming City, situated in the southwestern part of Xuanzang Province, is a significant city and the closest large metropolis to the Qingyang sect. This city is primarily dominated by three major factions, one of which is the Chu family, the clan of the brothers Chu Yuan, holding an extraordinary status within Fengming City. The ancestral land of the Chu family was originally a significant site for the family patriarch, elders, and other crucial members to convene for important meetings. However, as the Chu family flourished and expanded, there were few threats left in Foaming City, leading to a rarity of occasions that would compel the patriarch to summon the ancestral grounds for deliberation. Yet today, the ancestral site was reopened, prompted solely by the return of an individual to the family. What? You are suggesting that within the diminutive Qingyang sect, there exists a person at the pinnacle of the Earth Origin realm capable of contending with someone of your caliber in the late Heaven Origin realm? Even more astonishingly, this individual achieved a breakthrough during battle, vanquishing you, who employed the dazzling radiance technique with mere initial mastery of the Heaven Origin realm? In the shadowy cavern of the Chu family's ancestral grounds, a man clad in a black robe occupied the highest seat, entirely enveloped in darkness. His face was obscured by a black hood, rendering his features indecipherable. However, the gravelly timbre of his voice, tinged with age, indicated he was an elder of considerable years. At this moment, he gazed upon a family disciple kneeling before him, none other than Chu Xiong. On the day he concluded his apprenticeship, Chu Xiong, unlike his peers who hastened to the inner sect, was instructed by Chu Yuan to return to the family for a matter of great importance. In response to the elder's inquiry, Chu Xiong dared not withhold any details, recounting the entire encounter with Cui Ming in meticulous detail, emphasizing the unprecedented techniques employed by Cui Ming and sharing his own conjectures. Seated on either side of the cavern were numerous elders of the Chu family, who engaged in animated discussion regarding Chu Xiong's account, clearly intrigued by the disciple of the Qingyang sect he spoke of. Perhaps that old scoundrel Ouyang Jing concealed something from me. This Cui Ming you mentioned must be the very same wretch he encountered years ago. Although that old fool refused to divulge the secrets he uncovered after being crippled, it appears that this young miscreant could very well have been abandoned by a prominent family or faction. During his years at the Qingyang sect, he fortuitously regained his strength, showcasing the cultivation talents befitting a scion of a great family. As for the techniques you mentioned, they could potentially be remnants of some ancient legacy. The elder in the black robe reclined against his seat, his right hand supporting his head while his elbow rested on the arm of the chair, lost in contemplative murmurs. Very well, fifth brother, dispatch some individuals to investigate whether any other major factions near Foaming City abandoned their disciples years ago. Let us see if we can glean any insights regarding the origin of this young man's techniques. After issuing the command, he turned his gaze back to Chu Xiong, inquiring, "Is there still no sign of that matter?" Chu Xiong was well aware of the elder's query and replied, "In response to your esteemed presence. That object has yet to be located, and its precise nature remains unknown. However, according to my elder brother Chu Yuan's conjecture, it should be within one of the peculiar caverns in the inner sect." Upon hearing this, the elder's tone turned noticeably frigid. "It remains unfound? You two have been within the Qingyang sect for how many years now, and do you comprehend how much longer we can afford to wait for this object?" As a direct descendant of the Chu family, failing to handle even the simplest matters and being defeated by a mere upstart with no discernible background is indeed a disgrace to the esteemed Yao Shiguang Ju and a betrayal of the Chu family's nurturing. Given this, it seems you must prepare to undergo the baptism. With that, the elder waved his hand, falling silent. However, upon hearing these words, Chu Xiong's complexion turned ashen. While outsiders might be oblivious, as a direct descendant of the Chu family, he understood all too well the true meaning of the elder's mention of baptism. It was not a reward, but rather an indication that he would be cast aside. Chapter 26. An egg. Upon hearing the words of the elder in the black robe, an elderly man below could no longer remain seated. It was none other than Chu Xionghua's grandfather, Chu Xinghe. He hastily interjected, "Elder brother, this cannot be. He is my only grandson. If he undergoes the baptism, then Xiong'er will." Seeing his grandfather plead on his behalf, Chu Xiong felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and implored, "Grandfather, I do not wish to undergo the baptism. Please, help me plead for mercy. Great uncle, grant me another chance. I promise I will find that thing. Just give me a little more time." The elder in the black robe coldly responded, "Third brother, are you questioning my decision? You cannot possibly be unaware of how crucial this matter is to our Chu family. Even if this child is not allowed to undergo the baptism, when the ancestor emerges from seclusion, if he discovers that a direct disciple of the clan cannot even defeat someone of a lower realm, then his fate is something I need not elaborate on." Chu Xinghe found himself momentarily speechless. He was all too aware of the ancestor's temperament. The Chu family's present standing was due in part to their exceptional martial heritage, and in part because of the ancestor's unyielding rigor. Disciples with commendable talents were nurtured with great care. Yet those who committed grave errors or brought shame upon the family faced severe punishment. Although the clan members harbored dissatisfaction with the patriarch's sternness, none dared to voice their grievances openly. This atmosphere had resulted in a scarcity of masters across the generations of the Chu family. Yet those who did exist were paragons within their respective realms. At the very least, in the entirety of Foaming City, no one was willing to engage in life-and-death battles with members of the Chu family at the same level. With a sorrowful countenance, Chu Xiong recognized that his grandson was beyond saving. Resigned, he leaned back against his chair and waved his hand. The people below understood and promptly took Chu Xiong away. Even at the entrance of the cave, one could still hear his heart-wrenching cries, "Grandfather, save me. I cannot undergo the baptism. My life will be ruined." With his gaze lowered, Chu Xiong's lips trembled slightly. After all, Chu Xiong was his own flesh and blood. How could he not feel pain? "Third brother, do not grieve. Even if he undergoes the baptism, his achievements will inevitably be limited in the long run. However, in the short term, his cultivation will progress at an astonishing rate." The elder in the black robe consoled. "Moreover, this is for the sake of the family. If Chu Xiong has the opportunity to connect with someone significant from that side, it may not be a bad thing." Chu Xiong's gaze sharpened. Although he was reluctant to confront it, the elder's words held a modicum of truth. Perhaps Chu Xiong could carve out a unique path and lead the Chu family toward glory. In the early morning, several days had passed since Cui Ming defeated Wang Huan. Logically, one would expect those from Chu Yuan to continue their pursuit. However, inexplicably, no one had come to trouble him since that day. Cui Ming felt a touch of confusion but did not dwell on it, relishing the rare opportunity to focus on his cultivation. Before entering the inner sect, Cui Ming had been relatively content with his strength, as he was capable of fighting above his level. Yet now, he began to feel anxious, for he knew that few within the inner sect were to be trifled with. Even Wang Huan, under Chu Yuan, does not appear to hold a significant position, yet his combat prowess is indeed astonishing. When that earth-shattering seal surged towards his face, he truly sensed the ominous threat of death. Had he not seized the opportunity, he would have been left with no choice but to fight for his survival. Cui Ming also realized that his cultivation, being at the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm, was still too meager. He could not find another like himself on the entire Earth ranking. Without the system, he would stand no chance against even a single opponent. The caves on the Earth ranking are indeed remarkable. Cui Ming sat cross-legged on the mat, channeling his energy to absorb the vital essence. Streams of vital energy continuously seeped up from the depths of the cave, and occasionally, a visible strand of energy would penetrate into Cui Ming's body. As he continued to absorb this energy, his cultivation steadily accumulated, though he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm. Moreover, on the day Cui Ming ascended the Earth ranking, the system rewarded him once again. Upon returning to the cave, he took a moment to acclimate to his new surroundings. After Xiaohan and the others departed, Cui Ming eagerly opened the system to discover what reward had been bestowed upon him. However, this time, he found himself somewhat speechless. It was neither a ninjutsu nor a physical technique, nor any other enhancement for his strength and cultivation. Instead, it was a scroll and an egg. Upon claiming the reward, a flash of white light appeared before Cui Ming, materializing into a green scroll and a crystal-like egg. Unrolling the scroll, he read 4 characters inscribed upon it. Spirit Contract. Could this be the very scroll Naruto and Jiraiya signed when learning summoning techniques? Cui Ming recalled a scene from the anime, yet he pondered where the summoning beast was. For he had none. Wait, his gaze fell upon the small egg, and he found himself momentarily dazed. This tiny egg hardly seemed capable of hatching any ferocious beast. It gave off an unsettling impression that it might eventually produce something wriggling, perhaps a slug. Cui Ming felt a surge of frustration. What if this thing hatched into a maggot? Imagining riding into battle atop a wriggling creature sent shivers down his spine. He could only pray that the system would not play such a cruel joke on him. Yet, he remained unaware of when this egg would successfully hatch, and he continued to monitor its changes. Until 3 days ago, driven by a spirit of experimentation, Cui Ming sent a faint stream of vital energy into the egg, which surprisingly absorbed it. He attempted to send another stream, but it did not absorb it this time. It seemed that the life within the egg was still quite fragile, unable to take in too much energy, thus requiring a gradual nurturing process. After several instances of energy absorption, the egg became increasingly translucent, and under the scrutiny of Cui Ming's Sharingan, he noticed, albeit subtly, that it had indeed grown slightly larger than it had been initially. With his eyes now open, Cui Ming concluded his training, not forgetting to send another trickle of vital energy to the egg before rising to stretch his limbs. Chui Ming, Chui Ming. At that moment, a cheerful voice resonated outside the cave, and upon hearing it, Chui Ming immediately recognized it as Shi Yin. He tidied away the eggs and welcomed Shi Yin into the cave. Senior brother Shi, what brings you here so early in such a rush? Is it something concerning me? Chui Ming observed a peculiar expression on Shi Yin's face. Although Shi Yin appeared to be quite earnest, he was also rather shrewd. The urgency in his demeanor suggested that the matter at hand was of considerable significance. It is Chu Yuan. The members of the Chu clan are plotting against you, Shi Yin said, his eyes filled with concern as he regarded Chui Ming. I just began my morning cultivation when I inadvertently overheard a conversation between two members of the Chu clan. They mentioned something about Chu Xiong returning to his family after entering the inner sect, and an incident occurred that incited great wrath in Chu Yuan. I am not privy to the specifics, but it is certain that the Chu clan will take action. You must exercise caution. Chapter 27 Confrontation. Chu Xiong has returned to his family? No wonder I have yet to see him since entering the inner gate, murmured Chui Ming. Shi Yin, with a puzzled expression, continued, there must be some hidden circumstances surrounding Chu Xiong's return to his family. I overheard a conversation between two members of the Chu clan, and it seemed they mentioned that Chu Xiong's return was rather unusual, as if he had become a different person altogether. This, I believe, is what prompted Chu Yuan to take action. Hearing this, Chui Ming had a vague suspicion. Perhaps Chu Xiong's return to the Chu family was linked to the Heart of Yuan crystal. The prolonged absence of Chu Xiong and his companion in locating it may have displeased significant figures within their clan, leading to some punitive measures against him. However, Chui Ming pondered, what does this have to do with me? Regardless, it would be wise to remain cautious. Perhaps something indeed has changed within Chu Xiong, especially since he has hurried to confront me upon returning to the sect. It could be that he has enhanced his power through the clan's secret techniques, or perhaps he has brought a treasure from his family. In any case, either scenario would be detrimental to me. Senior brother Shi Yin, I appreciate you bringing me this news, allowing me to prepare. However, since this matter originated from me, there is no need for you to be involved. You should return for now. If members of the Chu clan come looking for me and see you here, they might suspect you of warning me and may not let it go easily. Upon hearing this, Shi Yin was immediately displeased. Chui Ming, since I came to inform you, it is because I consider you a brother. Why should I fear trouble? They may be numerous, but my presence here can support you. How could I abandon a brother in times of distress? Chui Ming gently declined, Senior brother Shi Yin. The grievances between Chu Xiong and me stem from various past encounters and other factors. Beyond Chu Xiong and Chu Yuan, I may eventually find myself in direct opposition to the entire Chu family. As for the reasons behind this, it is not convenient for me to share right now. But you will understand in due time, since Chui Ming was so insistent. Shi Yin had no further arguments but was particularly shocked by the prospect of opposing the entire Chu family. He cautioned Chui Ming, one must not act recklessly. The Chu family holds a position of great esteem throughout Foaming City. Even the leader of our Qingyang sect must bow before them. Rest assured, I am aware of the implications. There are many complexities involved that I cannot explain at this moment, so there is no need for your concern, Senior brother Shi Yin. Chui Ming said no more, reassuring Shi Yin, and then escorted him out. Once alone, Chui Ming sat down and contemplated the true purpose of Chu Xiong's ostentatious arrival. Was it merely for vengeance to redeem his past humiliation? After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense following Shi Yin's departure, Chui Ming heard voices outside. And not just one or two, but a chorus of shouts. Chui Ming, come out and give us an explanation. The assailants demanded, their tone unabashedly arrogant. However, Chui Ming was not one to shy away from trouble, especially since he was ostensibly a disciple of Mo Chi Feng. If matters escalated, Mo Chi Feng would undoubtedly intervene. And it was inconceivable that he would allow any misstep. Stepping out of the cave dwelling, Chui Ming maintained a composed demeanor, surveying the crowd at the entrance. His gaze fixed coldly on Chu Xiong, who was encircled by a throng of disciples. What is it you wish to discuss? I am at a loss as to what you mean and what kind of explanation you seek. Chui Ming, spare us your pretense. Just days ago, you inflicted injury upon me, and now you act as if you are oblivious to the matter. Do you truly hold our Chu clan in such low regard? An individual by Chu Xiong's side spat venomously. Chui Ming's eyes narrowed further upon recognizing Wang Huan, the very person he had bested on the arena of the Earth rankings mere days ago. It appeared the members of the Chu clan intended to pin the blame on him, seeking to twist the narrative in their favor. Injured you? That day in the arena was governed by sect rules. Any inner sect disciple may challenge those on the leaderboard. Furthermore, our battle was witnessed by all. What grounds do you have to deny it? If your strength is lacking, must you resort to bullying the fewer? Cui Ming declared, having discerned their intentions and showing no deference. If you are unsatisfied, we may engage in combat once more. You would still be no match for me. You have quite the audacity. Wang Huan seethed, ready to unleash his power. Stand down. Do you wish to face punishment? Do you even realize where you are? Chu Xiong's voice cut through the tension, halting Wang Huan. The sect had strict regulations against fighting within the inner sect's cave areas. Violations would lead to disciplinary action. Only when Chu Xiong spoke did Cui Ming redirect his attention to him, activating his Sharingan. He intended to discern the changes within Chu Xiong after his return to the Chu family. Upon activating the Sharingan, Cui Ming's brow furrowed. Chu Xiong's cultivation remained at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, just as it had been during the selection tournament. Yet, upon closer observation, Cui Ming noted some peculiar changes within Chu Xiong's body. Previously, during their battle, Cui Ming had witnessed Chu Xiong's radiant sunlight technique, a masculine cultivation method that filled him with golden elemental energy. However, now, those golden energies were interspersed with tendrils of black mist, which, to Cui Ming's astonishment, appeared to be gradually consuming the original golden energy, growing stronger in the process. If this trend continued, it would not be long before Chu Xiong's elemental energy was entirely transformed into that black mist. Was this the change in Chu Xiong? What had he experienced within his family? Should the transformation into black mist be completed, what kind of changes would Chu Xiong undergo? Noticing the shift in Cui Ming's expression, Chu Xiong's eyes flickered. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Cui Ming's eyes indeed held extraordinary capabilities, allowing him to perceive things beyond the ordinary. Was this due to some unique technique, or were Cui Ming's eyes inherently different? Cui Ming, I shall not make things difficult for you. To avoid the impression of overwhelming numbers against you, simply vacate this cave dwelling, and I can assure you that your grievances will be settled. Chu Xiong chuckled, wearing the guise of a peacemaker, yet there was an unmistakable lack of sincerity in his demeanor. Surrender the cave? Why not demand my head instead? Let us set aside our grievances, he remarked. Cui Ming was incensed by Chu Xiong's words, a bitter laughter escaping his lips, before he coldly retorted, this cave I shall never relinquish. It is a treasure I have acquired through my own strength, and thus, it rightfully belongs to me. As for my disputes with him, I propose that he relinquish his own head, and I shall consider our matters settled. Cui Ming, are you courting death? Chu Xiong finally revealed his true intentions. He had come solely to confront Cui Ming, for after his transformation, he was confident in his ability to trample Cui Ming beneath his feet once more. Seeking vengeance for past grievances. Chapter 28. The challenge. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's audacious threat, Cui Ming's gaze turned icy, and he silently summoned his inner energy, poised to strike. However, he ultimately restrained himself, allowing his energy to dissipate gradually, while his expression returned to a serene facade, albeit concealing a hidden menace beneath. Cui Ming was acutely aware that, due to the system's influence, his combat prowess surpassed that of others within the same realm. Yet, this knowledge did not engender arrogance within him. In Cui Ming's estimation, his encounters with both Chu Xiong and Wang Huan had revealed that Wang Huan's strength was evidently superior to that of Chu Xiong. Nevertheless, it appeared that Wang Huan was merely following Chu Xiong like an obedient subordinate, which struck Cui Ming as peculiar. While it could be attributed to the fact that Chu Yuan was Chu Xiong's elder brother, thus commanding some respect from the Chu clan, Wang Huan's excessive deference seemed rather excessive. After all, Wang Huan, like Chu Xiong, was at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm and possessed his own sense of pride. Did this not imply that Chu Xiong had surpassed Wang Huan in strength? Particularly unsettling was the inexplicable dark energy emanating from Chu Xiong, which exuded an air of mystery that warranted caution. In response to Chu Xiong's provocation, Cui Ming chose to disregard him entirely. You wish to take my life? I am entitled to decline your challenge. Should you desire to engage me here and now, feel free to make your move, Cui Ming remarked, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he outright refused to battle. You. Chu Xiong was taken aback by Cui Ming's refusal. Although reluctant, he persisted in his taunts. Cui Ming, is this truly all you are capable of? It was merely a moment of carelessness on my part that allowed you to triumph in that previous contest. Why do you now cower like a turtle? Or perhaps you are acutely aware that you cannot best me, and your solitary victory has left you too timid to face me again? A turtle, you say? As the adage goes, a 1,000-year-old turtle lives on, for it knows how to avoid danger, Cui Ming retorted unexpectedly, leaving Chu Xiong and his entourage feeling as though they were striking a pillow, completely unable to manipulate him. Furious yet bemused, Chu Xiong replied, "Very well, Chui Ming. You, the illustrious second place in the selection trials, spout such ridiculous words. Go ahead and remain your turtle. However, you cannot hide for long. When 3 months have elapsed, we shall see what excuse you have left to avoid battling me. Remember this, once your grace period ends, I shall claim your life on the stage of life and death." With a final scornful glance at Chui Ming, Chu Xiong stormed off with his companions in a fit of rage. 3 months' time was of the essence. Chui Ming contemplated as he watched Chu Xiong's retreating figure. If he could thoroughly master the 9 transformation spirit pattern body refinement technique within this time frame and stabilize his cultivation at the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm, defeating Chu Xiong should not pose a challenge. The real concern, however, was the formidable presence of Chu Yuan, who was not to be underestimated. Regardless of the multitude of opinions, it is prudent to take each step as it comes and focus on cultivating one's abilities. Perhaps, upon achieving a breakthrough, the system may bestow further practical rewards, enhancing the odds for the decisive battle 3 months hence. Turning back to his cave dwelling, he prepared to immerse himself in the pursuit of strength. In merely half a day, the confrontation between him and Chu Xiong echoed throughout the inner sect. However, with the instigation of Chu Xiong and his cohorts, many disciples were quick to ridicule Chui Ming. Having entered the inner sect with the remarkable achievement of second place among his peers, his subsequent admission of retreating like a turtle truly astonished everyone. The actions of Chu Xiong were indeed despicable, employing such underhanded tactics to defame senior brother Chui. Upon hearing about Chui Ming, Chen Feng hastily made his way to Xiao Han's cave, eager to see if there was any way Xiao Han could assist Chui Ming. It was clear that Chui Ming was not a weakling, yet his decision to abstain from battle perhaps stemmed from the inexplicable enhancement of Chu Xiong's strength upon returning from his family, compelling Chui Ming to temporarily evade confrontation. Even Xiao Han found it hard to believe that Chui Ming would utter such words, sensing that Chui Ming had his own strategies in mind. Everything would become clear 3 months later. Their assistance was limited, and ultimately, it was up to Chui Ming alone. Nevertheless, Xiao Han was confident that Chu Xiong was no match for Chui Ming, who was far more complex than he appeared. In Xiao Han's heart, it was Chui Ming who warranted his utmost attention. Unbeknownst to Chui Ming, the gossip surrounding him was rife. At that moment, he was engrossed in inscribing body-refining inscriptions within his cave. During his time in the outer sect, he had realized that due to the concentration of vitality, the third transformation's spiritual patterns could not disrupt the existing balance of the 3 types of patterns, leading him to temporarily set aside body refinement. Now, with the availability of a cave that provided pure vitality, he could finally continue to imprint it within his body, striving toward the pinnacle of the third transformation. With a soft exhale, pure vitality blossomed at Chui Ming's fingertips, tracing the lightning attribute body-refining spiritual pattern in the air, which now sparkled more brilliantly than those drawn in the outer sect, with a far more potent fluctuation of energy. Consolidate, he gently commanded, completing a comprehensive body-refining spiritual pattern. As he guided it, it slowly began to imprint into his body. A slight resistance coursed through his body, reaching the spiritual pattern. Yet, with the pattern radiating brilliance and a stream of pure vitality flowing into his being, that resistance gradually dissipated. After a few breaths, the equilibrium of the spiritual patterns was disrupted, successfully imprinting the first third transformation spiritual pattern onto Chui Ming's bones, thereby enhancing their strength. Witnessing the successful imprint, a smile graced Chui Ming's lips. With the balance now broken, the subsequent imprints would become easier. It would merely require more concentration and time, 108 of each of the 3 spiritual patterns, and a little over a month would suffice to achieve the third transformation's completion. Were Elder Mo to discover that Chui Ming had managed to perfect the 9 transformations of spiritual patterns within just over 2 months, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Even ordinary individuals encounter similar challenges during their cultivation, even with the enhancement of vital energy within the inner sanctum. It is far from effortless to disrupt the equilibrium between spiritual patterns. One can only imprint these patterns forcefully once their cultivation reaches the corresponding realm of the physical body. It is only with the unique vitality of someone like Chui Ming that one can imprint the spiritual patterns associated with the late stages of the celestial origin realm and the early stages. Yet, Chui Ming remains oblivious to the underlying reasons. He merely relocated to a place with pure vital energy and successfully made the imprint. With a beginning established, he continued to sketch one after another, completing the imprint. The most crucial aspect is that imprinting spiritual patterns also aids in cultivation. During his breakthrough in the Earth origin realm, those days of sketching the spiritual patterns proved immensely beneficial. Cui Ming contemplated that perhaps upon completing the third transformation, he would not be far from a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm. Chapter 29. Deception in the Blink of an Eye. It has been over half a month since Cui Ming and his companions entered the inner sect. Currently, aside from Cui Ming and Lin Xian, no one else has ascended the Earth ranking. Xiao Han has his own plans and is not in a hurry to compete for a ranking. Chu Xiong, on the other hand, intends to seize this opportunity to challenge Cui Ming once his period of protection expires. Moreover, he has access to Chu Yuan's cave for cultivation. Thus, he is not overly fixated on the cave's significance. As for the others, they simply lack the requisite strength. Everyone witnessed Cui Ming's formidable prowess during their earlier battle. Even Lin Xian, who secured third place in the selection competition, managed to defeat only a disciple ranked in the 50s. Haha, I have finally broken through. I have been stuck at the peak of the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm for several months. The inner sect is indeed extraordinary. The abundant spiritual energy has allowed me to surpass my bottleneck in just half a month. I should be able to find a suitable cave on the Earth ranking now. A hearty laugh resonated within Shi Yan's cave. As one of the body cultivators among this group of disciples, he has now finally reached the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Consequently, his strength ranks among the foremost among the heavenly origin disciples. Feeling the surging power within him from his breakthrough, as well as the enhanced strength of his physique, Shi Yan was filled with excitement, as expected. After breaking through to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, my sun, moon, and stars, 3 transformations have also ascended to a new level. Once his cultivation is completely stabilized, Shi Yan eagerly makes his way to the Earth ranking arena. By now, the crowd around the Earth ranking arena has diminished significantly compared to when they first entered the inner sect, with only a dozen individuals present. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would step onto the stage for sparring, while most remained as spectators, documenting the fluctuations in the rankings. The most intriguing figure was Xiao Han. He, clearly the first in the inner sect selection, possessed considerable strength yet has never stepped onto the arena. Instead, he comes daily to observe the names inscribed on the stone tablet, seemingly deep in contemplation. Upon seeing Shi Yan's arrival, Xiao Han greeted him with a smile. Then his expression turned serious as he spoke again. Congratulations, Brother Shi, on breaking through to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. It seems you have come here to try your hand at the arena? Shi Yan nodded. Indeed. After visiting Cui Ming's cave, I have been contemplating when I could secure a ranking for myself. Attaining such a cave would undoubtedly facilitate my advancement to the inner sovereign realm. As he spoke, Shi Yan approached Xiao Han's side, gazing up at the stone tablet, intending to select a disciple whose strength was comparable to his own. As for why he did not choose a weaker opponent to secure an easy victory, Shi Yan believed that since he was making an effort, it would be more beneficial to challenge a worthy adversary. This way, he could hone his skills while solidifying his own cultivation, an endeavor that would yield dual benefits. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the Earth ranking recently, the rankings have undergone significant upheaval. Apart from the top 12 positions, nearly all others have been reshuffled. More than half of the names have dimmed, indicating that the caves recently acquired cannot be challenged. Ultimately, Shi Yan chose a disciple ranked 27th, Du Shan, who is also in the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Then, just like Cui Ming at that time, he left his name engraved on the stone tablet, awaiting the arrival of Du Shan. Due to the name imprint, wherever he was, if anyone challenged him, he would sense it and arrive at the Earth ranking arena within the stipulated time. Should he fail to appear within the time limit, it would be deemed a concession, and both parties would directly exchange the rights to their respective caves. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the disciple named Du Shan finally arrived. Upon seeing Shi Yan, he revealed a peculiar smile. The reason was simple. This individual was one of Chu Min's disciples. Well aware of the enmity between Chu Xiong and Cui Ming, and he also knew that Shi Yan was a close friend of Cui Ming. Since Cui Ming was willing to act like a coward and not engage in battle, it would be advantageous to extract some interest from his friend. If luck were on his side, Cui Ming might even emerge from his retreat for a fight in a fit of anger. Sensing the subtle expression on Du Shan's face, Shi Yan noticed the character Chu embroidered on the right side of his chest, so he was indeed from Chu Min. This presented the perfect opportunity for Shi Yan to act without restraint, for a friend's enemy is one's own enemy. The two ascended the stage, forgoing any pleasantries and immediately adopting their stances. Shi Yan held nothing back, launching the first attack with the technique Shuo Wang Bian. His palms enveloped in the intertwining energies of black and white, his figure flickering as he initiated the assault. Once he broke through, Zhou Ran's offensive grew even more ferocious and enigmatic, his steps infused with the ebb and flow of the tides, layering upon one another. And the hidden strength within the vortex of energy in his palms intensified. However, Du Qingshan, being a master in the earth ranking, possessed formidable skills. Instead of retreating in the face of Zhou Ran's attack, he advanced boldly, engaging Zhou Ran in a direct clash that resulted in a stalemate. Zhou Ran was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent also followed the path of physical cultivation with strength comparable to his own. The outcome would hinge on whose technique was superior and whose aggression was more ruthless. Du Qingshan glanced at the black and white energy swirling in Zhou Ran's palms. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You must be that outer disciple who specializes in body cultivation. Although you have broken through to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, it's still nothing remarkable. Show me your trump card, or you shall suffer a humiliating defeat. Humph. Hearing this, Zhou Ran scoffed coldly, surprised to find himself underestimated after just one exchange. However, he did not indulge in any pretentiousness. Coupled with his lack of regard for his opponent, he immediately channeled all his cultivation and unleashed his most powerful move, Zhui Ri Jin Wu Qi Shui. An energy sphere nearly 2 yards in diameter coalesced, far more dazzling than the one he had used in the selection tournament, its energy astonishingly potent. This caused Du Qingshan's pupils to constrict. He had not anticipated such formidable power from Zhou Ran's final attack, which seemed beyond the capability of someone who had just broken through to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, nearing the completeness of the heavenly origin realm. Moreover, aside from the mass of energy, if one looked closely, a vague silhouette of a bird could be discerned within the sphere. It was likely the form of the golden crow. As Zhou Ran's cultivation progressed, he refined this technique to perfection. Once he could fully manifest the golden crow, the power of this strike would be unimaginable, potentially akin to a small sun, bearing down on his adversary with the force to shatter mountains. However, Du Qingshan did not retreat. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face as he slowly reached into his garments, concealing an object between his fingers. When Zhou Ran's attack arrived, Du Qingshan summoned all his strength to meet it head-on. Despite his efforts, he could not entirely withstand Zhou Ran's onslaught. The backlash inflicted injury upon him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, though the wounds were not grave. In contrast, Zhou Ran only experienced a slight tremor in his form, unharmed. And it seemed victory was his. Surrender your lair, he demanded, preparing to unleash a final blow with his technique, the lunar and solar transformation. Dream on. You shall perish. Du Qingshan, whose face had turned pale from his injuries, twisted his lips into a cruel grin. Seizing the moment while Zhou Ran was off guard, he hurled the concealed, nail-like object at Zhou Ran. In a swift motion, the projectile pierced Zhou Ran's forearm, causing his vital energy to vanish instantaneously. Almost immediately, the veins in his arm bulged, turning black as the malevolence spread upward. You despicable fiend! You dared to use poison! Zhou Ran bellowed, then coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 30. Xiao Han takes action upon witnessing Zhou Ran sprawled on the ground. Utterly devoid of the strength to continue, Du Qingshan had no intention of relenting. He moved to strike again, intent on rendering Zhou Ran powerless. In the audience below the arena, Xiao Han sensed an imminent danger the moment he saw Zhou Ran fall. Realizing that Du Qingshan was poised to deliver a lethal blow, he sprang into action, rushing to the stage to rescue Zhou Ran. In a split second, Xiao Han positioned himself before Zhou Ran, shielding him from harm, and confronted Du Qingshan with a powerful palm strike. With a chilling tone, he proclaimed, "Is this truly the method of your Chu sect? It is indeed despicable and shameless to disrupt the rules of the arena and resort to treachery. Do you not fear the repercussions from the elders of your sect for taking advantage of another's misfortune? Repercussions? He is simply inferior in skill, and since he neither conceded nor vacated the arena, what right do you have to intervene?" Du Qingshan retorted disdainfully. "As for treachery, I see none. He merely suffered a backlash from his recent breakthrough, which has nothing to do with me." Du Qingshan regarded Xiao Han with contempt, viewing him merely as a novice disciple of the inner sect. Despite his late-stage Tianyuan realm status, Du Qingshan dismissed him as insignificant. The audacity of the Chu sect's members to twist the narrative left Xiao Han's expression grim, yet he chose to remain silent. Approaching Zhou Ran, he assessed his injuries, confirming that he had indeed been poisoned. The meridians in Zhou Ran's arm had turned a sinister black, resembling slender vines creeping beneath the skin, and the poison was spreading. If not treated promptly, it would soon infiltrate his vital organs. Zhou Ran extended a hand, placing it upon Shi Yan's shoulder. Infusing his cold attribute energy into Shi Yan's meridians, he froze the energy within, thereby halting the progression of the toxin. With Shi Yan's condition temporarily stabilized, Zhou Ran rose and calmly approached Du Qingshan. Let us engage in combat. What are you? You think you can simply demand a fight? You are not worthy. Du Qingshan scoffed, refusing to even regard Zhou Ran with a glance. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Ran's eyes. Instead of sparring verbally, he descended from the stage and approached a random disciple, offering a gathering yuan pill as compensation for summoning Qinfeng and Zhao Xian. Then, he stood before the earth-ranking stele, unhesitatingly imprinting his name upon it before selecting Du Qingshan's name as his challenger. Initially, Du Qingshan remained indifferent. But as he felt the surge of energy emanating from the stele, his expression shifted dramatically. At the pinnacle of the stone tablet, their names appeared. And after Zhou Ran's name, the words Peak Late Stage Tian Yuan Realm were inscribed. You, impossible. How can you possess the strength of a Peak Tian Yuan Realm cultivator? How could someone of such power challenge me? Du Qingshan was rendered speechless, utterly astonished that this newcomer to the inner sect possessed the strength of one of the top few on the earth ranking. Facing him was nothing short of courting death. Upon witnessing the panic etched upon Du Qingshan's visage, Zhou Ran slowly spoke. When did I ever claim to be an ordinary practitioner at the late stage of the Tian Yuan realm? Furthermore, since my arrival in the inner sect, I have yet to engage in a single arena match, which implies that I possess no ranking. Is there an issue with challenging you? As he articulated these words, Zhou Ran gracefully returned to the arena, where Qinfeng and his companion had also arrived. Under Zhou Ran's indication, they assisted Shi Yan down from the platform and sent Qinfeng to seek out Shi Yan's master. Turning back, Zhou Ran regarded Du Qingshan with a calm demeanor. Just now, you were reluctant to take action. Now, it seems you cannot refuse. In an instant, he vanished from Du Qingshan's sight, leaving him utterly flustered. How had he offended a peak practitioner of the Tian Yuan realm? He was acutely aware that he was no match for such an opponent. Just as he contemplated conceding to avoid some corporeal suffering, Zhou Ran's palm struck forth, forcing the words of surrender back down his throat, sending him hurtling backwards. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, leaving him grievously wounded. Du Qingshan soon discovered, to his horror, that the energy within him had inexplicably frozen, allowing him to muster only a faint glimmer of power. I concede. Just as Du Qingshan was attempting to mobilize his cultivation, Zhou Ran's sudden declaration left him bewildered. Was Zhou Ran's sole intention merely to strike him? However, the subsequent words from Zhou Ran plunged Du Qingshan into despair. Zhao Xian, do you not desire a cave abode on the earth ranking? The opportunity is now before you. He realized he was incapable of channeling his energy, and any passerby could easily cast him from the arena. Zhao Xian's eyes brightened at the prospect of such a fortuitous windfall. Yet, he understood that this cave abode would only be of use for 3 months. When that time elapsed, he would undoubtedly become a target. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. And he resolved to accept the offer before proceeding towards the earth-ranking monument to challenge Du Qingshan. Shameless. This is cheating. You, a mere practitioner at the mid-stage of the Tian Yuan realm, dare to aspire to defeat me? Du Qingshan bellowed in indignation, but his protest fell on deaf ears. By this time, Zhao Xian had ascended the arena, steadily advancing towards Du Qingshan. Stay away from me. Du Qingshan's furious cries echoed as he was unceremoniously cast off the platform. Zhao Xian then beheld his ranking supplanting Du Qingshan's position, landing him at the 27th spot, along with the corresponding 3-month experience card for the cave abode. Zhao Xian felt as though he were in a dream. How could a practitioner at the early stage of the Tian Yuan realm possibly rank within the top 30 of the earth ranking? No one would believe such a tale if he recounted it. Not long after, Qinfeng returned with Shi Yan's master. Upon seeing Shi Yan's condition, the elder was taken aback, quickly channeling his energy to stabilize Shi Yan's injuries before escorting him away. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Du Qingshan, pondering that had it not been for the urgency to save a life, this fellow was destined to endure a painful reckoning. Gazing at Zhao Xian atop the platform, Qinfeng was momentarily stunned. Zhao Shidi, how did you? Before Zhao Xian could respond, Zhou Ran interjected, directing his gaze towards Qinfeng. Do not fret. Qin Shidi, soon, I shall present you with a grand gift as well. He then approached the disciple who had previously summoned Qinfeng and the others, requesting him to recite the names of all individuals associated with the Chu sect on the earth ranking. After diligently noting down everyone's names and their respective rankings, Zhou Ran returned to the stone tablet of the earth ranking commencing his challenges starting with the disciple occupying the lowest position associated with the Chu sect. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, this disciple arrived at the earth-ranking arena and immediately spotted Zhou Ran sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast. Shock coursed through him. Who could have reduced him to such a state? After all, Zhou Ran was in the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, whereas he himself was merely at the pinnacle of the mid-stage. How could he possibly contend with him? Though perplexed as to why Zhou Ran was able to challenge him after vanquishing Zhou Ran, he knew the stone tablet would not err in its judgment. With no other choice, he steeled himself to step onto the arena, prepared to concede defeat at the very least. However, once he ascended the stage, Zhou Ran did not afford him the opportunity to speak. He immediately froze the disciple's vital energy. In that instant, the disciple comprehended why Zhou Ran was able to challenge him after defeating Zhou Ran. "I concede," he exclaimed in surrender. Zhou Ran then called out to Chen Feng. "His vital energy has been sealed. You may continue the challenge." Chen Feng stood momentarily stunned, glancing between Zhou Ran and the defeated disciple, before finally looking at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian nodded at him with a grin, and at that moment, Chen Feng grasped the implications of Zhao Xian's ranking. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the stone tablet, ready to issue another challenge to the bewildered disciple. In a swift motion, Chen Feng hurled him off the arena. Chapter 31. Cui Ming's Breakthrough. A piece of news swept through the inner sect like a tempest. All disciples were aware of a certain disciple named Zhou Ran, who had emerged as the foremost contender in the inner sect selection. Within a single day, he had vanquished nearly all of the disciples from the Chu clan listed on the Earth ranking. Currently, on the Earth ranking stone tablet, aside from the top 15, only 3 Chu clan disciples remained, 1 at the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm and 2 at its zenith, while the rest had been supplanted by other disciples. Chu Xiong was infuriated upon learning this. Since the establishment of the Chu clan, no one had dared to publicly humiliate them in such a manner. What incensed him further was that, despite defeating so many disciples of the Chu clan, Zhou Ran had still not made it onto the rankings. The stone tablet displayed several disciples at the early stages of the celestial origin realm, all of whom had been left vulnerable after being bested by Zhou Ran, who allowed others to claim their heads. This was a blatant affront to the Chu clan. Nevertheless, there were still 3 peak disciples of the celestial origin realm, who should have been capable of curbing Zhou Ran's arrogance. For a moment, Chu Xiong found himself at a loss for options, until Zhou Ran decisively defeated one of the remaining peak disciples, prompting Chu Xiong to lose his composure entirely. The fact that even the peak disciples of the celestial origin realm could not impede Zhou Ran's progress indicated that he was on the verge of grasping the threshold of the inner sovereign realm. In terms of strength, he would likely rank around 6th or 7th on the Earth ranking. Given this situation, it seemed that only Chu Yuan and Chu Xiong stood a chance against Zhou Ran. However, 2 pressing issues loomed before them. Chu Yuan had already attained the inner sovereign realm. If he were to brazenly confront a disciple of the celestial origin realm, he would violate the sect's regulations and undoubtedly face the Elder's wrath. As for Chu Xiong, having undergone the so-called baptism from the family, his strength had been significantly enhanced, and he felt confident in defeating Zhou Ran, even if Zhou Ran had perhaps already caught a glimpse of the path to the inner sovereign realm. Yet both of them were not on the Earth ranking. Thus, Chu Xiong could not directly challenge Zhou Ran unless it were a life-and-death battle, which the latter could not refuse. Furthermore, even if Zhou Ran occupied a ranking, he could still decline Chu Xiong's challenge within the 3-month protection period. However, Chu Xiong could not tolerate the notion of Zhou Ran single-handedly displacing all the disciples of the Chu clan from the Earth ranking. He resolutely decided to engage in a life-and-death battle with Zhou Ran. Upon confiding his thoughts to Chu Yuan, he was promptly dissuaded. "We cannot initiate a life-and-death battle. Although you have accepted the baptism, the time is still too brief for you to fully master this newfound power. Moreover, your primary objective is Cui Ming. Focus on preparing for your battle with him in 3 months. Previously, I intervened in your fight in the outer sect. I cannot afford to draw attention to myself again. You must rely on your own strength this time. Zhou Ran is already at the peak of the celestial origin realm, while I cannot intervene now. Once he breaks through to the inner sovereign realm, I will ensure he understands the consequences of provoking me." Chu Xiong was immediately agitated. Are we to simply watch as he tramples upon our dignity so brazenly? Chu Yuan spoke softly, while anger is indeed present. It is essential to remember that he is not a disciple of the Chu family, merely a tool fashioned for the purpose of concealing our family's endeavors. Once we acquire what we seek, the very existence of the Qingyang sect may be in question. After all, they are merely a handful of disciples. Why invest so much concern? Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, Chu Xiong's resentment dissipated somewhat, yet thoughts of seeking an opportunity to duel with Xiaohan lingered in his mind. The last master of the earth ranking from the Chu sect had also been defeated by Xiaohan. However, this time, Xiaohan did not concede defeat but instead claimed victory over the cave abode. After all, being ranked 8th, the Wazy Cave was an excellent cultivation venue, and it would be a pity to simply hand it over. After exchanging the cave abode, he set off to find Shiyan, confident that with the elder's intervention, Shiyan should be safe. Elder Song, is Shiyan's injury serious? As he entered Shiyan's cave, where Shiyan, his master, Chen Feng, and Zhao Xian were present, Xiaohan anxiously inquired about Shiyan's condition. Shiyan's master, Song Wu, a formidable body cultivator, had recognized Shiyan's innate talent in body cultivation and took him under his wing. Stroking his beard, Song Wu shook his head and said, "The injury has been stabilized, and the toxins within have been expelled. However, given that Shiyan has only recently broken through, suffering such severe injuries is regrettable. Some toxins have already infiltrated his lungs, thus, his cultivation will likely regress to the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm." Xiaohan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as he approached Shiyan, who had just regained consciousness. "Brother Xia, you have arrived. Brother Shi, the one who ambushed you has been gravely injured by me. Moreover, I have challenged and removed all those above the earth ranking from the Chu sect, thus avenging you," Xiaohan declared solemnly. Shiyan, in a weakened state, replied, "Thank you, Brother Xia, for your assistance, but there is no need for such concern on my behalf. After all, Chu Yuan is a master of the inner realm, and defending them may lead to trouble for you as well. Fear not. Within the inner sect, he would not dare act openly against me. As for Chu Xiong, I believe Cui Ming will deliver him a surprise," Xiaohan reassured Shiyan, urging him to focus on his recovery before taking his leave. In the days that followed, tranquility enveloped the inner sect. Cui Ming and Chu Xiong were preparing for their impending battle, while Xiaohan diligently cultivated in his newly acquired cave abode. Striving to enhance his own strength, and Shiyan continued his recuperation. More than 2 months had passed, and Cui Ming remained in seclusion within the cave, judging by his aura. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, soon to ascend to the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm. However, this alone would not suffice against Chu Xiong. Currently, Cui Ming's reliance was not on his cultivation level, but rather on his physical prowess. After over 2 months of intensive training, Cui Ming was nearing the completion of the 9 transformation spirit pattern body refinement technique. The 3 spiritual patterns, bone quenching, body forging, and skin refining, have each reached the impressive count of 99. With the imprinting of 9 additional spiritual patterns, Cui Ming will attain the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation, achieving a physical prowess that rivals the zenith of the celestial origin realm. With unwavering determination, Cui Ming resolved to inscribe all 27 remaining spiritual patterns in one go. Channeling his vital energy, he raised his hand and began to sketch in the air. As time flowed, the number of spiritual patterns he etched increased. 3, 9, 20, 25. Upon the completion of the final spiritual pattern within his being, an extraordinary phenomenon ensued. The brilliance of the spiritual patterns within his skin, flesh, and bone surged, as if a mysterious connection had formed between each one. They intertwined like 3 coiling dragons, traversing every part of Cui Ming's body. This state persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick. After the 3 spiritual dragon patterns coursed through him, every pore of Cui Ming expelled impurities resembling black sludge, emitting a foul stench. The 3 dragons spiraled upward, entwining with one another before suddenly dispersing, reforming into spiritual patterns that nestled within his bones and flesh. In that instant, the aura emanating from Cui Ming escalated rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. The 9 transformation spiritual pattern body refinement technique truly lived up to its reputation. Cui Ming moved his body, and the fiery chakra surged forth, incinerating the black sludge impurities clinging to his surface, leaving his entire form radiating a lustrous sheen, exuding an aura of immense strength. Once more, he channeled his vital energy. Previously stuck at the midpoint of the celestial origin realm, the cleansing from the 3 spiritual dragon patterns revealed signs of breaking through. Without hesitation, Cui Ming settled into a meditative posture, directing his internal energy towards the bottleneck. The process was seamless, presenting no hindrances, and he swiftly ascended to the midpoint of the celestial origin realm, elevating his strength to new heights. Chapter 32. The challenge from Chu Xiong. As Cui Ming perfected his body refinement technique, the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. It detected that the host had fully mastered the body refinement technique, achieving peak physical strength at the Tianyuan realm, thus meeting the fundamental physical requirements to unlock the 8 gates of Duanjia. The exchange privilege for the 8 gates of Duanjia has now been activated, allowing redemption upon acquiring sufficient points, enabling mastery of this technique thereafter. Furthermore, congratulations are in order for the host reaching the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm, with physical cultivation attaining the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. The following ninjutsu or items are offered as rewards for the host's breakthrough. 1. Partial access to the Sharingan, enabling the host to cast ordinary illusions on adversaries. The specific effect allows for the manipulation of the opponent's visual judgment, causing their attacks to deviate. Unlocks the abilities of perception, probing, and replication of ninjutsu. Note: when casting illusions, ensure that the opponent's cultivation or mental strength does not exceed that of the host. The greater the disparity, the higher the success rate and duration of the illusion. Conversely, a smaller gap may shorten the effect or even result in backlash. 2. Reward of B-level ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, capable of creating tangible clones that share memories and perceptions with the original, allowing for independent action, attacks, or the execution of ninjutsu. Limitations: currently, only one clone can be created. 3. Reward points, 20,000. Current available points, 20,600. Chui Ming was overjoyed, astonished by the bountiful rewards from the system, especially the 2 abilities which were formidable weapons against foes. In high-stakes battles, even a minor misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The Shadow Clone Technique, a signature move of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto, primarily employs a strategy of overwhelming the enemy with numbers. Although he could currently create only one clone, it sufficed. What truly captivated Chui Ming was the 8 gates of Duanjia, after previously using an experience card for it, which allowed him to unlock only 2 gates. He had tasted the sweetness of its power. Since then, he had been enamored with the 8 gates of Duanjia. Who could resist the allure of wielding such an advantage in combat? However, when Chui Ming accessed the system's exchange marketplace, he was left dumbfounded. Among the previously darkened areas, one icon had illuminated. 8 gates of Duanjia, Taijutsu, forbidden technique level, a supreme secret art that unleashes potential by overcoming bodily restrictions. Within a person lie 8 gates that limit the flow of chakra: the open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. The 8 gates of Duanjia can forcibly breach these limitations, granting powers far beyond one's own, albeit at a tremendous cost. Exchange value: 500,000,001. Permanent: 500,000. What difference is this from receiving no reward at all? I have been traversing this realm for nearly 4 months, and the total rewards barely amount to 40,000 points. 500,000. This will take me years to accumulate. Chui Ming lamented. It would have been better to leave it shrouded in darkness, allowing for the hope that it might someday be rewarded directly. This revelation was more torturous than death itself. 500,000. Why doesn't the system go and rob a bank? Though the grievances may be voiced, the rewards this time are undeniably substantial. Whether it be the illusions conjured by the Sharingan or the art of shadow cloning, when wielded with finesse, these techniques could become formidable weapons in future battles. With Chui Ming's current prowess, his offensive capabilities, speed, and regenerative abilities have seen remarkable enhancement. The potency of techniques such as the Gale Palm and Leaf Whirlwind has escalated to an entirely different caliber, capable of severely injuring an ordinary practitioner at the late stage of the celestial origin realm with but a single strike. While it remains uncertain what transformations have transpired within the Chu Xiong family during his recent visit, it seems he is now prepared to engage Chu Xiong in combat. Having completed his cultivation, there is no longer a need for him to seclude himself within his cave. It is time to venture out and rejuvenate himself. Ready to embrace the challenge posed by Chu Xiong, he decides to pay a visit to Shiyan, curious whether he has managed to break through to the late stage of the celestial origin realm. As Chui Ming approaches Shiyan's cave, he senses an unusual atmosphere within the inner sect, though he cannot quite articulate what feels amiss, merely that it seems quieter than usual. Upon arriving, he finds Shiyan reclining on his bed, accompanied by Qin Feng and Zhao Xian. Given that Shiyan's master is an elder of the sect, he is often preoccupied with affairs, leaving Qin Feng and Zhao Xian to keep watch over Shiyan. In truth, Shiyan's injuries are no longer critical. However, the aftermath of his fall has left his internal energies somewhat disordered. Without supervision, his impulsive nature would undoubtedly lead him to recklessly resume his cultivation, risking further damage to his foundation and potentially jeopardizing his ability to cultivate in the future. Initially, Cui Ming was astonished at the severity of Shi Yan's injuries until Qin Feng recounted the treachery he faced during the earth-ranking arena, where disciples of the Chu sect employed underhanded tactics, using poison weapons to sabotage Shi Yan, causing his recently attained cultivation to regress. Cui Ming's gaze shifted to Shi Yan in shock, activating his Sharingan to discern the extent of Shi Yan's injuries. Indeed, Shi Yan's condition was grave, with remnants of black poison still lingering in his injured right arm, slowly corroding his meridians. Although the poison no longer posed a direct threat to Shi Yan, its complete eradication would rely solely on his own efforts to refine and expel it from his body using his internal energies. Witnessing Shi Yan fall victim to such vile treachery filled Cui Ming with guilt, for he recognized that this turmoil stemmed from his own enmity with Chu Xiong. Shi Yan, being close to him, had become a target for those seeking to compel Cui Ming into action, thereby implicating him in Shi Yan's plight. Determined, Cui Ming resolved to confront the Chu sect at the earth-ranking arena to seek justice for Shi Yan. Yet, Shi Yan halted Cui Ming's advance, shaking his head in refusal. Cui Ming, there is no need for you to feel remorse. I consider you a friend and naturally disdain the actions of those from the Chu sect. As for vengeance, it is unnecessary. On the very day I was injured, senior brother Xiao Han, in a fit of anger, expelled all Chu sect disciples from the earth ranking. Is that even possible? Cui Ming responded, incredulous. The Chu sect boasts several disciples at the late stage of the celestial origin realm, and even those at its pinnacle. How could senior brother Xiao accomplish such a feat? Did he truly single-handedly challenge the entire Chu sect? Qin Feng recounted the entire process of Xiao Han challenging the disciples of the Chu clan to Cui Ming without omitting a single detail. To his astonishment, Xiao Han had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. It appeared that he had been concealing his true abilities during his time in the outer sect, as none of those who had sparred with him had managed to compel him to unleash his full strength. This initial display of power had stirred such a tempest within the inner sect, it was no wonder the outside was so quiet. It seemed to be a result of Brother Zhao's actions. Most of those ranked on the Earth list were still in a protective state, avoiding confrontations. However, Cui Ming understood that given the personalities of Chu Yuan and Chu Xiong, it was improbable they would simply swallow their pride. Perhaps when he faced Chu Xiong, the latter would undoubtedly unleash the pent-up fury accumulated during this period upon him. This realization heightened Cui Ming's pressure, for a person driven to madness is utterly unpredictable. A few days later, precisely 3 months after Cui Ming ascended the Earth list, his protection period expired. Consequently, any disciple ranked below him on the Earth list, as well as those not listed at all, could challenge him. On that very day, Chu Xiong arrived at the Earth list arena and inscribed his name upon it, subsequently issuing a challenge to Cui Ming. This action drew the attention of nearly all the celestial origin realm disciples within the inner sect, as the enmity between Cui Ming and Chu Xiong was well known. According to the observations of these disciples, Chu Xiong's strength had likely reached the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, surpassing all others in the Chu clan to become the foremost among them. Meanwhile, Cui Ming, once labeled a waste of talent, had continually defied expectations in recent months, emerging as a formidable dark horse. Having initially entered the celestial origin realm and defeated those in the late stages, it remained uncertain whether Cui Ming had now advanced to the mid-stage or possessed the strength to rival those at the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. This battle would ultimately provide the answers through tangible demonstration. Chapter 33. The rematch with Chu Xiong within the cave. Cui Ming suddenly sensed a faint yet familiar ripple. It was the mark he had left on the earth-ranking stone tablet. Chu Xiong, are you so eager? Just as the protection period has elapsed, you have already initiated a challenge at the arena. It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities, and your animosity towards me runs deep. As Cui Ming pondered, he departed the cave and made his way to the earth-ranking arena. Since an invitation had been extended, he felt compelled to attend. At the earth-ranking arena, a cacophony of voices filled the air as nearly all disciples of the celestial origin realm gathered, encircling the arena tightly. Some fellow disciples jockeyed for advantageous positions to observe, while others called upon friends to join in witnessing this long-anticipated duel. The atmosphere resembled a grand assembly within the inner sect, the scene remarkably spectacular. Upon Cui Ming's arrival at the arena, Chu Xiong had already been waiting for quite some time, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as he gazed down at Cui Ming. Cui Ming, I thought you would shy away from battling me, opting instead to remain in your cave like a turtle. waiting for the time to elapse and then retreating back to your original novice cave. Haha. Cui Ming dismissively ignored Chu Xiong's provocation. Recognizing it as mere verbal sparring, true strength would ultimately speak for itself. Ascending the Earth-ranking arena, Cui Ming and Chu Xiong faced each other. The crowd erupting with fervent cheers, their powerful auras clashing, neither willing to concede an inch. Clad in black robes, Chu Xiong did not conceal his prowess. Unleashing the full force of his peak celestial origin cultivation, causing his robes to billow dramatically. His predatory gaze fixed on Cui Ming, reminiscent of a hunter poised to strike, ready to sever the neck of his prey. In contrast, Cui Ming, dressed in white, stood resolutely, exuding calm confidence, seemingly assured of his ability to triumph over his opponent. However, when he revealed his mid-celestial origin cultivation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Disciples of Chu Min jeered, "Ha ha ha, is this merely a mid-celestial origin practitioner? Foolishly believing he can defeat the peak celestial origin Chu Xiong?" Indeed, although he once enjoyed a stroke of luck winning against Chu Xiong in the late celestial origin stage, surely he must understand the vast chasm between the late and peak stages. An ordinary late-stage celestial origin disciple stands no chance against Chu Xiong. Zhou Ran, who had come to observe the match, couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was Cui Ming thinking, daring to accept Chu Xiong's challenge at merely mid-celestial origin? The disparity in their cultivation was far too great. It would have been wiser to forego the battle and allow Chu Xiong to claim the cave, rather than recklessly act out of impulse. Listening to the discussions below, Chu Xiong couldn't contain his amusement. "You, a mid-celestial origin practitioner, think you can fight me? You truly do not even know how to write the word death. Today, I shall reveal to you that once. I could easily crush you beneath my feet as one would an ant. Even now, I perceive you merely as a pest that I can effortlessly squish." In response to Chu Xiong's scorn, Cui Ming spoke with an air of indifference. "Though my cultivation is but at the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm, do not forget that I am still a body cultivator." With that, Cui Ming's form trembled, and a multitude of spiritual patterns emerged from within him. 36, 72. 108 red spiritual patterns appeared upon his skin, representing the perfected fire attribute skin-refining patterns. Yet, this was not the end. The wood attribute body-refining patterns and the lightning attribute bone-tempering patterns also shimmered with brilliance within him. As the 9 transformations spiritual patterns body-refining art was flawlessly executed by Cui Ming, an aura of peak Tianyuan realm emanated from him. A manifestation of pure physical strength that rivaled Chu Xiong's own presence. Chu Xiong, witnessing this, finally began to regard Cui Ming with seriousness, tinged with an undercurrent of jealousy. He had achieved his current cultivation only through returning to his family and undergoing a so-called baptism. Otherwise, he would still be merely an ordinary disciple at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm. In contrast, Cui Ming had ascended from an incapable waste to a level that demanded his respect in a mere few months. Following his previous defeat, an involuntary fear began to stir within Chu Xiong, not a fear of Cui Ming's prowess, but rather the apprehension of facing defeat at the hands of this individual once more. With a firm resolve, Chu Xiong dismissed such distracting thoughts. This was not the moment for such distractions. He sensed the latent power within him, which reassured him. Cultivation is fundamental. Today, your defeat is inevitable. I shall cleanse the shame of the Chu men with your blood. With a cold snort, Chu Xiong swiftly formed hand seals, and 12 golden beams of light shot skyward, intertwining to form a vast golden net, descending upon Cui Ming below. This was a technique he comprehended after ascending to the peak of the Tianyuan realm, the Golden Crow's heaven-capturing formation. When employed against an opponent, it could yield remarkable results. Cui Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as his Sharingan subtly activated, revealing the flow of Yuan power within Chu Xiong's trapping formation. Identifying a vulnerable point amidst the intertwining energies, he summoned the lightning attribute chakra within him, condensing it into a blade of air nearly a yard long before him. This was a void blade, not a ninjutsu wind technique. In terms of ferocity, lightning release surpassed wind release. As the golden net descended to a certain height, Cui Ming waved his hand, and the air blade shot forth toward the weak spot. In an instant, a breach was torn in the net, though it did little to diminish its overall effect as its momentum remained unyielding. Fire release, great fireball technique. Following the void blade, Cui Ming unleashed a fireball towards the newly created opening. Compared to their last battle, after breaking through to the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm, Cui Ming's vital energy surged, allowing for a greater conversion of chakra. The might of this fiery orb surpassed its predecessors significantly. As the two forces collided in midair, The energy of the orb relentlessly incinerated the surrounding essence. Ultimately, the essence around the breach grew increasingly sparse, causing the rift to expand further until it could no longer withstand the pressure, resulting in the orb bursting through and soaring skyward. Seizing this opportunity, Cui Ming leapt through the opening created by the fireball, escaping the confines of the Jinwu prison array. Though it may seem drawn out, the interval between these two attacks was remarkably brief. Within mere breaths, Cui Ming had extricated himself. Observing this, Chu Xiong's gaze sharpened. Indeed, Cui Ming's prowess was not to be underestimated. While it was true that Cui Ming relied predominantly on his physical strength, an ordinary practitioner at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm would find it far more challenging to breach the Jinwu prison array. It appeared Chapter 34, the marvelous use of Shadow Clone's golden radiance armor, coalesce. With a swift gesture, Chu Xiong summoned a resplendent suit of armor that gleamed with golden light, a hallmark of the radiant light technique's defensive prowess. Having attained the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, Chu Xiong wielded this golden radiance armor once more, rendering him nearly impervious to all assaults from ordinary late-stage celestial origin cultivators and below. Even attacks from those who had reached the late-stage perfection would, upon being mitigated by this armor, inflict negligible harm upon him. Whoosh! With explosive force, Chu Xiong propelled himself towards Cui Ming at an astonishing speed. His right hand clenched into a fist, shimmering with golden ripples of yuan energy, a strike potent enough to severely injure any late-stage celestial origin cultivator. Bang! Cui Ming, possessing unwavering confidence in his physical form, refrained from employing any yuan energy or techniques, opting instead to meet Chu Xiong's punch head-on with sheer bodily strength. The collision of their fists shattered the air, creating a momentary vacuum, accompanied by a piercing explosive sound, as visible ripples radiated through the atmosphere. In this clash, both combatants remained steadfast, neither yielding an inch. Observing the intricate patterns of spiritual runes adorning Cui Ming's fist, Chu Xiong marveled inwardly. He had witnessed this body-refining technique practiced by other inner disciples, yet none had achieved such a remarkable level as Cui Ming. The cultivation of the 9 transformation spiritual rune refinement technique was notoriously arduous, but Cui Ming had exploited the advantages of a systematic approach, elevating its potential to new heights. As they separated, Chu Xiong extended his left hand forward, conjuring a magnificent golden bow. Drawing the bowstring, a dark golden arrow materialized, aimed squarely at Cui Ming. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, aimed directly at Cui Ming's chest. However, Cui Ming did not flinch. He crossed his arms over his chest, allowing the arrow to strike his forearm. Apart from a slight numbing sensation from the impact, he sustained no injury, as his physical resilience rivaled that of Chu Xiong's golden radiance armor. Yet the encounter was not over. A second arrow swiftly followed. This time, Cui Ming chose not to passively defend, asserting, "You've made your move twice. Now it's my turn." With that, he leapt into the air, deftly using the momentum from the arrow's flight to launch himself towards Chu Xiong's head. Leaf whirlwind, executing a graceful aerial somersault. He aimed a single-legged strike towards Chu Xiong's head, infused with the power of spiritual runes, representing Cui Ming's most formidable physical assault at present. Chu Xiong slightly raised his head, golden energy swirling in his palm as he gathered strength, timing his defense perfectly. He raised his left arm to absorb the impact of Cui Ming's kick. Nevertheless, the force drove him down slightly, bending his legs. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the inner side of Cui Ming's knee, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Cui Ming adjusted his form, landing smoothly. Yet the pain radiating through his legs served as a stark reminder that if he allowed Chu Xiong to continue this onslaught, even his formidable physique would struggle to withstand much more. With the activation of the wood attribute spiritual runes, the discomfort in his leg dissipated entirely within 2 breaths. Cui Ming scrutinized Chu Xiong, recognizing that the radiant light technique was indeed a remarkable legacy of the Chu family, seamlessly integrating offense and defense with commendable efficacy. It was clear that he would need to exert his utmost effort. Chu Xiong was still holding back, remaining in a phase of cautious probing. Moreover, Cui Ming recalled the faint strands of black mist he had observed within Chu Xiong's body through his Sharingan, the nature of which remained a mystery, necessitating vigilant caution. For the moment, he needed to dismantle Chu Xiong's defenses. Otherwise, this stalemate could eventually lead to his own detriment. Drawing from prior experience, he condensed 108 lightning attribute spiritual patterns into a spiral formation around his right fist, concentrating all his energy into a singular point. hoping this would allow him to breach Chu Xiong's golden light sacred armor once more. Activating his Sharingan, Cui Ming dashed towards Chu Xiong, halting abruptly at a distance of roughly 1 zhang, and unleashed a powerful fireball technique without warning. Seizing this opportunity, Cui Ming swiftly maneuvered to the side, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. However, to his astonishment, Chu Xiong had anticipated his intentions, reacting with remarkable speed to counter Cui Ming's strike. Cui Ming, it would be wise to retire such childish tricks. With my current prowess, I can easily perceive your movements. Your tactics are futile against me, Chu Xiong remarked, simultaneously launching a counteroffensive. Their hands, radiating golden light, collided with force, each engaging in the most brutal of exchanges. After several dozen exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Following a final clash of fists, the two stepped back, both wearing expressions of gravity, taken aback by each other's strength. Seizing this moment, Cui Ming contemplated a strategy to break the deadlock. After a brief moment, inspiration struck. He devised a method to strike Chu Xiong. Amidst the confusion of Chu Xiong and the numerous onlookers, Cui Ming began to circle around him, sprinting at an increasing pace from a distance of approximately 2 zhang. Not fast enough. I need to accelerate further, Cui Ming mused, channeling the lightning attribute's spiritual patterns into his legs, swiftly creating afterimages upon the arena floor. Chu Xiong, now perplexed by Cui Ming's intentions, resorted to provocation. Cui Ming, why are you running? Do you fear that you cannot match me? If you are afraid, concede gracefully. Perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, let us engage in a proper battle. Yet, Cui Ming paid no heed to Chu Xiong's taunts, resolutely continuing his rapid circling of the arena. As the opportune moment approached, and the audience was thoroughly baffled by Cui Ming's actions, he began to mobilize his chakra. Shadow clone technique. He silently intoned, summoning an identical clone of himself, which immediately matched his speed while trailing slightly behind. Neither Chu Xiong nor the spectators on the sidelines noticed the additional Cui Ming on the stage. They assumed it was merely another afterimage. Seizing the moment, Cui Ming commanded his clone to accelerate once more, positioning itself a few body lengths ahead of him. Then, he swiftly altered his course, heading directly towards Chu Xiong. Although Chu Xiong could not fathom the tactical intentions of Cui Ming, he did not let his guard down. As Cui Ming approached, Chu Xiong promptly reacted. Now is the moment. Noticing Chu Xiong's gaze fixated upon him, Cui Ming seized the opportunity. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly beneath his eyes, casting an illusion upon Chu Xiong. While the illusion he could conjure at this moment did not reach the immersive experience depicted in anime, it sufficed to create a fleeting distraction. Although 2 figures of Cui Ming appeared before Chu Xiong, under the influence of the Sharingan, Chu Xiong perceived only one, or rather, a faint afterimage of Cui Ming surging towards him. Nothing more than this, such childish tricks. Chu Xiong disdainfully launched an attack at Cui Ming. However, as Chu Xiong's strike landed upon Cui Ming, his figure astonishingly dissipated. This is bad. An afterimage? Chu Xiong immediately sensed something was amiss. Yet, by that time, it was too late. The distance between Cui Ming and his clone was minimal. In the instant the clone vanished, Cui Ming had already activated his Fist of the Thunder attribute, striking heavily against Chu Xiong's chest. Chapter 35, The Power of Baptism with a Swift Motion. Cui Ming unleashed a punch imbued with the combined attributes of thunder and fire, transforming his fist into a formidable drill of lightning and flame. Even the golden light sacred armor of Chu Xiong could not withstand such a concentrated assault, as Cui Ming's fist pierced through it effortlessly. Though the force of the blow diminished significantly after breaching the armor, it remained a full-powered strike from a peak celestial origin realm practitioner. Upon impact, Chu Xiong was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest in disbelief, staring at Cui Ming. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Cui Ming. How could it have been merely an illusion? Despite the uncertainty of his vision, his senses confirmed that it was indeed Cui Ming's corporeal form, and an illusion could not possibly precede its original. Indeed, if it were a mere basic clone technique, it would have resulted in only a phantom with no physical substance, visible yet imperceptible. However, Cui Ming employed a high-level ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, which allowed the clones to share chakra, or vital energy, with the original. Thus, Chu Xiong initially sensed Cui Ming's presence. Yet, momentarily affected by Cui Ming's Sharingan Jinjutsu, he failed to notice the real Cui Ming concealed behind him, leading to a miscalculation in his defense that left him vulnerable to the unexpected attack. Rising once more, Chu Xiong regarded Cui Ming with a fearsome expression. grappling with the reality that this once inept individual had repeatedly brought him to his knees. How could someone he had previously dismissed as worthless possess such strength? Chui Ming withdrew his fist and spoke. Feel free to unleash any remaining techniques you have. Without the Golden Light Sacred Armor, you stand no chance. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for that move you employed during the inner sect selection. It provided me with invaluable inspiration. How does it feel to have bitten the hand that feeds you? At Chui Ming's scornful words, Chu Xiong's countenance darkened, and he resolved to no longer conceal his true abilities. With a furious roar, the vital energy within him surged to the surface like boiling water, his veins swelling visibly. Even the blood vessels on his forehead becoming engorged. Witnessing such a terrifying transformation, Chui Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the power Chu Xiong had acquired following his family's baptism? Through the lens of his Sharingan, Chui Ming observed the once dormant black energy within Chu Xiong now stirring to life, ravenously devouring his vital energy. As more and more of this energy was consumed, the scale of the black energy grew increasingly vast, quickly enveloping the majority of Chu Xiong's meridians. Externally, he appeared ensnared within a web of darkness. When his vital energy was entirely despite the grotesque transformation of his visage, Chu Xiong's aura surged, nearly reaching the threshold of the inner guardian realm, placing him among the top contenders in the Earth rankings, on the cusp of stepping into that next realm. This spectacle not only left Chui Ming astounded but also elicited gasps of horror from the numerous disciples below. Even a couple of those ranked highly in the Earth rankings were taken aback by Chu Xiong's current state, for they themselves were on the verge of entering the inner guardian realm. On stage, Chui Ming felt an unprecedented pressure as he faced Chu Xiong, now enveloped in a dark aura. Previously, with Chu Xiong's peak strength at the celestial origin realm, Chui Ming had a solid 60 to 70% chance of victory. However, now his odds had plummeted to less than 30%. Just like those higher-ranked disciples, although they were all at the late stages of the celestial origin realm, distinctions remained. Attaining the late-stage perfection merely signifies reaching the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm, while the peak represents a refinement of one's intrinsic energy and physical qualities, strength, speed, and other attributes, approaching a state of near perfection based on individual potential. To have one foot in the inner guardian realm indicates an understanding of the next level. And with continued insight, one might seize the opportunity for a breakthrough into that realm. Yet, Chu Xiong currently relied entirely on external forces to surpass the peak of the celestial origin realm, lacking the comprehension necessary for the next stage. Thus, no matter how much external power he possessed, he could not directly attain the inner guardian realm. Chui Ming, what do you have left to contend with me? Chu Xiong sneered as he charged toward Chui Ming. So swift. Chui Ming's pupils contracted sharply, although his Sharingan enabled him to perceive Chu Xiong's movements clearly. His reaction time lagged. Just as he barely raised his arms, Chu Xiong's fist crashed into his shoulder. Bang! The blow sent Chui Ming hurtling across the arena until he barely stabilized himself at the edge. Empowered by the dark energy, the force of that punch was immense. Despite having perfected the 9 transformation spirit pattern body refinement technique, Chui Ming felt a tingling numbness spread through half of his body, and his arm nearly dislocated. Is this the power of a half-step into the inner guardian realm? Chui Ming pondered, realizing that solely relying on strength put his opponent at an absolute advantage. He could not afford to clash head-on. He needed to find an opportunity to discern his weaknesses. Seizing the moment of Chui Ming's contemplation, Chu Xiong charged again. Extending a hand, dark energy swirling ominously, intent on seizing Chui Ming's throat. Regaining his focus, Chui Ming's eyes flashed with the Sharingan, unleashing an illusion that momentarily disoriented Chu Xiong. Seizing the opportunity, Chui Ming executed a leaf whirlwind, striking Chu Xiong's left rib to create distance between them. For an ordinary disciple at the late stage of the celestial origin realm, that kick might have been enough to shatter bones. However, Chu Xiong merely staggered sideways, unfazed by the attack. It seemed he felt no pain at all, licking his lips as his predatory gaze once again locked onto Chui Ming. Chui Ming was suddenly struck by a wave of frustration. The scene before him resembled a zombie film from a past life. No matter the ferocity of fists or the sharpness of blades, physical assaults seemed utterly ineffective against the undead. Void Blade. A sharp stream of energy was unleashed by Chui Ming, aimed directly at Chu Xiong's neck. Yet, Chu Xiong merely raised his palm, allowing the energy blade to collide with his hand. With a soft thud, the blade left only a shallow wound in the center of his palm before dissipating. As dark energy swirled, the injury swiftly healed. How is one to engage in battle when even the most formidable attacks merely resulted in superficial wounds? Chui Ming's anxiety deepened with each encounter, What, in truth, was the so-called baptism of the Chu family? Was there truly no way to counter it? Chapter 36. The enigmatic steel. The arena had entirely transformed into a lopsided contest, and the multitude of disciples below began to sense that something was amiss with Chu Xiong. No ordinary person, even one who had reached the threshold of the half-step inner realm, could withstand a full-force strike from a pinnacle cultivator of the celestial origin realm without sustaining any harm. The few disciples who had previously been spectators now shed their casual demeanor, secretly contemplating what the outcome would be if they were to face the current Chu Xiong in the arena. The collective conclusion was alarming. Victory was far from guaranteed. Although defeat was not a certainty, these disciples were indeed genuine half-step inner realm practitioners, yet they found themselves unable to suppress Chu Xiong, who remained firmly within the celestial origin realm. The peculiarities of the Chu family's baptism proved to be truly enigmatic. Moreover, with the black aura enveloping Chu Xiong and the veins protruding from his body, he appeared to be employing a self-destructive, forbidden technique, or perhaps something that did not constitute a legitimate martial art, as it starkly contrasted with the illustrious techniques of the Chu family. However, no one dared to assert unequivocally that Chu Xiong was employing dark sorcery. On one hand, no one had witnessed the appearance of a Chu family member post-baptism, and on the other, they were wary of potential repercussions from the Chu family. Thus, even if the so-called baptism of the Chu family indeed harbored issues, it was best left to the elders and other significant figures of the sect to address such matters. As mere bystanders, it was unwise to speculate. The two combatants on the stage had once again engaged in battle. Cui Ming found himself at a distinct disadvantage, struggling to fend off Chu Xiong's relentless onslaught. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. A fierce determination flickered in Cui Ming's eyes. If the dark energy within Chu Xiong was a result of devouring his original essence, then such power must have exacted a considerable toll. If he could manage to inflict injury upon Chu Xiong, perhaps a flaw would be revealed. Without hesitation, Cui Ming abandoned his defensive stance and unleashed the full potential of the spiritual patterns within him, concentrating all his strength into his right fist. With the enhancement of his cultivation and the utilization of his utmost physical prowess, Cui Ming thrust his fist forward, disregarding the imminent impact of Chu Xiong's attack. Bang! The two exchanged blows, both being sent flying apart, landing on opposite sides of the arena. Chu Xiong's chest had caved in, with some of his internal bones shattered. Evidently suffering a grievous injury, even the surrounding black aura seemed to dull slightly. Conversely, Cui Ming fared even worse, as his collarbone, connected to his shoulder, had been shattered by a single strike from Chu Xiong, leaving his entire left arm hanging limply. Despite his immediate activation of the wood attribute spiritual pattern, he could not recover in such a short time. Blood seeped from his shoulder, soaking through his garments, creating a stark contrast against his white robes. The audience below was stunned by the precariousness of Cui Ming's situation. He was indeed a formidable individual, daring to exchange injuries with Chu Xiong at such great risk, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Some individuals gradually began to comprehend the reason behind Cui Ming's remarkable transformation from being labeled as a useless entity to achieving a stature that most in the Tianyuan realm could only aspire to within a mere 6 months. Perhaps it was this indomitable spirit, coupled with an unwavering determination, that propelled him to surpass his predecessors. Ahem. Chu Xiong also coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, under the influence of the dark energy, he persevered in battle, his sense of pain diminished. Furthermore, this malevolent force possessed formidable healing properties, albeit at the cost of further corrupting Chu Xiong. Cui Ming, on the other hand, was in dire straits, his arm rendered nearly useless, leaving him with only one hand to wield. Xiao Han, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fist in concern for Cui Ming, aware that if the battle continued, it could lead to Cui Ming's demise. Although such occurrences were strictly forbidden by the sect, in the heat of this intense confrontation, one party's refusal to concede and the other's inability to withdraw in time created a scenario that, albeit tenuous, would be difficult for the sect to contest. As Chu Xiong prepared to launch another assault on Cui Ming, aiming to conclude the conflict, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Beneath the blood-soaked fabric of Cui Ming's attire, a faint white radiance emerged. Seizing the moment, Cui Ming unleashed an illusionary technique that momentarily halted Chu Xiong's advance, allowing him to retreat to a safe distance. In his palm, he grasped a luminous object, a small black stone tablet, the very reward he had received during the intersect selection. Cui Ming had studied it extensively, even employing his Sharingan to no avail, and now, Unexpectedly, it activated upon absorbing his blood. Was it necessary to offer blood to claim ownership? Yet, what manner of object was this? Chui Ming was astonished, but this was not the time for inquiries. Unable to continue fighting, Chui Ming knew Chu Xiong would seize this chance to defeat him, perhaps even to the point of death. He had long coveted the power contained within Chui Ming's eyes, envisioning their potential transformation into a treasure for his own use. Die. As Chu Xiong surged forward, enveloped in dark energy, the stone tablet in Chui Ming's hand suddenly blazed with brilliance. The moment the radiance illuminated Chu Xiong's dark aura, it sizzled away like snowflakes meeting hot coals. What? What is this? Chu Xiong was clearly taken aback. This light could actually counteract his power, not merely resisting it, but directly dissipating his energy. A sense of impending doom washed over him. If this object could indeed disperse his energy entirely, then defeating Chui Ming would be an impossibility, and the backlash would be beyond his endurance. In a moment of clarity, Chu Xiong retreated, opting to observe the unfolding situation to ascertain whether this object posed a genuine threat to him. Yet, he had miscalculated. The stone tablet in Chui Ming's grasp began to levitate, its brilliance dimming to a gentle glow that steadily expanded outward. Then, a series of symbols emerged from the tablet, ascending into the air and arranging themselves in an orderly fashion. In that moment, everyone was captivated by the spectacle before them, utterly bewildered by the treasure that Chui Ming had employed, which seemed to cause the ominous black aura enveloping Chu Xiong to dissipate entirely. Only Xiaohan's gaze flickered, his heart filled with astonishment. Could it be an ancient scripture? It was rumored that some martial arts were not inscribed on jade slips, but rather carved directly onto stone tablets. Although Chui Ming's stone tablet was diminutive, it could merely represent the most ordinary of scriptures, or perhaps merely a fragment of a more grandiose text. Nonetheless, in this realm, it was undoubtedly a treasure of great significance. As the final symbol emerged from the stone tablet, a multitude of characters intertwined in the air, as if the resonant sounds of the Tao reverberated through the atmosphere, exuding an indescribable sanctity. At this moment, the black aura surrounding Chu Xiong began to uncontrollably dissipate. A look of horror washed over his face as he realized his strength was waning, inching him closer to his true realm. Suddenly, the net formed by the symbols from the stone tablet quivered, then swiftly enveloped Chu Xiong. He had no time to evade, becoming ensnared within the net. As the black aura within him shattered instantaneously, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. Within a few breaths, the symbols faded, leaving Chu Xiong sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Chapter 37. The death of Chu Xiong. This scene was exceedingly shocking for the disciples below. An unassuming little stone tablet, from which emerged a few runes, had grievously injured Chu Xiong, who had already surpassed the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm, leaving him on the brink of death. What kind of treasure was this? The gazes of the onlookers towards Chui Ming shifted. Their initial astonishment at his strength morphed into an inexplicable wariness, including those disciples who were on the verge of entering the inner realm. None could ascertain the true nature of that stone tablet, and they wondered if they, standing on the arena, would also be obliterated by it. Not only the spectators below were stunned, Chui Ming himself stood on the arena, dumbfounded for quite some time. The stone tablet, which he had failed to comprehend, wielded such formidable power. A peak Tianyuan realm fighter was vanquished in an instant? A stir began to ripple around the earth-ranking arena. For the first time in a long while, someone had perished in the arena, and moreover, Chu Xiong was a member of the esteemed Chu family of Foming City. A few members of the Chu clan could no longer contain their unease and hurriedly left, intending to report the incident to the elders. This was no time for mere spectatorship. Before long, these disciples arrived with Elder Shen Yunming of the Enforcement Hall and Chun Wei, the head of the Inner Hall's Enforcement Hall, at the earth-ranking arena. Upon witnessing Chu Xiong, motionless on the ground, Shen Yunming's pupils constricted, and a chilling dread surged from his heels to the crown of his head, instantly drenching his back in sweat. While others might only recognize Chu Xiong as a member of the Chu family, Shen Yunming was acutely aware of his prestigious lineage. Chu Xiong was a direct descendant, and his grandfather was a powerful elder within the clan. Shen Yunming had long since covertly aligned himself with the Chu family, acting as their eyes within the Qingyang sect. Should the Chu family learn that Chu Xiong had died under his watch, his own days of ease would swiftly come to an end. Turning his gaze to Chui Ming, Shen Yunming's expression darkened. It was this wretched kid once again. Previously, he had been humiliated before Elder Mo because of Chui Ming, and now fate had placed him in a similar predicament within the inner hall. Hall Master, this is the boy I mentioned to you before. The wild child brought back by Elder Ouyang years ago. He undoubtedly harbors many secrets, Xin Yuming said, turning with a sycophantic smile towards the head of the enforcement hall. Oh, how intriguing. A mid-Tianyuan realm cultivator has managed to reduce a scion of the Chu family to this state. Truly remarkable. However, should the Chu family discover that Chu Xiong was slain by this boy, they would demand an explanation, so it would be prudent not to act against him for now. After all, the Chu family is not one we can afford to offend, Qin Wei remarked coolly, unfazed by Xin Yunming's panic, and instead made a judicious assessment of the situation. Go and handle this matter. Qin Wei gestured towards the arena. Understanding the implication, Xin Yuming swiftly ascended the earth-ranking arena, his late-stage Tongxin cultivation radiating from within as he advanced to suppress Cui Ming. You arrogant young whelp. How dare you harm your fellow disciples within the sect? What punishment do you deserve? Previously, I had sensed something amiss about you. However, Elder Mo was deceived by your cunning and intervened on your behalf. Yet today, you dare to take the life of a fellow disciple in plain sight. Demonstrating a heart of malice and a wolfish ambition, you must have cultivated sinister arts, and at this moment, I shall enact justice upon you. With that, Xin Yuming struck out a palm towards Cui Ming. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, Cui Ming had no chance to evade. He could only watch as that formidable palm descended upon him, a chill of death enveloping his heart. Cui Ming's eyes widened in rage as he glared at Xin Yuming. It was this old man who had previously conspired with Chu Xiong against him, and now that Chu Xiong was dead, he was the first to attack. It seemed evident that this old man was one of the spies planted by the Chu family within the sect. Stop. Just as that palm was mere 2 feet away from Cui Ming, an enraged shout erupted from the direction of the scripture pavilion. In an instant, a figure darted to stand before Cui Ming, waving their sleeve and dispersing Xin Yuming's strike. Xin Yuming, caught in the motion of the sleeve, was sent flying backward, crashing onto the arena. Mo Chi Feng, Xin Yuming recognized the newcomer instantly, but he did not anticipate that Mo Chi Feng would directly confront him. Master, Cui Ming, who had braced himself for death, exclaimed with surprise. Mo Chi Feng calmly replied, Cui Ming, do not panic. I stand here, and I shall see who within the sect dares to harm you. Although Mo Chi Feng's voice was low, his words were imbued with a commanding air, declaring that he would ensure Cui Ming's safety. The multitude of disciples below were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, astonished that a mere arena match had summoned 3 elders, including the head of the scripture pavilion and the chief of the inner sect's law enforcement hall. Gradually, they realized that Cui Ming had indeed taken a life, that of someone from the Chu family, and this matter could escalate significantly. Xiao Han, witnessing the unexpected intervention of an elder against Cui Ming, felt a surge of panic. Fortunately, Cui Ming's master arrived just in time. Otherwise, Cui Ming would have faced certain doom. Elder Mo, what is the meaning of this? My law enforcement hall is executing official duties, and your interference seems quite inappropriate. Chen Wei ascended the arena, confronting Mo Chi Feng, for Xin Yunming was of a lower realm and thus no match for Mo Chi Feng. Executing official duties? Mo Chi Feng scoffed. Is it the practice of the law enforcement hall to strike at a junior without cause? Had I not arrived in time, my disciple would have perished at Xin Yuming's hands. Xin Yuming approached Chen Wei, glaring at Mo Chi Feng with resentment. It was clearly this little bastard who initiated the murder, violating the sect's regulations. According to our rules, he should face severe punishment. You claim my disciple committed murder. Do you have any evidence? Mo Chi Feng demanded. If you act against my disciple without proof, do not blame me for being merciless. It was clear that Mo Chi Feng intended to protect his own, disregarding the other's arguments. Chen Wei could no longer remain silent. Mo, I understand this young man is your disciple, but you cannot ignore the sect's rules to defend him. The scion of the Chu family now breathes no more, and your disciple stands as his adversary. I assert that your disciple is the one who has taken a life. What further justification can you offer? At that moment, Cui Ming stepped forward to elucidate the situation to the others. Indeed, my disciple engaged in combat with Chu Xiong. Yet his demise was not a direct consequence of my actions. However, it is intricately linked to me. Allow me to present this. With that, Cui Ming produced a small stone tablet and handed it to Mo Chi Feng. As Mo Chi Feng examined the stone tablet in his hand, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and he burst into hearty laughter. Esteemed elders, in your law enforcement hall, it is customary to seek evidence in all matters. I contend that Cui Ming did not intentionally slay Chu Xiong. This is the very evidence to support my claim. You can see for yourselves. Chapter 38. The secrets of the Chu family. Qinwei received the stone tablet with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Upon careful examination, he displayed a look of astonishment. Is this a fragment of a scripture? Yet, how does this relate to Chu Xiong's demise? Mo Qingfeng stroked his beard and replied, Indeed, this is a fragment of a scripture, but the crux lies in the lingering aura of Chu Xiong upon this stone tablet. Brother Qin, you may wish to sense it closely. I believe you shall come to comprehend its significance. Oh? Qinwei cradled the stone tablet in his palm, meticulously attuning himself to its essence, and his expression gradually grew serious. As he continued to sense, he exclaimed in disbelief, This aura, how is this possible? Chu Xiong was indeed of the Chu family. How could he be tainted by such an essence? Beside them, Shen Yunming, intrigued by Chun Wei's emotional upheaval over the stone tablet, also took a moment to investigate. Upon doing so, his countenance similarly shifted. This aura, could it be? Indeed. Mo Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. This stone tablet was brought back by Elder Ouyang. It is indeed a fragment of scripture, possessing an absolute restraining effect against that particular aura. Before his passing, Elder Ouyang entrusted me with this. Should Cui Ming ever manage to break free from his shackles and achieve greatness, I was to present this on his behalf. Previously, seizing the opportunity of the inner sect selection, I bestowed this item as a reward to Cui Ming. However, this item is unlike ordinary treasures. It requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master before one can glean the scripture within. If my conjecture is correct, Cui Ming has yet to discern the purpose of this item. Instead, during his confrontation with Chu Xiong, he sustained injuries that caused his blood to spill upon the stone tablet, thereby awakening the power of the scripture. Mo Qingfeng gestured towards the still fresh bloodstains upon Cui Ming's chest. Qinwei and his companion fell into deep contemplation. You recount the details of the battle between Cui Ming and Chu Xiong without omitting a single detail. Qinwei pointed towards a disciple below, summoning him to the arena to narrate the events of their encounter. As the disciple recounted how Chu Xiong, upon initially facing defeat, invoked the so-called baptismal power. Exuding a dark aura with bulging veins, the faces of Qinwei and his companion transformed drastically. They then summoned several more disciples, finding their accounts were largely consistent. At this juncture, Qinwei and his companion grasped the gravity of the situation. Chu Xiong had not undergone any form of baptism upon returning to the Chu family. The source of his immense power was, unmistakably, due to his descent into madness. Understanding the significance of these revelations, especially Shen Yuming, whose complexion turned pale, he realized that although he had maintained a close relationship with the Chu family, it was merely for their influence in Foaming City. He had hoped to curry favor with the brothers Chu Yuan to ascend the social ladder and gain some benefits. However, now that he was aware of the Chu family's entanglement with such dark forces, even granting him tenfold courage would not suffice to continue any association with them. This transcended mere interests. It posed a risk of becoming enemies of the world. Should any incriminating evidence surface, his fate would be sealed. Gentlemen, the truth of this matter has now been laid bare. Does my disciple bear any fault in this? Mo Qingfeng timely reclaimed the stone tablet and inquired. Having reached this point, Qinwei found it inappropriate to say much more. Ultimately, Cui Ming's act of killing Chu Xiong could even be regarded as a significant contribution, as it unveiled the secrets of the Chu family. Indeed, while Chu Xiong had embraced the family's baptism, he was unable to control the ensuing power, which backfired upon him, leading to his demise due to an overwhelming surge of emotions. The death of Chu Xiong bore no relation to Cui Ming. Qinwei rendered his final verdict on the matter. Listen carefully, he intoned. The incident concerning Chu Xiong was an accident and not the result of betrayal by a fellow disciple. Henceforth, this matter shall not be discussed within the sect. Those who violate this decree shall face severe punishment according to sect rules. His stern voice startled the many disciples below, who nodded in confusion. Very well. You may disperse now. Do not bring this matter up again, lest you invite unnecessary trouble upon yourselves. Mo Qingfeng dismissed the crowd, leaving only Cui Ming and the three elders on the stage. Cui Ming, you have slain Chu Xiong today, and the Chu family will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Furthermore, there is another, Chu Yuan, within the sect, who will surely look for an opportunity to avenge his kin. Exercise caution, Mo Qingfeng advised, presenting Cui Ming with a jade pendant. This pendant bears my spiritual imprint. Should you find yourself in peril, infuse it with your energy, and I shall make my presence known. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, and regardless of what transpired, the Chu family required an explanation. I shall address this matter. Xunwei stated, nodding to Mo Qifeng before departing with Shen Yuming. As they made their way to the law enforcement hall, Xunwei pondered deeply before cautioning Shen Yunming. Elder Shun, it is imperative that you discern certain matters clearly and avoid igniting a conflagration that may consume you. Shen Yuming understood Xunwei's insinuation. At that moment, he felt a wave of apprehension and vowed to conduct himself with integrity as an elder of the sect, eschewing any ulterior motives. Meanwhile, within the ancestral hall of the Chu family in Foaming City, an enraged Chu Xinghe, upon learning of Chu Xiong's death, bellowed, "How dare they? Bring me my men. We shall annihilate Qingyun's sect and reduce that wretched spawn to ashes, to assuage my wrath." Hold your tongue. Third brother. Your reckless actions will jeopardize our ancestors' grand scheme. I understand your fury, but what purpose does such slaughter serve? He is but an ant, easily crushed. However, until that artifact is located, we must refrain from rash actions. Amir Tian Yuan Realm Cultivator. We have our spies within Qingyun sect who will seize the opportunity to capture that boy. An elder clad in black robes interjected, seemingly offering solace. Yet indifferent to Chu Xiong's fate, his sole interest lay in that coveted artifact. Unexpectedly, that old Ouyang Jing truly had an opportunity back in the day, managing to acquire a fragment of a scripture, a rare treasure indeed. This scripture appears to possess formidable powers against that energy, likely the very scripture of legend. That wretched spawn may hold remnants of this scripture, and perhaps other fragments may also be unearthed. Such artifacts represent an inherent threat. This approach holds merit. It is prudent to extinguish the potential threat while he remains unformed, thus preventing him from becoming a significant peril to the Chu family in the future. Third brother. I entrust this matter to you. Handle it as you see fit. As long as it does not involve a substantial mobilization of our clan's forces. You may arrange it as you wish, but ensure that you bring that wretched child back to me. Upon hearing the elder in the black robe express himself thus, Chu Xinghe was immediately filled with fervor. He was determined to seize this opportunity to avenge his grandson. You little brat, await your fate alongside my grandson. Chapter 39. Purge in the secluded chamber. Chu Yuan immersed himself in his cultivation, having chosen to forego witnessing the battle between Chu Xiong and Cui Ming. He believed that Chu Xiong had significantly enhanced his strength through the family's trials, and beneath the realm of inner mastery, no one, save for a few on the verge of breakthrough, could rival him. However, less than half an hour before Chu Xiong was to ascend the Earth-ranking platform, several disciples of the Chu clan rushed back in a state of panic, bursting into the chamber before Chu Yuan could even be informed. This unexpected intrusion furrowed Chu Yuan's brow. When had the disciples lost their sense of decorum? Discontent, he reproached them. What is this frantic display? Do you not see I am in the midst of my training? One disciple, visibly trembling, stammered, Elder Chu, a grave matter has arisen. Chu Xiong. He was killed by Cui Ming. What? Upon hearing this devastating news, Chu Yuan leapt to his feet, his mid-stage inner mastery prowess surging uncontrollably, sending the disciples crashing against the wall before they crumpled to the floor. Clutching their chests, they dared not utter a sound. The palpable fury emanating from Chu Yuan and the ferocity of his gaze warned them that he was teetering on the brink of wrath. Should they provoke him further, they would surely suffer the consequences. Cui Ming, once again, Cui Ming. I shall one day take your life with my own hands to avenge my brother. Chu Yuan roared towards the heavens, releasing the anguish that enveloped his heart. Yet, now is not the time for vengeance. With Chu Xiong freshly fallen at Cui Ming's hands, Mo Qingfeng would undoubtedly shield him from the shadows, leaving Chu Yuan no opportunity to act. After a moment of introspection, as if a thought struck him, he inquired again. Did the sect elders not impose any sanctions upon Cui Ming for his actions on the platform? The disciple, suppressing his pain, approached Chu Yuan and hesitantly replied. Immediately following the incident, someone sought out Elder Shen of the Law Enforcement Hall and Hall Master Chen. Elder Shen acted against Cui Ming at once, but what? Chu Yuan's piercing gaze locked onto the disciple-s, causing him to flinch. He quickly added, however, at the moment Elder Shen struck, Cui Ming's master, Elder Mo of the Scripture Pavilion, arrived just in time to intercept Elder Shen's attack. The three elders then engaged in a discussion on the platform, and ultimately, Elder Chen declared that Chu Xiong's death was an accident, resulting from his inability to control his power and not related to Cui Ming at all. Having uttered these words, the disciple was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Chu Yuan would unleash his fury upon him. An accident? Not related to Cui Ming? Huh. What absurdity! Could the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall truly be so blind? Enraged, Chu Yuan laughed bitterly. I shall pay a visit to the law enforcement hall to demand justice for my brother. With that, he disregarded the disciples and strode out of the chamber, making his way towards the law enforcement hall. Within the grand assembly hall of the law enforcement hall, Chen Wei, Shen Yuming, and Mo Qifeng gathered, even provoking the presence of Meng Qiaoran, the sect master of Qingyang's sect, and his deputy, Zhao Qingsong. Are you insinuating that the Chu clan has colluded with the demonic forces? Meng Qiaoran gazed upon the lifeless body of Chu Xiong lying in the center of the grand hall and inquired of Chen Wei. Indeed, sect master, Chen Wei replied. According to the disciples who witnessed the battle, Chu Xiong utilized some unknown method to attain a power surpassing the peak of the celestial origin realm. Yet he emanated a dark aura, with veins protruding ominously. This matter was uncovered by Elder Mo. And Shui Ming possesses an object capable of countering the demonic energy surrounding Chu Xiong, a gift from Elder Mo. As he spoke, Chen Wei gestured for Mo Qifeng to present the small stone tablet to the sect master for examination. Receiving the tablet from Mo Qifeng, Meng Qiaoran, along with Zhao Qingsong, meticulously scrutinized it, both astonished by its true nature. It was indeed a scripture, albeit a fragment, containing scarcely a tenth of the original text. However, it was sufficient to confront the demonic energy that Chu Xiong bore, which was not beyond the celestial origin realm. Furthermore, based on the lingering essence of the demonic energy on the tablet, it appeared to be quite chaotic, infused with a substantial portion of primal energy. This indicated that Chu Xiong had only recently come into contact with such energy, coinciding perfectly with the timeline of his return to the Chu Xiong family for purification following the intersect selection. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingsong spoke softly, deducing the sequence of events. Yet the pressing concern remained, whether the entire Chu Xiong family had colluded with that nefarious force, or if only a faction of its members, driven by greed, had strayed from the righteous path to commit such heinous acts. Regardless, the fact that a direct descendant of the Chu Xiong family had perished within the confines of Qingyang's sect meant that they would inevitably seek retribution, given their customary approach. Sect Master Meng Qiaoran picked up on Zhao Qingsong's thoughts. Moreover, the Chu Xiong family will harbor no benevolence, even if they come seeking an explanation. Their intentions will be far from simple. Am I right, Elder Shen? Shen Yunming, taken aback by the sect master's sudden shift of focus toward him, became anxious. I acknowledge my past errors. I was indeed blinded by self-interest. However, I was entirely unaware of any collusion between the Chu Xiong family and that force until today. Had I known, even tenfold courage would not have compelled me to approach the Chu Xiong family. I beseech the sect master to discern my intentions, to atone for my misjudgments. I shall divulge all I know about the Chu Xiong family's affairs. Meng Qiaoran nodded, given your status as one of the earliest elders of our sect and your contributions. I shall grant you this opportunity. You have been in contact with the Chu Xiong family for a considerable time. You must possess some knowledge regarding their spies embedded within the sect. Henceforth, compile a list of all individuals, elders, or disciples associated with the Chu Xiong family, and apprehend them for interrogation. This matter shall be entrusted to you and Hall Master Chun. Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall exert my utmost efforts, Shen Yunming affirmed, while Chen Wei also nodded in agreement, assuring the sect master that no individual harboring ill intentions toward the sect would escape scrutiny. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. We must ensure that we apprehend all these individuals before the Chu family takes any action. Time is of the essence. Chen, esteemed leader, you and your fellow elders from the law enforcement hall should depart at once. Meng Qiaoran waved his hand, signaling Chen Wei and his companion to take action. Beside them, Mo Qifeng hesitated, poised to speak. Meng Qiaoran turned to Mo Qifeng and said, Elder Mo, feel free to voice your thoughts. There is no need for formality between us. Mo Qifeng softly replied, Indeed, all traces of the Chu family's surveillance must be eradicated. However, what shall we do about Chu Yuan? Additionally, I have concerns regarding my disciple. Rest assured, Elder Mo, regardless of the circumstances, our sect will ensure the safety of Chui Ming. Were it not for him, we would not have uncovered the Chu family's nefarious ambitions. As for Chu Yuan, I have my own strategies in mind. A glimmer of determination flickered in Meng Qiaoran's eyes. Chapter 40. The informant outside the law enforcement hall. Upon his arrival, Chu Yuan witnessed Shen Yuming and Chen Wei, accompanied by a multitude of law enforcement hall elders, hastily dispersing throughout the sect. At that moment, the realization dawned upon Chu Yuan. The death of Chu Xiong had unveiled the Chu family's clandestine secrets, and the elders, along with the sect leader, were now acutely aware of the true nature of the so-called Chu family's baptism. Shen Yuming perceived that the implications of this matter were immense and tantamount to betraying the Chu family. Mobilizing so many elders from the law enforcement hall undoubtedly aimed to search for the spies planted within the sect by the Chu clan. Although the death of Chu Xiong filled Chu Yuan with indignation, he remained composed, understanding that confronting the issue recklessly would only ensnare him further. It was prudent to return and consult with his family before plotting a course of action. That day, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the sect. As everyone sensed that significant events were afoot, perhaps the demise of Chu Xiong was the catalyst for this upheaval. The elders of the law enforcement hall scoured the sect, apprehending the Chu family's informants. Elder Shun had disclosed all the information he possessed to Chen Wei, including the names of elders associated with the Chu family and the numerous disciples who supported the Chu brothers. Some of these disciples sought merely to find a protector within the sect, while others, lured by the Chu family's influence, aspired to elevate their status through association. Additionally, there were disciples who had not witnessed the events unfold, unaware of Chu Xiong's death or the current turmoil within the sect, who were taken from their abodes by the law enforcement personnel. "On what grounds do you arrest us? I have done nothing wrong." Such protests echoed throughout the sect. Yet the law enforcement disciples paid no heed to their defenses. Under the guidance of the elders, all were escorted to the law enforcement hall. An elder responsible for maintaining order within the disciples' residences observed the commotion, perplexed by the sight of so many law enforcement personnel escorting numerous disciples outward. "Chen Hall Master, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired, stepping forward to block Chen Wei's path. Chen Wei, filled with indignation, replied, "Humph. These disciples have been associating with the Chu brothers daily, secretly maintaining ties with the Chu family. Today, disciple Chu Xiong exposed our family's secrets by practicing demonic arts during a match on the arena. The Chu family has been coveting our sect for some time now, and among these disciples, there must be spies from the Chu family. Thus, they all require thorough interrogation." The elder's face registered shock at this revelation. "What? This is preposterous. The sect has provided them with resources for their cultivation, and they dare to commit acts of betrayal. Chen Hall Master, the law enforcement hall must conduct rigorous interrogations, leaving no room for hidden dangers." Chen Wei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the sect leader has decreed that anyone colluding with the Chu family shall be dealt with as traitors to the sect, to serve as a warning and to ensure severe punishment." Very well, very well. This matter is of utmost importance. Chen Hall Master, I shall not impede your duties further." The elder replied, cupping his hands in farewell before returning to record the disciples' information. After Chen Wei and his companions had departed, the elder paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes before he hurriedly made his exit. Following the battle with Chu Xiong, Cui Ming returned to his cave abode. Sitting cross-legged as he reflected on the intense encounter, he was filled with trepidation. The Chu family had, astonishingly, forged an alliance with the demonic clan, a revelation that Cui Ming had never anticipated. For someone who had lived 2 lives, the existence of such a demonic race was not difficult for him to comprehend. They were, after all, the malevolent faction opposing humanity, intent on its annihilation. Such narratives he had encountered in numerous novels and short dramas in his previous life. According to the information provided by Mo Qingfeng, this demonic clan had existed since time immemorial, engaging in countless battles against humanity. Although the strength of the demons slightly surpassed that of their human counterparts at the same level, the sheer number of humans allowed for the rapid emergence of formidable warriors. Yet, human nature is inherently complex. In the face of the demons' rampage, there were still those who sought greater power and higher status, aligning themselves with the enemy, much like the Chu family had done by siding with the demons. Consequently, despite the demons being repeatedly vanquished, these human parasites continued to covertly liaise with them, harboring hopes that one day the demons would triumph over humanity, thereby allowing them to rule over others under the demons' might. Cui Ming drew back his thoughts. The scale of the conflict between humans and demons felt distant to him. Even the Chu family loomed large in his perception. Yet in the grand scheme of the demon race, they were but a pitiful ant. Thus, the only course of action for Cui Ming was to enhance his strength, thereby affording himself the opportunity to contribute, however modestly, to humanity's cause in future battles. Upon activating the system, a notification promptly appeared, which Cui Ming opened. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first kill and uncovering the secrets of the demonic clan, thus receiving the following rewards. Reward: Sea-level ninjutsu, lightning release, earth walk, channels electricity to the ground, incapacitating enemies within a certain range. Reward Sea Level Illusion Technique. Mist of the Invoice Path creates water vapor to obscure local visibility. Reward points 30,000. Current usable points 50,600. These rewards proved to be exceedingly practical for Chui Ming, particularly the Earthwalk technique, which could paralyze foes at crucial moments, allowing him to deliver a decisive blow. Although he could achieve similar effects with the Sharingan, the limitations of using ocular techniques were numerous. One had to maintain eye contact with the opponent. And there existed a significant gap in cultivation and mental strength. Most critically, frequent use of the Sharingan could lead to blindness. Although he was uncertain whether the system's reward would carry such side effects, Chui Ming resolved to exercise caution, preferring to avoid its use unless absolutely necessary. Especially since employing the Sharingan was immensely taxing. After claiming his rewards, Chui Ming retrieved the egg he had previously acquired. It had now been 3 months. And despite his daily efforts to infuse the egg with vital energy, there were still no signs of hatching. Fortunately, Chui Ming remained unhurried. For even if something were to hatch, it would likely be a mere insect, thus offering little assistance at present. Moreover, he had yet to master the art of spirit communication. After infusing the egg with vital energy, Chui Ming resumed his meditation and cultivation. That night, an unexpected visitor arrived at Chu Yuan's cave abode. Young friend Chu, the visitor, masked yet courteous, began, "I wish to discuss a transaction, not merely with you, but with your esteemed family." Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Anyone capable of silently infiltrating his sanctuary must undoubtedly possess the skills of an elder-level master. However, given the current circumstances within the sect, would anyone dare approach him at such a precarious moment? Nevertheless, he remained composed, realizing that should the visitor harbor ill intentions, resistance would be futile. Calmly, he inquired, "Might I ask which elder you are, and how you are connected to our Chu family? What manner of transaction do you propose?" With a chuckle, the visitor replied, "I am aware that your family seeks a particular item, and I may possess the knowledge of what it is and its whereabouts." Chu Yuan's pupils constricted suddenly as he lifted his gaze to the enigmatic figure before him. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 41. The Heart of the Primordial Crystal. Do not be alarmed. I harbored no ill intentions. The masked elder spoke as he removed the black cloth from his face, revealing his true identity. Li. Elderly? Chu Yuan struggled to believe it. The usually inconspicuous elderly, who often stood by the side of the ranking stone, quietly recording the fluctuations in the disciples' standings, was now reaching out to him, claiming to know what he sought. However, exercising caution, Chu Yuan suppressed his excitement. "Elderly. I am uncertain about what you mean. I am not seeking anything further." Elderly shook his head. "Ah, Chu Yuan, do you truly believe that, at this juncture, the goals of your Chu family remain unknown to the sect? You must have observed that today, following your brother Chu Xiong's demise in the arena, the sect master, the deputy sect master, and the elders from the law enforcement hall convened. Subsequently, all the disciples accompanying you, as well as those elders who have ties with your Chu family, were taken to the law enforcement hall. You ought to comprehend that your family's actions have crossed the sect's bottom line. You have not only harbored ambitions toward the sect, but have even conspired with the demonic race in secret. The sect master and the others will no longer turn a blind eye as they did before. They are destined to stand against your Chu family." Chu Yuan frowned. "What you say is indeed true, elder, but I wish to inquire why, with those who have dealings with my family now under control, you remain free and speak of making a transaction with us?" Elderly pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "Why do you think I have not been apprehended? Hey, when did I claim to have previous dealings with your Chu family? Then what is your intent?" Chu Yuan grew wary once more. Elderly explained, "Though I have had no prior interests with your family, upon witnessing the demonic aura emanating from Chu Xiong, I sensed an impending crisis for the sect. As merely an elder overseeing the inner disciples' residences, lacking the formidable strength of Elder Mo and the others, I might not survive should your family choose to attack. Rather than face an ambiguous death at your hands, it is preferable to extend you a favor in exchange for my life." Chu Yuan felt astonished. Despite Elder Li's unremarkable presence among the sect's elders, he possessed the acumen to extricate himself from peril when faced with danger. Had it not been for Chu Xiong revealing the secrets of the Chu family today, Elderly would likely have continued to feign invisibility, secretly observing the dynamics between the sect and the Chu family. In that case, should your assertions hold true and I am able to procure such an item for you, I may vouch for your life in the future, allowing you to serve as a guest elder of my Chu family. Chu Yuan appeared to acquiesce to Elder Li's proposal, yet in reality, he was signaling to Elder Li that, when the time comes to dismantle the sect, he might spare his life. Nevertheless, the authority over Elder Li's fate would remain firmly in the hands of the Chu family, for he had already uncovered their secrets. Elder Li was well aware of the implications behind Chu Yuan's words, yet having taken this step, retreat was no longer an option. Very well. I shall agree to your terms, provided you can ensure that the Chu family spares my life. What harm is there in following your clan? He gritted his teeth, ultimately resolute. As for the item sought by your Chu family, I can assure you, it lies within this inner sanctum. Oh? I have resided in this inner sanctum for 2 years, yet I have never encountered anything that would warrant such a grand endeavor from the Chu family. Chu Yuan remained skeptical. Elder Li stroked his beard and smiled faintly. You would not have discovered it, for the item you seek is not above ground, but rather beneath it. As he spoke, he gestured towards the ground beneath their feet. If there were treasures within the Qingyang sect that could captivate the Chu family, I find that unlikely. However, if one were to speak of peculiarities within this sect, it would undoubtedly pertain to these inner sanctums. Casting a glance around Chu Yuan's dwelling, Elder Li's expression turned to one of astonishment. Hearing this, Chu Yuan's heart stirred, and he hesitated before asking, "Are you suggesting that this item lies beneath a certain cave?" Elder Li nodded. Indeed. You should be aware that the vitality of this inner sanctum is so abundant because there exists a vast deposit of essence stones beneath. To nurture such a large vein, one cannot do without the heart of essence stones. The heart of essence stones. Chu Yuan was finally moved. He had encountered references to such an item in ancient texts and understood the immense power it contained. No wonder the elders of his clan spoke of its potential to elevate the cultivation of their ancestors. Where can this item be found? Chu Yuan inquired eagerly, realizing that if he were to locate it, it would be a monumental achievement, possibly securing him the position of clan leader in the future. Elder Li raised a finger. First, you must secure the top rank in the inner sect. Visit that cave and experience it thoroughly. You will surely uncover the location of the heart of essence stones. The top rank, the cave where Li Wuwei resided. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. It was no wonder that the vitality there was so pure. It must be connected to the heart of essence stones. Elder Li reminded him, you need not inform the Chu family immediately. Should you defeat Li Wuwei to claim the first position and spend some time cultivating in that cave, it would greatly benefit your cultivation. For within that cave, from time to time, a wisp of vitality from the heart of essence stones will permeate, and refining it would be akin to consuming a spiritual pill. Chu Yuan's gaze flickered thoughtfully, and seeing this, Elder Li chose to say no more. The specifics were best left for him to contemplate after exchanging pleasantries. He took his leave. In a secluded chamber deep within the Chu family estate, Chu Xiong held a confidential letter in his hands. After perusing its contents, he could not help but let out an excited laugh. It revealed the existence of extraordinary spiritual treasures. If Yuan could cultivate within the cave for a period, he would undoubtedly soon break through to the profound realm. At that point, upon mastering the complete radiant light technique, he would be the indisputable choice for the position of the young clan leader when the time came. Without delay, Chu Xiong penned a response to Chu Yuan, advising him to refrain from hastily reporting to the family. Instead, once he reached the later stages of the inner mastery realm, he should directly challenge Li Wuwei, as Chu Xiong had a strategy in mind to ensure Chu Yuan's victory in the contest. Chapter 42. Please call me Grandmaster Xuanwu. Since the enforcement hall of the sect purged all disciples and elders associated with the Chu family, the atmosphere within the sect began to shift subtly, prompting much speculation among its members. After all, the gruesome demise of Chu Xiong was witnessed by all, and now doubts lingered regarding whether the sect would engage in conflict with the Chu family. Thus, the members spent more than half a month in trepidation. And as no further incidents unfolded, they gradually relaxed, albeit refraining from discussing the events of that day. One clear morning, while Cui Ming was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a stirring in his bosom. He promptly opened his eyes, and, after a brief moment of perception, a smile crept across his lips. After such a long wait, was it finally time for hatching? He retrieved the egg from his robe, cradling it in his palm for a closer examination. Under Cui Ming's meticulous care, he had been providing ample energy to the egg daily, and it had grown from the size of a bean to that of a quail's egg. This transformation intrigued Cui Ming. The egg had expanded significantly as it absorbed energy. He felt reassured, pondering whether it would indeed hatch into something as unremarkable as a maggot. If it were to emerge as a creature of such size, he could only grimace and mutter, "What a colossal maggot!" A gentle aura enveloped the egg, and through his Sharingan, Cui Ming discerned a small creature struggling to break free from its shell. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he infused the egg with another pulse of energy. And soon enough, the egg began to tremble vigorously. It was on the brink of hatching. And Cui Ming mused with anticipation about the possibility of a magnificent and extraordinary beast emerging, one that would gallantly charge into battle alongside him against the demon clan. At last, the tiny life within the egg emerged. No larger than a fingertip, it was as pristine and white as the egg itself, with 4-minute legs scrambling to escape the shell. In a moment of miscalculation, it toppled onto its back, and, startled, it withdrew into its shell once more. Witnessing this, Cui Ming's expression darkened. Had he merely hatched a turtle? Was the precious egg he had nurtured for so long nothing more than a turtle egg? A maggot would have been preferable. With a dejected demeanor, Cui Ming picked up the delicate white turtle and examined it closely, concluding that he seemed to have been deceived by the system. Just as he continued his internal lament, a youthful voice suddenly broke through the silence. "Hey kid, please call me Grandmaster Xuanwu." Puzzled, Cui Ming wondered if he was hallucinating, but the voice repeated, "Hey, you there. Show some respect and call me Grandmaster Xuanwu." It dawned on him that the voice emanated from the palm of his hand. To his astonishment, this diminutive creature, just hatched, was already speaking. Cui Ming's expression darkened once more. This tiny turtle dared to demand that he address it as Grandmaster Xuanwu? This inevitably reminded Cui Ming of the first encounter between Naruto Uzumaki and the Great Toad Elder. At that time, Toad Window was genuinely formidable. How many summoning beasts dared to confront tailed beasts head-on? It was clear that Naruto had not lost out by recognizing this elder. But then, looking at himself, he felt a sense of absurdity, a little turtle that could barely emerge from its egg, daring to audaciously ask him to call it Lord Xuanwu? How ridiculous. As if sensing Cui Ming's contemptuous gaze, the pristine little turtle shrieked in a high-pitched voice, "Hey, you, do you look down upon my handsome and valiant self? The invincible Lord Xuanwu?" It then opened its gaping mouth and bit down on Cui Ming's finger, causing him a sharp pang of pain. With a swift motion, he flung the little turtle away, his expression darkening further. In this day and age, even turtles dared to bite. However, Cui Ming was still astonished. Regardless of this creature's origins, the fact that it could inflict harm upon him was remarkable. He had cultivated his physical body to the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. Even without activating his true power, a typical late-stage Tianyuan practitioner would find it impossible to injure him. "Oh, you little rascal, how dare you treat me, Lord Xuanwu, in such a manner? I shall teach you a lesson for your lack of respect." The childish tone contrasted with its words, leaving Cui Ming both amused and exasperated. For a moment, he was at a loss regarding this little being's background. It did not seem to be intentionally mocking him. Rather, it appeared somewhat unrefined. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully hatching the divine beast Xuanwu. The host is now rewarded with the summoning technique and 100 spirit feeding pills. Cui Ming was taken aback. Was this really Xuanwu? What a jest. Xuanwu was one of the 4 sacred beasts, not merely a turtle entwined with a spirit serpent. In Taoism, Xuanwu represented the true martial emperor who guards the north. How could it possibly be associated with this little turtle? This creature looked so adorable. Was this truly a divine beast? Moreover, Xuanwu was black, not white. Yet, the system would not jest with him. The rewards had already been bestowed. With no other choice, Cui Ming reluctantly picked up the little Xuanwu once more. Was this indeed a Xuanwu? It must be a Xuanwu, at least when it grew up. It would undoubtedly embody the grandeur of a handsome and valiant Xuanwu. Cui Ming had even begun to self-hypnotize. Hey, don't underestimate Xuanwu," the little creature exclaimed. "I never expected to find myself in such a situation." Its inexplicably youthful voice carried a hint of humor. Intrigued, Cui Ming inquired about the little Xuanwu's origins, sensing there was more to the story. According to the little turtle's account, it was indeed one of the 4 sacred beasts, but during a battle with the demon clan, an unexpected mishap led to the shattering of its physical form, leaving behind only a fragment of its true spirit. Somehow, it was drawn to a peculiar place and transformed into an egg while retaining all its memories. It was only upon Cui Ming hatching it that it regained the light of day. Cui Ming inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. Could it be that something extraordinary was about to unfold? This egg was a reward from the system, and the mysterious spirit mentioned by Xuanwu seemed to be drawn by an unseen force. Was this the doing of the system? What manner of entity was this system truly? From this moment forth, Chui Ming would no longer regard this system as a mere tool for transforming virtual data into tangible objects, akin to a game. No, this was something that defied the heavens. Chapter 43. Establishing a covenant. After recounting his experiences to Chui Ming, the once mighty Xuanwu appeared somewhat despondent. For the formidable divine beast had now been reduced to a mere turtle no larger than a finger. Yet, fortunate for it, all its previous memories remained intact. Whether it be techniques or divine abilities, given time, it could once again exhibit the grandeur of its past. The Xuanwu then glanced at Chui Ming, falling into a moment of silence, as if resolutely making a decision. Chui Ming watched in silence until the Xuanwu spoke first. Young one, since I have the chance to relive this life and have encountered you, it signifies a connection between us. I am aware that you alone could not possess the means to summon my fragment of true spirit to this place and facilitate my rebirth. I do not wish to delve into the secrets you harbor or how you achieve this. I simply recognize that in my current state, I am powerless and reliant on the vital energy you provide to survive. Until I can once again draw upon the essence of heaven and earth and return to the path of cultivation. Therefore, I propose a transaction. What sort of transaction? Chui Ming pondered, intrigued. Although this Xuanwu was a spirit beast awarded to him by the system, he had just obtained the spirit contract scroll and the ability to forge a spiritual bond. He could easily compel the Xuanwu to become his spirit beast. However, he had not anticipated the extraordinary background of the Xuanwu, which retained the memories of its past life, a tremendous treasure that could offer invaluable guidance and insights into the mysteries of this realm. If he could have it willingly accompany him, it would undoubtedly yield the best outcome. The Xuanwu nestled in the palm of Chui Ming's hand, its minuscule face displaying a serious demeanor. I have resolved to remain by your side, though do not mistake my words as a plea for your mercy. I am, after all, one of the 4 great divine beasts. Though I may be weak now, I still hold the dignity befitting a divine creature. This is merely a matter of mutual benefit. I require your assistance to survive, yet once I reclaim the heights of my former life, you will comprehend the true significance of a beast of my caliber. This is a transaction from which you shall not suffer. Chui Ming was taken aback by the Xuanwu's straightforwardness in making such a choice, and his gaze towards it shifted, acknowledging its seemingly comical yet profound presence. He understood that should it regain its former glory, it would indeed represent the pinnacle of existence. It is often said that enhancing a flower is less valuable than providing warmth in the snow. Offering the Xuanwu certain assurances now would certainly yield substantial benefits in the future. In that moment, Chui Ming's address towards the Xuanwu transformed. Predecessor, rest assured, I will not let you down. If there comes a day when I stand atop this world, I shall ensure that your past grievances are avenged doubly. Furthermore, you will gradually come to realize that I am unlike others. The gaze of Xuanwu shimmered with a hint of brilliance. Having lived a long life in his previous existence, he had witnessed and heard countless events. From the very moment he was reborn in this world, he sensed that the youth before him was extraordinary. His thoughts wandered far. The foes he would encounter were beyond the realm of his current imagination. He would not leverage this situation to coerce the youth into servitude. For merely returning to this world was a monumental blessing in itself. Xuanwu spoke languidly. Now that both parties had reached a consensus, Chui Ming had no reason to conceal any truths. He produced the contract scroll, ready to forge a spirit contract with Xuanwu. This contract scroll, rewarded by the system, differed slightly from its usage in the world of Naruto. Firstly, this scroll did not belong to any specific clan of spirit beasts. It was capable of forming contracts with any spiritual creature within this realm. Moreover, there were 2 types of contracts that could be established. The first type was based on an equal standing between both parties, wherein each would inscribe their name or leave their handprint on the scroll using their blood, thus forging the spirit contract. Upon its establishment, a soul connection would form, allowing for an exchange of thoughts through mere consciousness. The spirit beast could reside within the spirit realm of the scroll, summoned at will by the contractor, while the spirit beast could not exit the spirit realm freely. The second type allowed Chui Ming to impose a contract upon a spirit beast under absolute force, creating a master-servant relationship where the contractor wielded complete control over the beast's life and death. Naturally, for Xuanwu, Chui Ming opted for the first method. After explaining the scroll's purpose, Xuanwu consented without hesitation, for should Chui Ming harbor malicious intentions, he could easily coerce Xuanwu into becoming his spirit beast. With his very existence under the contractor's dominion, Chui Ming extended his finger, drawing forth a drop of blood to inscribe his name upon the contract scroll. Xuanwu imitated Chui Ming, leaving a small claw print on the scroll as well. Then, a complex symbol emerged, enveloping the names and prints inscribed by Cui Ming and Xuanwu. In that instant, both felt an extraordinary sensation, as though they shared a profound telepathic connection. By merely projecting their thoughts, the other would comprehend their intentions, especially for Xuanwu. He sensed the existence of another world, one he could reach with but a thought. Cui Ming clarified, "This is the world within the scroll, an environment more suited for spirit beasts to cultivate, and given your current weakened state, residing in that space would offer you greater safety." Xuanwu immediately expressed his desire to explore the spirit realm. "Wait, senior. Take these. They will greatly aid your recovery of energy." Cui Ming gestured for Xuanwu to remain patient, then revealed the 100 spirit feeding pills recently awarded by the system. Each pill, comparable in size to Xuanwu's own form, amassed before him like a towering mountain. Upon seeing the spirit-nourishing pills, Xuanwu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, This is an extraordinary spiritual elixir, particularly for beings like us, the spiritual beasts and divine creatures. It is akin to the high-tier elixirs required by your kind. How is it that you, a mere celestial origin realm practitioner, possess so many? These are profoundly effective even for spiritual beasts of the Yuanling realm." "Yuanling realm?" Cui Ming replied, somewhat bewildered. For his knowledge was limited to the Tongxian realm, and he was even unaware of the realms attained by the elders of his sect. Xuanwu gazed at Cui Ming in disbelief. "You are unfamiliar with the Yuanling realm, yet you possess such an abundance of spiritual elixirs?" However, he then recalled his own rebirth in the extraordinary world he had just sensed, leading him to a realization that left him even more astonished. This youth was far more enigmatic than he had initially perceived, and the secrets he harbored surpassed his imagination. Through Xuanwu's explanations, Cui Ming gradually learned that beyond the Tongxian realm lay the Yuanling realm, the Daoyu realm, the Xinjiao realm, the Half-Saint realm, and the Saint King realm, with even higher realms yet to be discovered. Nevertheless, Xuanwu had only reached the Half-Saint realm, and he was uncertain about the nature of the realms that followed the Saint King. Cui Ming refrained from elaborating further, merely stating that such matters were his own secrets and that there might be more elixirs of this caliber in the future. Xuanwu remained silent for a long while, contemplating something unknown as he looked at Cui Ming, before taking the spirit-nourishing pills to the spirit communication realm. Chapter 44. The Rebirth After Destruction Before Long. The voice of Xuanwu echoed once more in Cui Ming's mind, exclaiming, "This world, for me, it is nothing short of paradise. The vitality here is immensely more abundant than in the outside realm, and its quality is remarkably pure. I once believed it would take me at least a century or two to regain my former cultivation, but now, with this world and the elixir you provided, I might be able to ascend to the semi-saint realm in just 50 or 60 years." In the spirit communication realm, where Xuanwu resided, although its expanse could not rival that of the real world, it offered ample space for him to move about. This place was replete with mountains, lakes, plains, forests, and enormous caves, all brimming with pure vitality, truly a haven for cultivation for Xuanwu. Cui Ming responded, "Senior, please focus on your cultivation here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I earnestly hope you regain your powers soon." "Very well, I shall begin my cultivation once I recover even a fraction of my strength. If you encounter any trouble, I shall intervene with a single strike, ensuring the foe meets a swift demise." Though his tone retained a youthful exuberance, it was evident that Xuanwu was genuinely joyful and brimming with confidence. Cui Ming felt a surge of happiness within. He had indeed secured a formidable ally. "Then I shall not disturb your cultivation any further." After ensuring Xuanwu was settled, Cui Ming refrained from continuing his own training and departed the cave to visit Shi Yan's dwelling, curious whether Shi Yan's injuries had healed over the past 3 months. Within Shi Yan's cave, he was engrossed in his cultivation, and his aura revealed significant recovery. He had even advanced to the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm. However, a month prior, Shi Yan had attempted a forceful breakthrough in the absence of supervision, resulting not only in failure to return to the late stage of the celestial origin realm, but also in sustaining further internal injuries. Elder Song, upon learning of this, rushed to Shi Yan's cave, initially scolding him fiercely. Yet, Elder Song's concern for Shi Yan was genuine, as he recognized Shi Yan's reserved nature and strong sense of pride, fearing that his eagerness to restore his cultivation could undermine his foundation. Following this incident, Elder Song sought out Chen Feng and Zhao Xian once more, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over Shi Yan, ensuring he would not attempt any forced breakthroughs. The essence of cultivation lies in following the natural course. It cannot be coerced. To compensate for the disruption in their training, Elder Song also bestowed upon Qin Feng and Zhao Xian each a pure spirit elixir. When Cui Ming arrived, both Qin Feng and Zhao Xian displayed expressions of delight, tinged with an inexplicable excitement. Half a month prior, Cui Ming's defeat of Chu Xiong had stirred quite the commotion, bringing to light issues involving the Chu family and the demonic clan. If previously Qin Feng and Zhao Xian had held a measure of respect for Cui Ming due to his strength, now they regarded him with a sense of admiration. Clearing his throat, Cui Ming felt somewhat uneasy under their gaze. He coughed lightly and inquired, "How is Shi Yan's condition?" At this moment, Qin Feng regained his focus and pointed at the diligently practicing Shi Yan, saying, "Ever since his last failed breakthrough, senior brother Shi has seemingly been stimulated, and upon recovery, he has been training with even greater fervor. Now, he stands on the brink of another breakthrough. Given senior brother Shi's temperament, once the opportunity arises, he will undoubtedly choose to take the plunge. Zhao Xian and I are utterly powerless to dissuade him. Brother Cui, perhaps you could persuade him, otherwise Elder Song will surely erupt in anger once more." Hearing this, Cui Ming shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing the predicament that Qin Feng and Shi Yan's character posed. Approaching Shi Yan, Cui Ming covertly activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing Shi Yan's physical condition. Shi Yan's internal injuries had completely healed, his meridians restored, and the black toxins that once plagued him had all but vanished. His aura was brimming with vitality, indeed indicative of being on the verge of a breakthrough. As Cui Ming pondered this, he noticed Shi Yan suddenly making a move. His hand seal shifted, and the pure essence of the cave began to surge toward him. Shi Yan was preparing to attempt another breakthrough. This sight caused Qin Feng to panic. "Senior brother Shi, you mustn't. Your injuries." Before Qin Feng could finish, he was interrupted by Cui Ming. "It's of no concern. Brother Shi's condition is now stable. And this time it is not a reckless attempt. Furthermore, Brother Shi is not the type to act impulsively, having learned from his previous experience. He should possess ample confidence this time." With Cui Ming's reassurances, Qin Feng and the others ceased their protests, though they still watched Shi Yan with concern. Ready to summon Elder Song at the first sign of trouble, Shi Yan continued to absorb the essence, a process that lasted approximately half a stick of incense. Then, a celestial manifestation of the sun, moon, and stars appeared behind him, a testament to the extraordinary technique he practiced, a technique Cui Ming had encountered during the inner sect selection when battling Shi Yan. Suddenly inspired, Cui Ming retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his robe and poured out a pill. It was one of the 3 Qing Ling Hua Yuan pills gifted by Elder Mo after the selection. Having used one for his own recovery, 2 remained. Now, Cui Ming intended to aid Shi Yan at this crucial moment of his breakthrough. "Brother Shi, take this pill. It will assist you in breaking through," Cui Ming said. Placing the pill at Shi Yan's lips, Shi Yan opened his mouth, accepting the pill, and continued to channel his technique as the celestial bodies behind him danced in harmonious brilliance. The resplendent sun exerted pressure upon the heavens. The moon's phases concealed a subtle force, and the stars shone brilliantly, capable of piercing the vast sky. In the next moment, these ethereal forms shattered into a cascade of luminous energy, akin to a sky filled with twinkling stars, transforming into pure energy that flowed into Shi Yan's body. At that instant, Shi Yan's aura began to rise, gradually reaching the limits achievable in the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Yan swallowed the Qing Ling Hua Yuan pill. The pill dissolved instantly, flooding his body with a refreshing sensation, and the energy within began to take effect, causing his previously plateaued aura to surge dramatically once more. Yes, with a thunderous shout, Shi Yan felt his own bottleneck gradually loosen as the effects of the elixir dissipated. Ultimately, he propelled his cultivation technique to its utmost limit, breaking through the barriers that restrained him and stepping once more into the late stage of the celestial origin realm. As he opened his eyes and sensed the abundant energy coursing through his body, a wave of elation surged within him. This breakthrough was even more refined than the first time he ascended to the late stage of the celestial origin realm. It seemed that the accumulation of his months of diligent practice, coupled with the clear spirit transformation pill from Cui Ming, had allowed Shi Yan to achieve a momentous leap forward. "Congratulations, Brother Shi Yan, on your resurgence in the late stage of the celestial origin realm," Cui Ming exclaimed, with Qin Feng and the others echoing their heartfelt joy for Shi Yan's accomplishment. Shi Yan clapped Cui Ming on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "I owe this success to your elixir, which played a crucial role at a pivotal moment. Without it, I could not have achieved such a flawless breakthrough on my own. However, compared to my own advancement, Cui Ming, your feat of slaying Chu Xiong, who had transcended the peak of the celestial origin mirror, astonishes me and brings immense satisfaction. Let us see if that bunch from the Chu clan dares to act so arrogantly now. Brother, you flatter me. The battle that day was witnessed by all. My strength did not reach that level, but rather, fortune smiled upon me. I never anticipated that Chu Xiong would be imbued with demonic energy. While I fortuitously possessed an item that could counteract such forces, were I to face an adversary at the threshold of the inner realm, I would stand no chance. Cui Ming waved his hand modestly. Well then, since I have successfully broken through, I shall first inform our master and then make my way to the earth ranking arena. This time, I am determined to acquire a superior cave abode. As he spoke, Zhou Ran strode eagerly toward the cave's entrance. The three companions exchanged knowing smiles. Realizing that Zhou Ran still harbored lingering feelings about his previous expedition's setbacks. Chapter 45. Chu Yuan's scheme. Upon learning that Zhou Ran had successfully broken through, Elder Song finally felt a sense of relief, his face beaming with a gratifying smile. Although his apprentice displayed a certain stubbornness, such an indomitable spirit is indeed essential in the pursuit of cultivation. He patted Zhou Ran on the shoulder and remarked with pride, "Excellent. Your abundant vitality and solid foundation indicate that the injuries you previously sustained have left no lingering repercussions." Zhou Ran feigned a pout and retorted, "Master, if it weren't for you constantly having Chen Feng and the others keep an eye on me, I would have broken through long ago." With a swift slap to the back of Zhou Ran's head, Elder Song playfully scolded, "You cheeky rascal, don't act all innocent after benefiting. Have you forgotten the last time you attempted a forced breakthrough and failed? Your success this time is also thanks to Cui Ming. Had he not provided you with a clear spirit transformation pill, your cultivation would not have advanced to this level. If memory serves, Cui Ming was awarded 3 pills for securing second place in the inner sect selection. Elder Song, I have become acquainted with Brother Shi through our shared experiences from the outer sect to the inner sect, and it is only natural that we assist one another. A single pill is of no consequence," Cui Ming dismissed with a wave of his hand. For ordinary disciples, such a pill is indeed precious, yet for Cui Ming, who possessed a system, it seemed rather inconsequential. Elder Song ceased his jesting and turned to scrutinize Cui Ming with a serious expression, nodding as he stroked his beard. I have heard from Elder Mo of your considerable comprehension in cultivation. Having witnessed your previous battles, you must have perfected the 9 transformation spirit pattern body refinement technique by now?" Cui Ming slightly circulated his cultivation technique, revealing faint spirit patterns around him. "Indeed. I have successfully cultivated all 3 spirit patterns to 108. Although Cui Ming found Elder Song's sudden inquiry puzzling, there was nothing to conceal. His recent victories in battle were indeed a result of this body refinement technique, which enabled him to engage in battles above his level. "Very well, Cui Ming. You are quite impressive and possess great potential in body refinement. Moreover, your physical strength now surpasses that of Zhou Ran. I had initially planned to impart a body refinement secret technique to Zhou Ran once he broke through, but since it is the case, you shall learn it together as well." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Elder Song's eyes as he observed the intricate spirit patterns adorning Cui Ming. Cui Ming's heart soared with joy. Ever since he perfected the 9 transformation spirit pattern body refinement technique, his cultivation growth had begun to stagnate, causing him some concern. With Elder Song's initiative, he felt no need for further politeness, knowing that Elder Song was one of the few within the sect dedicated to body refinement. The teachings he would receive directly would undoubtedly surpass the generic techniques available in the scripture repository. "Thank you, Elder Song." Cui Ming expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, while Chen Feng and the others beside him displayed envious expressions, though they understood that they were not suited for body refinement and were primarily happy for Cui Ming. "Very well, 3 days hence, you and Zhou Ran shall come here, and I will impart the technique to both of you." Elder Song waved his hand, signaling them to attend to their own matters. Several individuals withdrew with a single word and promptly headed towards the arena of the Earth rankings. Having broken through, Zhou Ran found it challenging to encounter opponents unless faced with those positioned at the forefront of the rankings. This time, he casually selected a disciple ranked around 30 for a challenge, and without any suspense, he triumphed over his adversary in merely a couple dozen exchanges. Finally, Zhou Ran had attained his long-desired goal, as he had long coveted Cui Ming's cave abode. "I shall go and change my cave now. I won't accompany you," he declared. "To visit my cave when you have the time, haha." With that, he left Cui Ming and the others behind and exuberantly made his way to his new dwelling. This senior brother sure is truly something. Is he really that excited? Zhao Stin couldn't help but scoff, prompting a chuckle from Chui Ming and the others. Meanwhile, within the Chu sect, Chu Yuan was diligently cultivating in his cave, ever since Elder Li had informed him of the existence of the Yuan crystal heart. Chu Yuan had rarely shown his face outside, dedicating himself to profound training within his abode. In a confidential letter from Chu Xinghe, he was advised that should he manage to advance to the late stage of the inner control realm, he could contend with those at the perfected stage using the radiant light technique. At that juncture, he could directly challenge Li Wuwei, although he might not win. As long as he could endure for a while against his opponent, assistance would inevitably arrive from the shadows, ensuring he could seize the first position within the inner sect. With the energy from the Yuan crystal heart, Chu Yuan would be able to cultivate with peace of mind until he reached the profound transformation realm, at which point he could return to his family and inform them of the news. The Chu family would undoubtedly send someone to obliterate the Qingyang sect and acquire the Yuan crystal heart. According to Chu Yuan's conjecture, it was highly likely that Elder Li would intervene during his battle with Li Wuwei, as Elder Li was typically responsible for such matters and would find it easier to act from the sidelines. After a month and a half of intense seclusion, Chu Yuan finally stepped into the late stage of the inner control realm. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed within them. Li Wuwei. But it is still not enough. With that, he rose and exited his cave. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the inner sect. Chu Yuan had entered the late stage of the inner control realm and had forcefully defeated the disciple ranked 7th on the heavenly rankings, thereby claiming the Yaoguang cave. Upon receiving the news, Chui Ming was astounded. The 7th ranked on the heavenly rankings was nearly a master at the perfected stage of the inner control realm, yet he had been vanquished by Chu Yuan, who had only just stepped into the late stage. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Chui Ming had experienced the ferocity of the Chu family's radiant light technique firsthand. It was indeed unparalleled in its ferocity, combining both offense and defense. At that time, even Chu Xiong could elevate his strength by a tier when employing this technique. Thus, it was conceivable that Chu Yuan, already in the inner control realm, could unleash even greater power with it. Moreover, considering the Chu family's influence in Foming City, if the radiant light technique were to be regarded as Chu Yuan's sole trump card, Chui Ming would never believe it. However, according to Li Wuwei's prior remarks, Chu Yuan had always been indifferent to rankings, having only made a move once before. That instance occurred when he broke through to the mid-stage of the inner control realm, defeating a disciple ranked at the very bottom of the heavenly rankings and claiming a commendable cave. Since then, he had not returned to the heavenly rankings arena. Why did Chu Yuan suddenly take action this time, specifically targeting the 7th position, which would grant him the final exquisite cultivation site of the 7 peaks of the Northern Dipper? After pondering for quite some time, Chui Ming suddenly realized the heart of the elemental crystal. Chu Yuan's objective was the heart of the elemental crystal. Although Chui Ming was unsure how Chu Yuan had obtained this information, he was certain that this was indeed his goal. To acquire the heart of the elemental crystal, one must ascend to the Tian Shu Peak, and the only way to achieve this was by defeating Li Wuwei on the heavenly ranking arena. Thus, the moment Chu Yuan broke through, he secured a cave dwelling more conducive to his cultivation, which signified that he would soon challenge Li Wuwei, and he possessed a confident assurance of victory. However, no matter how diligently Chu Yuan trained, it was improbable for him to attain the strength of half-step transcendence in such a brief period. How then would he secure victory in battle? At this thought, Chui Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. Cheating. Chu Yuan would resort to any means necessary in that battle, with his sole aim being the heart of the elemental crystal. After all, he had the entire Chu family backing him. Chapter 46. The Art of Mixed Origin Dominance. Chui Ming discerned the intent behind Chu Yuan's actions and felt an ominous foreboding. Should Chu Yuan succeed this time, the repercussions would extend far beyond Li Wuwei or a select few. The entire Qingyang sect would be engulfed in unforeseen calamity. Given the Chu family's formidable might, should they unleash their fury, the Qingyang sect would be utterly defenseless. Chui Ming promptly departed his cave dwelling to confer with Li Wuwei regarding this grave matter. It was imperative that they thwart Chu Yuan's ambitions. Upon hearing Chui Ming's deductions, Li Wuwei shared his deep concern. I too did not anticipate Chu Yuan's swiftness. It seems that apart from those previously purged by the elders, there are still individuals within the sect maintaining ties with the Chu family, holding considerable influence, for otherwise, common folk would be unaware of the existence of the heart of Yuan crystal. I initially believed that Chu Yuan would wait until after my departure to act, but it appears we are running out of time. Brotherly, now that we are aware of the Chu family's intentions, why not directly inform the sect? enabling the sect master and elders to take precautionary measures? Cui Ming queried, perplexed. To his surprise, Li Wuwei shook his head. It would be futile. If I can discern the existence of the heart of Yuan crystal and others are already informing Chu Yuan, how could the sect master and elders remain oblivious to the Chu family's motives? They are simply choosing to turn a blind eye. However, what good is knowledge when so many within the sect conspire with the Chu family? It is impossible to eradicate such collusion, as exemplified by the informant who alerted Chu Yuan. Should the sect attempt to intervene forcefully, the Chu family might retaliate with an assault, and the outcome would remain unchanged. In my opinion, with Chu Yuan now aware of the heart of Yuan crystal's existence and the Chu family refraining from immediate action, it is likely that Chu Yuan harbors his own ambitions. He may intend to defeat me and seize my cave dwelling to cultivate until he breaks through to the profound realm. At that point, he could relay this news to the Chu family, securing his status as a significant contributor and achieving dual objectives. Cui Ming remained apprehensive, brotherly. Chu Yuan is not a fool. His cunning surpasses even that of Chu Xiong. I fear that when he challenges you, the elder who informed him may covertly strike against you. I cannot fathom how Chu Yuan intends to wrest this cave dwelling from your grasp. So you must exercise utmost caution. Li Wuwei nodded. Rest assured, I am well aware. As this contest for the title of the foremost disciple of the inner sect unfolds, I can invite several elders, even the sect master, to witness the event. This way, those lurking in the shadows may find it difficult to act. That sounds splendid. Seeing that Li Wuwei had already formulated a plan, Cui Ming refrained from further discussion, bidding farewell before departing. Upon returning to his cave, Cui Ming continued to ponder the implications of the Chu family. Beyond the heart of Yuan crystal, what else could the Chu family covet within the Qingyang sect? Perhaps it was himself, given that he had been the one to eliminate Chu Xiong. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his own insufficient strength. He felt powerless before the Chu family, lacking even the right to retaliate. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. On that morning, Shi Yan arrived early at Cui Ming's cave, ready to accompany him to Elder Song's residence. Brother Shi, are you accustomed to living in the new cave? Cui Ming inquired with a smile. Shi Yan nodded. You know, the caves that are ranked on the Earth list truly possess a distinct quality. The abundant primordial energy within makes it far more conducive for cultivation. As the two strolled and conversed, they soon arrived at Elder Song's location, who had been awaiting their arrival. You two have come. As I mentioned previously, your physical bodies have reached a certain level of strength. I possess a body refinement technique suitable for your cultivation, which I shall impart to you today. Elder Song conveyed to Shi Yan and Cui Ming. This technique is known as the Primordial Overlord Body Technique. It similarly refines the body using one's own primordial energy to achieve enhancement, akin to the 9 transformations spirit pattern refining technique that you, Cui Ming, are practicing. However, this method places greater emphasis on the subtle alterations within the physical form. While it may not elevate your cultivation level, it will significantly bolster your combat prowess at the same realm. Cui Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. What he currently lacked was indeed strength. Had it merely been a technique to aid in strengthening the physical body, he might have felt somewhat disheartened. But upon hearing that it could directly enhance combat capabilities, his interest was piqued. Shi Yan also wore an expression of eager anticipation, since becoming a disciple of Elder Song. This was the first time he had been so solemnly taught a technique. Elder Song continued his explanation. The Primordial Overlord Body Technique utilizes one's own primordial energy as a forge, continuously tempering the physical body so that every fiber of flesh and blood is imbued with primordial power, ultimately achieving a state where the body itself manifests as a divine ability. This technique is divided into 6 levels: primordial energy skin refinement, primordial energy muscle forging, primordial energy meridian expansion, primordial energy bone refinement, primordial energy internal cleansing, and the ultimate realm of primordial unity. Primordial energy skin refinement involves guiding one's primordial energy to permeate the skin, allowing every inch to undergo continuous refinement, resulting in a gradual transformation akin to jade. Providing formidable defense. Primordial energy muscle forging entails condensing primordial energy into fine threads that interweave with every muscle, forming an intricate and expansive network of energy that greatly enhances explosive power and endurance. Primordial energy meridian expansion, as the name suggests, allows one to utilize primordial energy to expand the pathways of internal meridians, increasing the flow and speed of energy circulation, thereby aiding cultivation and facilitating swifter recovery during battle. Primordial energy bone refinement is the most arduous and painful stage of this process, requiring the conversion of primordial energy into small hammers to shatter and then reconstruct each bone, while simultaneously purging impurities from the marrow, achieving a state of purity and clarity throughout the body. Once this stage is complete, the bones become as hard as crystal, enhancing both speed and explosive power. Primordial energy internal cleansing transforms the primordial energy into a liquid form, saturating the internal organs and forming a thin layer of protective energy, which can MIT. After listening to Elder Song's description, Cui Ming and Shi Yin were left utterly speechless. This cultivation method was indeed extraordinary. Leaving aside other aspects, the technique of bone tempering alone raised the question, how many could endure the excruciating process of shattering every bone in their body? At that moment, Shi Yin cast a sidelong glance at his master, as if to express disbelief at the seriousness of his words. Ahem, Elder Song, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, remarked, "You needn't look at me that way. Although this is the technique I intend to impart to you both, I never claimed to have practiced it myself. The pain of shattering every bone is unimaginable, and besides, my physical resilience is not sufficient for such an endeavor." Elder Song muttered the last part under his breath. However, Shi Yin heard him clearly and leapt up in alarm, exclaiming, "Old man, are you even reliable? What if I end up shattering myself into pieces and have no recourse for justice?" Elder Song's expression darkened instantly as he smacked Shi Yin on the back of the head, retorting, "If you want to practice, go ahead. If not, then get lost." Shi Yin, feeling aggrieved, glanced at Cui Ming, who merely shrugged, conveying that having something was better than nothing, though this training method seemed rather dubious. Cui Ming understood that the true essence of this technique lay in refining the sinews and marrow, thereby enhancing the body comprehensively. This was far superior to his own cultivation method, the 9 transformations of spirit patterns, and if mastered, it would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. Chapter 47. Discussion. Cui Ming took a deep breath and promptly made his decision. "Thank you, Elder Song, for imparting your teachings. I assure you, I will diligently practice this technique and not let you down." Upon witnessing Cui Ming's determination, Shi Yin gritted his teeth and agreed as well, saying, "I will practice too. But let's make one thing clear, Master. If I truly end up harming myself in the process, you must take responsibility, even if you cannot save me. At the very least, you should ensure my remains are taken care of." Elder Song, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that surged within him. He then shot a glare at Shi Yin and retorted, "You little rascal! Just a few days ago, I praised your enthusiasm, and now, merely for practicing a technique, you've become such a wretched sight." With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Song directed 2 beams of spiritual light towards the foreheads of Cui Ming and Shi Yin. Instantly, the intricate methods for cultivating the primordial dominance technique surged into their minds. Elder Song then resumed his serious demeanor and reiterated to the 2. "The training of this technique is exceedingly perilous, particularly during the bone refining stage. You must be thoroughly prepared. Prior to that, you must completely perfect the preceding 3 stages. Do not be greedy or rush forward. Only with a sufficiently robust physique can you ensure safety during the bone refining phase. Once you have completed the first 3 stages, you may return to seek my approval before proceeding with the bone refining practice." Elder Song earnestly cautioned the 2 again, then suddenly recalled something and addressed Cui Ming. "Cui Ming, you differ from Shi Yin. Since you have previously practiced the 9 revolution spirit pattern refinement technique, your physique and bones are inherently more resilient than his. This, however, will significantly increase the difficulty of your training and subject you to greater suffering. Exercise extreme caution during your practice." Cui Ming nodded solemnly, understood. "I will keep that in mind." "Very well, you may return and focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me at any time." Elder Song gestured dismissively, and Cui Ming and Shi Yin bowed respectfully before taking their leave. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Cui Ming seated himself cross-legged on a mat and meticulously reviewed the training methods of the primordial dominance technique. After ensuring that he had overlooked nothing, he began to channel his spiritual energy, adjusting his state to its optimal condition, preparing to initiate the energy refinement of his skin. Once ready, Cui Ming chose to follow the same approach as before, converting all the spiritual energy within him, using fire elemental chakra to refine his skin. According to the methods outlined in the primordial dominance technique, Cui Ming gradually circulated the chakra through his meridians, condensing it into minuscule, needle-like points before allowing them to permeate through the pores of his skin. This process was excruciatingly painful, as Chui Ming's skin was already sufficiently resilient. It required these needles to contain a greater amount of energy to breach the skin's defenses. After penetrating outward, he directed them to pierce back into his skin. However, this time was different. It felt as though every skin cell in his body was being punctured by these needles. While it did not inflict actual harm, the sensation was accompanied by a prickling numbness that was quite difficult to endure. From a distance, Chui Ming appeared to be enveloped in flames, as crimson energy continuously surged from his body, morphing into a multitude of sharp spikes that pierced his skin in a relentless cycle. This process would persist for an extended duration, until every cell within his skin was saturated with chakra, marking the culmination of his martial energy refinement. Chui Ming persevered through this ordeal, and as time progressed, he became increasingly aware of the transformations occurring within his skin. Under the stimulation of chakra, his cells gradually heightened in vitality, and the energy within him surged, yet the journey to complete fulfillment remained a distant goal. At this moment, Chui Ming felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. Having acquired this technique, he immersed himself in rigorous practice, often neglecting rest. He would pause only when the unbearable sting coursed through his body, before resuming his training with renewed vigor. In a secluded chamber of the sect's law enforcement hall, a gathering of elders, including Ming Qiaoran, Zhao Qingsong, Qin Wei, and Imo Qi Feng, convened to deliberate on the schemes of the Chu family. It was evident to all that the Chu family harbored grand ambitions. Recently, Chu Yuan had unexpectedly ascended to the late stage of the inner realm, defeating the disciple ranked 7th on the heavenly list, and then retreated into seclusion, rarely making an appearance. Clearly, he was determined to obtain the heart of the elemental crystal, which indicated that there were still individuals within the sect colluding with the Chu family in the shadows. If this continued, our Qingyang sect would inevitably face ruin at their hands. What are your thoughts on this matter? The sect leader, Ming Qiaoran, initiated the discussion. Imo Qi Feng spoke solemnly. I did not anticipate the Chu family's ambitions to be so extensive. The heart of the elemental crystal is the foundation of Qingyang sect. Although we are not a major sect, our unique advantages have allowed us to cultivate numerous outstanding disciples over the years. If the Chu family were to destroy this elemental crystal mine, the loss would not merely be that of Qingyang sect, but a depletion of generations of exceptional disciples, some of whom may very well rise to the forefront of humanity as struggle against the demonic forces in the future. The Chu family is nothing short of despicable. Their influence has already established them as one of the 3 major powers in Fengming City, commanding authority in this region. It is shocking that they are so insatiably greedy, aligning themselves with the demonic forces and opposing us all, while simultaneously seeking to stifle the cultivation paths of these younger generations. If we do not eradicate the Chu family, my resentment will remain unquenchable. Qin Wei shared a deep disdain for the Chu family's actions, his eyes reflecting a hint of murderous intent, with subtle fluctuations of his cultivation emanating from him. Alas, sighed Zhao Qingsong, the vice-sect master, though your words ring true. The strength of the Chu family is such that we cannot withstand them. Most elders possess cultivation levels merely at the initial stage of the elemental spirit, with some even at the late stage of the profound realm. Currently, the strongest combatant in our sect is likely MOS mid-stage elemental spirit. However, the Chu family boasts nearly double the number of elemental spirit experts compared to us, and several of their elders have already reached the late stage of the elemental spirit. Moreover, it is rumored that the ancestral figure of the Chu family is on the verge of entering the domain realm. Their pursuit of the heart of the elemental crystal is likely aimed at facilitating this breakthrough. Upon hearing Zhao Qingsong's words, the elders fell into silence. Even the most radical among them, Qin Wei, sensed the bleakness of their hope, to say nothing of other matters. Even if the Chu family were to dispatch merely 2 or 3 formidable late-stage Yuanling realm cultivators, they would be insurmountable for these elders. One elder, pondering deeply, turned to Ming Qiaoran and proposed, Sect Master, in light of this, why do we not simply seize control of Chu Yuan, compelling the Chu family to hesitate in their actions? Perhaps we could still find a way to maneuver. Such a course of action is inadvisable, Ming Qiaoran replied decisively. The direct descendants of the Chu family are not limited to Chu Yuan alone. Regardless of whether the entire Chu family would care for the fate of one Chu Yuan, we must consider the wrath of that old coot, Chu Xinghe. Should both of his grandsons perish at the hands of Qingyang sect, his ensuing fury would indeed be a significant burden for us to bear. Thus, the chamber once again descended into a profound silence. Chapter 48. The cold abyssal body, the Chu family, can indeed be regarded as a formidable entity to the Qingyang sect. In the face of absolute power, no matter how the elders devise their strategies, they are powerless against such overwhelming force, which is the source of everyone's dilemma. It was Chun Wei who first succumbed to the stifling atmosphere. Even if our adversary is strong, we cannot simply sit idly by. Even if it costs us our lives, we should at least ensure that we do not suffer losses, and perhaps even gain from it. If necessary, we should expose the Chu family's actions to the public. I refuse to believe that so many sects and the other two great families would permit the Chu family to collaborate with the demon clan. If the Chu family's schemes succeed, bolstered by the clandestine support of the demons, the entire foaming city would fall under their dominion. Meng Chaoran's eyes flickered. What Elder Chen says is not without merit. If the Chu family believes they can easily overpower the Qingyang sect, they must be prepared to face some resistance. However, revealing the secrets of the Chu family requires further deliberation. If they can conspire with the demon clan, then other factions might also be inclined to do so. We must not act rashly, otherwise we could attract unnecessary troubles and become targets ourselves. We must prepare for any incoming threats. The immediate priority is to ensure that the heart of the elemental crystal does not fall into the hands of the Chu family. Even if our sect is scattered, we cannot allow them to gain another domain-level powerhouse. Otherwise, the very fabric of Foaming City will change irrevocably. In the 8th-ranked Wei character cave dwelling, since Xiao Han engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Chu family 3 months ago at the Earth-ranking arena, particularly against several disciples at the peak of the celestial origin realm, he has been in seclusion ever since, having gleaned insights from those encounters. Recently, he learned of the confrontation between Cui Ming and Chu Xiong, but he was startled to discover that the Chu family had conspired with the demon clan and that Chu Xiong had even cultivated demonic energy, instilling a sense of urgency within Xiao Han. After all, some of the disciples from the Chu family are merely pawns they have placed within the sect, and by eliminating them from the rankings, he has undoubtedly made an enemy of Chu Yuan. Although Xiao Han is aware that, following Chu Xiong's demise, Chu Yuan, being at the inner sovereign realm, cannot currently act against him in the celestial origin realm once he breaks through to the inner sovereign realm himself. Chu Yuan will likely regard him as a significant threat and will seek to retaliate. Yet, this cannot deter Xiao Han from pursuing his breakthrough, especially as the Chu family may strike at any moment. Even if his own strength pales in comparison to theirs, every bit of enhancement could increase his chances of survival. At this moment, a nebulous white mist enveloped Xiao Han. However, it was not mere vapor, but rather a manifestation of the chilling energy emanating from his cold abyssal body, coalescing into liquid elemental force. The cold abyssal body is an exceedingly rare constitution. Once activated, it exudes a coldness akin to that of dark ice, far surpassing ordinary cold attribute techniques. Just as in the internal selection battle against Qin Feng, although Chun Feng's elemental energy was also of the cold attribute, it became somewhat sluggish in the face of Xiao Han's cold abyssal energy, highlighting the qualitative disparity between them. Xiao Han exhaled a plume of white vapor, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his entire form enveloped in a crystalline layer of frost. Aside from the chilling aura that perpetually radiated from him, he stood as motionless as a statue carved from ice. Yet within him, a tumultuous transformation was taking place. Initially, his dantian, which housed the ethereal energies of both the earthly and heavenly realms, was in a gaseous state. It was only upon entering the inner mastery realm that these energies would transmute into a liquid form. This transition rendered the energies of the inner mastery realm far more abundant and refined than those of the heavenly realm. Consider, for instance, a practitioner of the heavenly realm and another of the inner mastery realm executing identical techniques due to the differing purity of their energies. The inner mastery practitioner's strikes could wield several times the potency of those from a heavenly realm counterpart. This illustrates that, given sufficient aptitude, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm might triumph over one at its late stage. However, a peak practitioner of the heavenly realm would invariably find themselves outmatched by one newly initiated into the inner mastery realm. The disparity between these two stages represents a qualitative leap, one that cannot be bridged by mere combat experience or martial techniques, marking the first significant chasm in the early stages of cultivation. Yet, due to Xiao Han's unique constitution, even at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, the energies within him had already coalesced into a near-liquid state under the influence of his chilling aura. As he transitioned into the inner mastery realm, the energies that were expected to be liquid took on a slightly viscous quality, with minuscule crystals forming within the upper layers of these energies. This pretends that, upon his eventual breakthrough to the inner mastery realm, his internal energies will be not only more refined, but also more abundant than those of his peers at the same level. Beyond the energies, Xiao Han's physique was also enhanced during this breakthrough. The inner mastery realm emphasizes the cultivation and control of one's internal essence, allowing for precise mastery over every strand of energy within, while the heavenly realm enables practitioners to directly harness the energies of the cosmos to compensate for their deficiencies. The inner mastery realm perfects the utilization of these energies, ensuring that not a single ounce is wasted in every technique, thus allowing for sustained combat prowess. Moreover, this stage grants practitioners the ability to control their muscles with remarkable precision, maximizing the power of every punch and kick. The most significant distinction between the inner mastery realm and its predecessors lies in the ability to levitate, to soar through the air, achieved through meticulous manipulation of one's energies, enabling fluid movement in midair. However, it remains a considerable distance from the lofty aspiration of transcending the constraints of the earthly realm, as true levitation depends on mastery rather than mere release from worldly bonds. Time passed, though its measure was lost on Xiao Han, who finally stirred. His hands, formerly clasped before him, now formed a pointed gesture, and the energies circulating around him momentarily stilled. Suddenly, an intense chill erupted from his being, causing the ambient energies of the cave to stagnate, halting their flow. Following this, as he shifted his hand gestures, he took a deep breath, and the energies within the cave began to surge relentlessly into his body. Once his internal energies reached their saturation point, he abruptly opened his eyes, and his hand gestures transformed once more. A low growl resonated as the vital energy within began to converge, surging forth toward the threshold. Soon, a peculiar wave emanated from Xiao Han's being, the aura of the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm steadily ascending until it transcended into the inner mastery realm. Is this what the inner mastery realm entails? How peculiar it feels to possess such a profound connection with my own body. As Xiao Han entered the inner mastery realm, he sensed the transformation within himself, initially experiencing a slight discomfort. This newfound ability to perceive every facet of his body and its condition in every moment granted him an entirely fresh understanding of himself. It was from this moment that Xiao Han shed the rudimentary stage of cultivation, embarking on the true path of a formidable warrior. Chapter 49. Chui Ming's method. At the very moment when Xiao Han achieved his breakthrough, the earth-ranking stone tablet simultaneously underwent a transformation. The name of Xiao Han, which had originally occupied the 7th position, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Subsequently, the wording indicating his peak status in the celestial origin realm gradually faded, replaced by the designation of an early stage in the inner realm. In an instant, Xiao Han's name vanished from the earth-ranking stone tablet, causing the names on the tablet to shift upward, starting from the 8th position, within the confines of the inner sect's celestial origin disciples' dwellings. All those whose names adorned the earth-ranking stone tablet felt the pulsations of the elemental imprint emanating from it. Many were perplexed, wondering why their ranks had changed, prompting them to hasten toward the earth-ranking arena for clarification. However, nearly all disciples present in proximity to the arena had witnessed the recent spectacle. A voice of astonishment erupted. It's Xiao Han. He has just claimed the first place in this inner sect selection. He has broken through to the inner realm. This proclamation sent ripples of excitement throughout the gathering. Other disciples turned in astonishment to gaze at the earth-ranking stone tablet, confirming that indeed, Xiao Han's name had vanished. What an extraordinary individual he was. Previously, he had decisively defeated all the disciples of the Chu sect. At that time, he was merely at the peak of the celestial origin realm, and yet within a few months, he had taken that monumental step. Others expressed their admiration enviously, acknowledging Xiao Han's exceptional talent, which surpassed that of his peers. Coupled with the unique constitution of his Han-Ming Xin body, his cultivation speed was undeniably rapid. Even though the top few ranks on the Earth ranking were already on the brink of entering the inner realm, Xiao Han had nonetheless surged ahead. When the other disciples arrived and grasped the situation, they were equally astounded. How could he have left them so far behind in such a brief span of time? Yet, some discerning individuals noted that among this group of disciples, both Xiao Han and Chui Ming, along with Shi Yin, exhibited strength far surpassing that of the average practitioner. They had no rivals at their respective levels, and Chui Ming even had the capability to engage opponents of higher realms. Chui Ming, who was meditating in his dwelling, also sensed the wave of energy and, upon understanding the cause, could not help but smile. Brother Xiao, truly a concealed gem. He then made his way directly to Xiaohan's dwelling. Brother Xiao, Cui Ming has come to congratulate you. Congratulations on your advancement into the inner realm. Upon hearing the voice outside his dwelling, Xiaohan opened the door in confusion, welcoming Cui Ming inside. Cui Ming, I have only just broken through. How did you come to know? Cui Ming chuckled lightly. It is not just I who am aware. Nearly all the inner sect disciples know. For you have been removed from the earth ranking. Next, we shall see your name on the heaven ranking. Xiaohan finally comprehended the situation, feeling somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that his breakthrough would create such a stir. Before long, Shi Yan, Chen Feng, and Zhao Xian also arrived to extend their congratulations. All filled with envy. The inner realm. Only upon truly reaching this level can one genuinely be called a cultivator. After a brief conversation, it was Cui Ming who first recalled something, casting a worried glance at Xiaohan. Brother Xiao, now that you have broken through to the inner realm, you must be cautious of Chu Yuan's potential actions against you. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Not only did Xiaohan grow quiet, but the others present were also acutely aware that they were collectively faced with the looming presence of Chu Yuan and the Chu family. Then, Cui Ming spoke once more, revealing, in truth, I possess certain clandestine information regarding Chu Yuan and the Chu family, information that pertains to each and every one of us within the sect. A collective shiver coursed through the assembly at his words, their eyes widening in astonishment as they regarded Cui Ming. Noticing the gravity etched upon his face, their expressions turned solemn. As I understand it, the Chu family is one of the 3 prominent families in Foming City, and they are currently entangled with the forces of the demon clan. It appears that the other 2 families are gradually waning in power, and if this trend continues, the Chu family will dominate entirely. Logically speaking, given the formidable influence of the Chu family, there should be no necessity for Chu Yuan and Chu Xiong to cultivate within the Qingyang sect. Their presence here is likely motivated by a singular objective. Cui Ming shared the intelligence he had gleaned from Li Wuwei, along with his own conjecture that a confrontation between the sect and the Chu family was inevitable. The assembly, upon absorbing this information, turned pale. In the face of such a colossal entity as the Chu family, would their sect even endure? How many of them would survive? Xiaohan's gaze flickered, lost in contemplation. Brother Xiao, since you have already stepped into the inner realm, perhaps an acquaintance with senior brother Li Wuwei would be beneficial. He is a trustworthy individual. He is the direct disciple of Elder Ouyang, who once brought me to the sect, and he harbors a grudge against the Chu family. Cui Ming advised Xiaohan, suggesting that Li Wuwei could extend some assistance. Thank you, Cui Ming. I shall seek an audience with this esteemed inner sect individual when time permits, Xiaohan responded, surveying his companions. Given the imminent crisis before us, we should expedite our cultivation, striving to enhance our strengths. Amidst peril, every bit of improvement offers a greater chance of survival. Nods of agreement accompanied this declaration, and the group departed from Xiaohan's cave dwelling, making their way to the arena to change their abodes. Cui Ming, seated cross-legged in his new dwelling, appeared somewhat lost in thought, mulling over something for a considerable time before finally rising to leave. He proceeded directly to the scripture pavilion, seeking out Mo Qing Feng, as he required the sect's approval for a pressing matter and wished to first inform his master. Oh, it is you, Cui Ming, Mo Qing Feng greeted with a smile, pleased with his disciple's diligence and commendable combat prowess. Moreover, the sect's ability to uncover the Chu family's numerous secrets owed much to Cui Ming's significant contributions. I did not expect that old Gosong would pass this technique to you. It will certainly pose challenges, Mo Qing Feng remarked, taken aback. However, it suits you well. Have you come seeking guidance regarding your cultivation? Master, I have come to discuss an urgent matter that requires the sect's consent. Cui Ming paused briefly before continuing. It concerns the Chu family. The Chu family? Has the sect discovered any suspicious individuals? Upon hearing the topic of the Chu family, Mo Qing Feng's demeanor shifted, his smile replaced by a serious expression as he inquired further. No, said Cui Ming, shaking his head. If I possessed a solution, even if our sect could not withstand the onslaught of the Chu family, I could ensure that the heart of the elemental crystal would not fall into their hands. What? Mo Qing Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Could Cui Ming truly possess a means to thwart the Chu family? It seemed implausible. His expression darkened as he pondered. Do you imply that we should excavate the heart of the elemental crystal in advance, or perhaps destroy it? Not at all, Cui Ming quickly clarified, sensing the misunderstanding. If we were to do so, it would spell disaster for our sect. Should the Chu family fail to acquire what they desire, they would likely unleash their wrath upon us. Chui Ming continued. What I meant was that if our sect cannot hold the line, I have a method to secure the heart of the elemental crystal before the Chu family can act. However what? Mo Chi Feng inquired, a glimmer of hope illuminating his expression. Chui Ming hesitated, a pang of guilt washing over him. Yet, I cannot return the heart of the elemental crystal to the sect, for the means I possess involves refining it in a fleeting moment before the Chu family can intervene. This would divert their attention away from our sect, effectively dissuading them from taking hostile action. But rest assured, Master, if the Chu family does not escalate matters, I shall harbor no ulterior motives regarding the heart of the elemental crystal. Mo Chi Feng remained silent for a time, yet a spark of determination flickered in his eyes. Chapter 50. Chu Yuan versus Li Wuwei. After a prolonged silence, Mo Chi Feng gradually spoke. The Chu family has colluded with the demon clan. As long as you are confident in disrupting the Chu family's plans, in the face of such significant matters, the sect leaders will not object. Moreover, if the sect is ultimately shattered, what use will this cave dwelling serve? Rather than allowing the Chu family to seize it and enable their ancestor to ascend, becoming a great calamity, it would be wiser to offer you this opportunity. The future of the world belongs to the youth like you. The sect leaders and I have grown old and may not have the chance to combat the demon clan again. Upon hearing these words, Chui Ming felt a hint of his master's helplessness and recognized the weight of his master's expectations. He clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your understanding. If one day I stand among the powerful, I shall shield the myriad beings with my own body and eradicate the demon clan, restoring peace to the world." Excellent, excellent, excellent. Your lofty aspirations bring me great solace. A glimmer of amusement danced in Mo Chi Feng's eyes. However, I must inform the sect leader of this matter. If all is well, you may act accordingly when the time is right. But we old-timers are still here. It is not fitting for a junior like you to attract the Chu family's attention. We shall use this opportunity to evade the impending crisis. Chui Ming, do not overthink this. Remember, even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. Your present belongs to the sect, but your future lies in the vast world beyond. Return and focus on your cultivation. I will inform you when there are developments. I shall heed your teachings, Master. The disciple takes his leave. Chui Ming rose, bowed, and departed from the scripture repository. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Chui Ming called forth Xuanwu within the spirit realm. Elder? Young one, have you encountered enemies so soon? I am unable to assist you at this moment. Although the elixirs you obtained are quite effective, I have only just regained my footing in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Xuanwu quickly responded. Assuming Chui Ming sought assistance against adversaries, not enemies, but rather a matter for discussion, perhaps it could aid your recovery, Chui Ming clarified. Oh, hurry. Let me out so we can discuss the situation. Upon hearing that it might help him regain his strength, Xuanwu's tone shifted, brimming with excitement. Chui Ming extended his right hand, fingers splayed against the ground. This summoning technique granted by the system required neither seals nor blood as a medium. Spirit summoning. With a soft utterance, Chui Ming called forth Xuanwu. Now possessing mid-stage Earth origin realm cultivation, Xuanwu had undergone some changes. What was once the size of a fingertip had now grown to the size of half a fist. Young one, what is this matter that could expedite my recovery? Xuanwu gazed at Chui Ming with hopeful anticipation. Chui Ming responded, Elder, you should sense that the vital energy within this cave dwelling is far more abundant than that of the outside world. This is due to a vast vein of elemental stone crystals beneath this cave. Xuanwu interrupted with a scornful expression. This elemental stone vein may be useful to you little ones of the Earth origin and Heaven origin realms, but it holds no benefit for me. You do not intend for me to rely on this elemental stone vein to restore my strength, do you? Chui Ming shook his head. Senior, you may find this meager essence in the cave unworthy, but what I wish to convey is that within this vein of spirit stones lies a heart of essence. This item should indeed hold some significance for you. Does it not? Upon hearing about the heart of essence, Xuanwu's eyes widened with interest. The heart of essence? Where is it? In the past, I might have overlooked such a thing, but now it is indeed a treasure of great worth, born from the primal essence of heaven and earth. A single heart of essence is worth thousands of your precious medicinal herbs. Take me there. I shall refine it forthwith. Ah, Senior, do not be hasty. Now is not the opportune moment. This cave is the foundation of our sect, and we must not act recklessly. However, our sect is currently facing a crisis, with the risk of destruction looming ever closer. Chui Ming, witnessing Xuanwu's impatience, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He then recounted the events concerning the Chu family, beginning with the assassination of Chu Xiong. Xuanwu, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. These wretched scoundrels. In my lifetime, I fought alongside many comrades against the demonic horde to spare the common folk from their clutches. How dare the Chu family conspire with demons? Once I restore my powers, I shall crush these rogues with a single blow. While understanding the elder's emotions, Cui Ming found it somewhat peculiar to hear Xuanwu venting such curses. Nevertheless, when the time comes, do summon me, I shall lend my assistance. Every cause has its consequence. Restoring my powers through the foundation of this sect is the cause. And in the future, once my strength is regained, I will join you in eradicating the Chu family to repay this favor. This shall be the consequence. After venting his frustrations, Xuanwu spoke again, which brightened Cui Ming's spirits. With Xuanwu's support, facing the Chu family in the future would undoubtedly be less arduous. Meanwhile, within the cave of Chu Yuan, he and Elder Li were deliberating the matter of challenging Li Wuwei. Elder Li, this is of utmost importance for both myself and the Chu family. You must exercise great caution. As long as we remain undetected, the first position will surely belong to me, Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan looked at Elder Li with a grave expression, emphasizing his point. Elder Li nodded. Rest assured, I have come this far. There is no turning back now. My only desire is to survive. I have even agreed to become an honorary elder of your Chu family. What more could you possibly worry about? That is reassuring. Once I successfully seize Tianshu Peak, and upon breaking through to the profound realm, the Chu family shall trample the Qingyang sect. At that time, I will certainly speak highly of you before my family. You will gain more cultivation resources from the Chu family than from this sect's stipend. However, should you fail in this endeavor, you are well aware of the consequences. Chu Yuan employed both coercion and allure to bind Elder Li firmly to the Chu family's cause. Once their plans were set, Chu Yuan departed the cave and made his way directly to the Heavenly Rankings arena. Nearby, several disciples were gathered, seemingly in search of suitable opponents to challenge on the Heavenly Rankings. However, upon noticing Chu Yuan approaching, they all halted their actions, redirecting their attention toward him. The last time Chu Yuan emerged from seclusion, he decisively defeated the disciple ranked 7th on the Heavenly Ranking. Now, as he returns to the arena, one cannot help but wonder whom he intends to challenge this time. Will it be the 6th-ranked contender, or is he aiming to break directly into the top 5? The disciples whispered among themselves, speculating on his intentions. However, when they beheld the mark of Chu Yuan's energy imprint, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Li Wuwei. Chu Yuan's target was none other than the esteemed 1st-ranked disciple, Li Wuwei. Approaching the stone tablet of the Heavenly Ranking, Chu Yuan, without the slightest hesitation, directed a surge of energy toward the name of Li Wuwei. Consequently, a line of text materialized at the pinnacle of the stone tablet. Chu Yuan, late stage of the inner realm, versus Li Wuwei, pinnacle of the inner realm. Chapter 51. Li Wuwei's sword within the cavern of Tianshu Peak. Li Wuwei sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Having reached the pinnacle of the inner realm, he was on the cusp of transcending into the profound realm. With merely 6 months remaining until the sect's competition for supremacy, Li Wuwei aspired to attain the profound realm within this time frame, believing that only then could he hope to become a disciple of the most prestigious sect in Sangzhou. Suddenly, Li Wuwei felt a surge of elemental energy emanating from the Tianbank stone tablet. Initially, he suspected that 2 other peak disciples of the inner realm were attempting to challenge him. However, upon closer examination, he furrowed his brow in concern. Chu Yuan? Hadn't he just recently entered the late stage of the inner realm? Li Wuwei sensed something amiss. It appeared that, as Cui Ming had suggested, Chu Yuan had secretly orchestrated a plan, with someone intending to undermine him during their confrontation. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Wuwei's eyes. Very well, then. Let us settle old and new scores together. As long as I can eliminate you before the hidden adversary makes their move, you shall have no further opportunities. I refuse to believe that this person would act recklessly and expose themselves right from the start. With that thought, Li Wuwei exited the cavern to accept the challenge. Chu Xiong, trouble is brewing. Chu Yuan has gone to the Tianbang arena to challenge Li Wuwei, and many are gathering to watch. It won't be long before nearly all the inner disciples come to observe. Cui Ming, who was engrossed in practicing the Hunyuan dominance technique imparted by Elder Song, heard Chen Feng's urgent voice from outside his dwelling. He quickly opened the door and inquired, Chu Yuan is challenging Li Wuwei? When did this happen? Chen Feng replied, just now. I was at the ground ranking when someone rushed over to inform me. I hastily came to notify you. And I also asked Zhao Xian to inform Shi Xiang. Sure. Let us go and see. Without further delay, Cui Ming and Chen Feng hurried toward the Tianbang arena. On their way, they encountered Shi Yin and Zhao Xian. Upon seeing them, Shi Yin wore a puzzled expression. Cui Ming, how does Chu Yuan, having just broken through to the late stage of the inner realm, muster the audacity to challenge Li Wuwei? Has he prepared some underhanded means to ensure victory? It's hard to say. Perhaps someone will intervene from the shadows. Let us proceed, Cui Ming replied. At the Tianbang arena, the crowd had gathered in droves. The fervor surpassing even that of the inner selection in the battle between Cui Ming and Chu Xiong. After all, it had been over a year since the last contest for the title of the top disciple, making such a high-level confrontation exceedingly rare. On the Tianbang arena, Chu Yuan, clad in a gray robe, awaited Li Wuwei's arrival with an air of calmness. At a certain moment, his gaze swept over a corner of the crowd below. And upon receiving an unspoken signal, a barely perceptible look of reassurance flitted across his face. Look, Li Xiong has arrived. The previously raucous crowd fell momentarily silent upon hearing an unknown voice call out, all eyes turning to the figure approaching from the distance. Then, an eruption of fervent cheers and discussions ensued. Li Wuwei approached the Tianbang arena from the direction of the cave, clad in a snow-white robe that exuded an ethereal aura. As he neared the platform, numerous disciples parted to create a path, their voices rising in fervent acclaim. Ascending the stage, Li Wuwei cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Chu Yuan, with your cultivation at the late stage of the inner realm, you surely cannot be my match. I wonder what amusing tricks you have prepared. He scoffed. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. After this battle, the Tianshu Peak shall have a new master. Chu Yuan stood undaunted, a hint of arrogance lacing his tone. Below, some disciples began to speculate. Could it be that Chu Yuan, like Chu Xiong, had cultivated demonic arts, elevating himself to the pinnacle of the inner realm? Since you are so confident, come at me with all you've got. With that declaration, Li Wuwei levitated 3 feet into the air, unleashing his peak inner realm prowess without reservation. Witnessing this, the faces of the other top 5 disciples in the arena changed. The sheer vigor of his primordial energy suggested he might have begun to step into a higher realm. Chu Yuan's pupils constricted, realizing that Li Wuwei, the foremost disciple of the inner sect, had indeed touched the threshold of the transcendence realm. In a fair fight, even with his own peak inner realm status, he might not stand a chance. Yet, he quickly suppressed his trepidation with a cold huff. It is not a matter of life and death. If I can knock you off the stage, the heart of primordial crystal will be mine. With that resolve, Chu Yuan soared into the air, his body enveloped in a radiant golden glow as he activated the Chu family's ancestral technique, the radiant light art. In an instant, a golden armor enveloped him, enhancing both his defense and offensive capabilities. Clenching his right fist, he launched a direct strike toward Li Wuwei's face. Li Wuwei, however, made no move other than to calmly gaze at the airborne Chu Yuan. He extended a hand upward in a gentle gesture. When their fists met, Chu Yuan was sent hurtling back, while Li Wuwei merely sank slightly, unfazed. Is this the prowess of the foremost inner disciple? To effortlessly receive a blow from the late stage of the inner realm is beyond the capability of ordinary peak practitioners. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. A clear recognition of Li Wuwei's might. None beneath the transcendence realm could rival him. Despite his advantage, Li Wuwei did not dare to grow complacent, for he knew Chu Yuan must possess hidden techniques. He resolved to end the battle swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. The primordial energy surged as, after more than a year, Li Wuwei once again showcased his unique technique. With his left hand clasped behind his back and his right hand extended, fingers poised like a sword before his chest, he transformed, emanating an imposing aura akin to a peerless weapon on the verge of unsheathing. Manifest, Li Wuwei called softly, and a peculiar energy radiated from him. Unlike primordial energy, this essence felt intangible, resembling a will, an ethereal force. This extraordinary energy gradually coalesced before Li Wuwei's chest, faintly taking the shape of a sword, becoming increasingly solid as if it were a tangible entity. This aura, from his position in the audience, Cui Ming observed the sword before Li Wuwei with a sense of perplexity. It emanated a rather peculiar energy fluctuation. Senior, can you discern the nature of this aura? Cui Ming inquired, as he opened a space within the realm of spiritual communication, drawing a thread of the energy from Li Wuwei's sword into it. Seeking the wisdom of Xuanwu, the power of the soul, this fluctuation feels somewhat familiar. That young man outside wields a sword, does he not? Xuanwu's tone was tinged with excitement. Cui Ming, taken aback, pondered whether Li's martial arts had significant origins, enough to stir even the venerable Xuanwu. He projected the scene from the arena into the realm of spiritual communication, only to hear Xuanwu exclaim with a sigh, "Indeed. I never anticipated that I would have the chance to see this sword again." The young man's surname is Li, correct? Precisely. His name is Li Wuwei, currently the foremost disciple of our sect. Senior, this sword. Cui Ming marveled at the immense significance of Li's weapon. This is a soul sword, a unique technique of the Li family, one of the 8 great clans. The absence of a vital energy aura is due to its composition of soul power. Xuanwu's revelation was astonishing. Cui Ming's pupils contracted, his heart filled with profound shock. The power of the soul.